Chapter 1401. Novel Fire. Seeing that the room had fallen into silence again, Qian 1111 suddenly changed the topic. But what you said makes sense. It's too dangerous to continue chasing after them, and it doesn't make much sense. So, are you willing to stop? Rabbit said happily. No, I plan to join the deep sea hunters and go out to sea with them, Qian 1111 said. The deep sea hunters were not a class, but a newly established player organization. Unlike those guilds and chambers of commerce, the deep sea hunters were only a temporary organization that did not pursue a long-term existence. In fact, the players who joined the deep sea hunters could not wait for the deep sea hunters to disband the next day. It was founded by the guardian of the mysterious human organization that had recently emerged. Among them, there were not only players, but also some professionally trained ordinary people. However, everyone joined the deep sea hunters with the same goal, which was to stop that thing in the city under the ice from destroying the world at all costs. This price included the lives of its members. Therefore, in a sense, this organization was a death squad. It represented the unyielding spirit of humanity and the courage to fight to the end. At the same time, it carried humanity's last hope. Qian 1111 had considered joining the deep sea hunters before, but at the time, she didn't think she had the courage to face the Lord of Lalaya, much less make a move. That was because the other party was using Zhonghong's body. That was why she had chosen to pursue and crack down on the societies that had sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. It wasn't until Li Bai and Rabbit exposed her that Qian 1111 realized that she had only been running away. She had used this seemingly busy and proactive action to numb herself. But tonight, Qian 1111 did not want to run away anymore. She said to Rabbit and Li Bai, "You guys can go. I can't bring you along when you join the deep sea hunters." Rabbit looked like he was about to cry when he heard that. "Is it because we don't listen to you anymore, Sister 1111? No, it's because we don't have much time left. Whether it's the deep sea hunters or the god side, we've already tried our best previously, but we still can't do much against that fellow. This is very likely to be the last battle. Gather all our strength, but to be honest, I don't think our chances of winning are high. Since the odds aren't good, why did Sister 1111 join the deep sea hunters? Because there are some things that someone has to do." Qian 1111 patted Rabbit's head. "This is also why I didn't let you guys follow me. For the rest of the time, go home and spend more time with your parents and family. Cherish every second you spend with them. Don't wait until you lose them before you start to regret." After saying that, Qian 1111 turned to Li Bai and said, "I have a mission for you. Can you help me send her home safely?" "I'm not a child," Rabbit said unhappily. "I've been at the forefront of this period of time, okay?" "I know." Qian 1111 nodded. "I want you to stay here for a longer period of time." Hearing this, Rabbit's face turned red, but then it became worried again. "Are you sure, Sister 1111? That, you want to fight Brother Zhonghong?" "That's right. I want to believe in him like Fan my Nan and his father, but I've been waiting for more than a month. In this 1 month, I've only seen innocent people die one after another. I've seen the worship of the guy spread like a virus in human society. Although I don't want to admit it, I already have the answer in my heart. He is gone. He has completely disappeared. There is no trace of him left in that body. It is time to face this reality and continue moving forward," Qian 1111 said with a determined gaze. Qian 1111, who had already made up her mind, acted quickly. After sending Rabbit and Li Bai away, she submitted her application to the deep sea hunter. Without waiting for a reply, she took a plane to the deep sea hunter's base in Sonia early the next morning. The grey 7-story building in front of her originally belonged to a travel agency. However, when P2P became popular, the owner of the travel agency was jealous of the high profits. He also got a few partners to start a small loan. In the end, unfortunately, the thunderstorm caused the travel agency, which had a good business, to be unable to pay its salary. It had no choice but to declare bankruptcy. This office building was then bought by the Guardian. It was originally a secret base of the Guardian, but now it was used by the deep sea hunter, and the address was no longer kept secret. Qian 1111 glanced at the sea anchor sign on the glass door, then strode in and went straight to the front desk. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" the receptionist at the front desk said with a smile. "I'm here to join the Deep Sea Hunter. I sent the application email yesterday." Qian 1111 didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. "Okay, can you tell me your name or code name? I'll check it for you." Qian 1111. The receptionist had already picked up the phone, but when she heard the name, her hand froze. Qian 1111 waited for about 5 seconds. "Is there a problem? Didn't you want to help me check on the progress?" "Oh. The receptionist came back to her senses and quickly reported Qian 1111's name and purpose of visit. The reply from the other side was also very quick. Not long after, the receptionist put down the phone again. She forced a smile at Qian 1111. "I'm sorry, your application was not approved." "Why?" Qian 1111 frowned and asked. Well, the receptionist didn't know how to answer. "I don't want to make things difficult for you. Who's in charge here?" Qian 1111 continued to ask. "It's usually Frankie, but he hasn't come today." As soon as the receptionist finished speaking, a man in a flowery shirt with a surfboard walked in excitedly. "The weather is nice today. I plan to go surfing in the afternoon. Cindy, do you want to come with me?" "Who?" The man in the flowery shirt also noticed Qian 1111 at this time. The main thing was that Qian 1111's looks were too outstanding. He did not see the hint in the receptionist's eyes and directly opened his mouth to strike up a conversation. "This beauty, are you here to join the Deep Sea Hunter? Why do you look a little familiar to me?" "That's right, I'm here to join the Deep Sea Hunter, but for some reason, I was rejected. I'm looking for the person in charge here, Frankie." "What a coincidence, I'm Frankie." The man in the flowery shirt rubbed his nose and his eyes lit up. "Whoever rejected you, I'll make the decision for you." After he said that, he finally noticed the awkward expression on the hostess' face. "What? You're not going to say that I rejected her application, are you?" "I've recently rejected an application." "Wait a minute, I know who you are. Qian 1111, you Qian 1111, Zhongheng's classmate and friend. You seem to have a super friendly relationship." Chapter 1402. Novel Fire. "Since you know who I am, you should know my strength," Qian 1111 said. "Why? Is the requirement for the Deep Sea Hunters to recruit new members higher than I thought?" "Well, the requirement for the Deep Sea Hunters to recruit new members isn't high. At this time, we can't be picky anymore," the man in the flowery shirt said as he handed the surfboard to the receptionist at the front desk. "Your name is well known among the players, and your strength is well known. Even becoming the commander of this operation is not a problem, let alone becoming a member of the Deep Sea Hunters. So, you're afraid that I'll steal your position?" "No, I'm not rejecting you because of your strength." The man in the flowery shirt smiled. "Let's get straight to the point. You and Zhongheng are too close. Rumor has it that on that night in the valley, you led men to block your teacher, the goddess of justice, Justia, and prevented her from taking part in the siege on Zhongheng. From a certain perspective, it's your responsibility that the world has become like this." However, the man in the flowery shirt changed the topic. "I didn't bring this up to question you. Otherwise, the Deep Sea Hunters wouldn't have stayed away from you for so long. We know that you and your 2 subordinates have been dealing with those messy clubs recently. I think this is pretty good. Why don't you continue?" "Because this kind of thing is meaningless," Qian 1111 said calmly. "Oh, did you only realize this yesterday? I thought you had always known that you were just trying to get busy so that you would feel less guilty. Or perhaps you were using this method to chase after the footprints left by your crush. Some people say that he has no feelings at all. Is that so? So this is destined to be a one-sided love. Can mocking me make the Deep Sea Hunter succeed in saving the world?" Qian 1111 asked. "No, I'm just saying this to let you understand the reason why I refused you to join the Deep Sea Hunter." "What reason?" Faced with Qian 1111, who was determined to get to the bottom of it, the man in the flowery shirt sighed, because how do I know that you won't do what you did in the valley that night after you joined the deep-sea hunters? Search our NWN0, Del, RGs. I'm sorry. Although I'm willing to believe in you and give you another chance, I have to be responsible for my team members. If you had said that from the beginning, I might have been willing to treat you as a man. Qian 1111's expression did not change when she heard that. Of course you can mock me. Just think of it as me mocking you to pay off my debt. That's very fair. The man in the flowery shirt shrugged, but after scolding me and venting my anger, you'd better leave this place obediently. Go home and spend time with your parents and friends, or find a puppy to experience some physical pleasure. In short, let your last life be more meaningful. If necessary, we can help you book a plane ticket. After all, this place used to be a travel agency. The man in the flowery shirt made a joke, but it didn't work. Then, he saw Qian 1111 throw the bag on the ground. It can't be that bad. Is there a need to make the scene so ugly? The man in the flowery shirt was also dumbfounded. Are you going to say that if I don't take you in, you'll have to eat and live here? You're a real coward, Qian 1111 said. This title is quite unfamiliar to me. Those who are willing to join the deep-sea hunters have already put their lives at risk. They are real warriors. Do you think these warriors are willing to accept the leadership of a coward? The man in the flowery shirt shook his head and said, Okay, I don't want to argue with you anymore. It looks like I'm bullying you. Cindy, book her the nearest flight and call a taxi to send her to the airport. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to go upstairs. However, just as he took a step forward, he heard Qian 1111's voice behind him. I said that you're a coward because you keep saying that you don't intend to pursue the things I did in the valley, but you didn't accept me to join the deep-sea hunter because you wanted to punish me. You don't even dare to admit this in front of me. Oh, for an arrogant man like you, you probably think that all women should be unable to extricate themselves from your charm as soon as they see you. So when you found out that I wasn't interested in you at all, you felt that your male dignity was deeply offended. The man in the flowery shirt was so angry that he laughed. He was about to say something, but Qian 1111 stopped him before he could. Stop talking nonsense about the safety of your men and the success of the operation. I only have one question for you. What do you think the chances of the humans winning this operation are? Less than 10%. Speaking of serious matters, the man in the flowery shirt finally became serious. We have already missed the best opportunity to kill him. As time passes, he will become stronger and stronger. That is the problem. You are already doing something that will lead to your death. One more traitor will not make this journey any worse. On the contrary, if you let me board the ship, I can at least provide some help. You said that the current situation does not allow you to be picky anymore. Even if it is just a small increase in hope, you should grab hold of it, right? Qian 1111 said. I have to admit, your eloquence is really good. You were almost able to convince me. Really, it was just a little bit more. The man in the flowery shirt used his index finger and thumb to make an almost indiscernible distance. Don't you want to know who is more attractive between you and him? If you don't let me on the boat, how can I compare? Qian 1111 said calmly. The man in the flowery shirt finally laughed out loud. Everyone says that your intelligence is not inferior to the 3 guild leaders. I finally saw it today. Although I know that you're just using my male pride to get on the ship, I seem to have found a reason to refuse. So I can join the deep-sea hunter? Qian 1111 asked. No, the man in the flowery shirt said. Before that, you have to do a checkup first. But don't worry, these checks are only to confirm whether you can withstand the long sea voyage and whether you have decided to sacrifice your life to fight against the evil forces and save the world. After all, we will soon go to the sea, and there is a high probability that we will not return. As long as you can pass the physical checkup, you will be one of the deep-sea hunters. I'll pass the test. When do we set off? Qian 1111 asked. We'll set off in 2 days when all the people and equipment are here, the man in the flowery shirt said as he continued to walk upstairs. However, when one of his feet was already on the stairs, he turned back and said, "Oh, right, I almost forgot." "What?" "Welcome to the route to hell." Chapter 1403. The Garden of Eden Project. 2 days later, Qian 1111 stood on the deck and looked at the land in the distance that was gradually disappearing from her sight. The man in the flowery shirt had just finished checking the sailing route and also walked out of the captain's cabin. "I've read your medical report and there are no other problems. Only your mental state seems to be a little tired. Is it because you've been too busy recently?" "Yes. My team and I have been driving around for the past month and a half without much rest," Qian 1111 said as she took a cup of hot coffee from the man in the flowery shirt. "Then you can have a good rest now. The journey will probably be very long," the man in the flowery shirt said. "Of course, if you're bored and want to find some entertainment, you're welcome to come to my room anytime." "Thank you, but I don't need any entertainment," Qian 1111 replied. "Although I already knew that you were using me, it was still unexpected for you to turn hostile so quickly. After getting on the ship, your attitude toward me has visibly cooled down. It's really sad. No matter how nice you say it, I've taken on a lot of pressure to get you on the ship. Not everyone on this ship is as magnanimous as I am and intends to forgive you for what you did in the valley that night. It doesn't matter. I didn't board the ship to make friends." Qian 1111 paused and continued, "If you have time to complain, why don't you tell me your next plan? You said you wanted to keep it a secret on land, but now that we're at sea, you can at least tell me. Of course, you're also a member of the deep-sea hunters. This request is very reasonable." The man in the flowery shirt touched his chin. "I've always been suspicious of people, but never used them. Since I've decided to let you board the ship, I won't look at you through colored glasses like the others. What do you want to know? How do we find the target?" "We're not going to look for him," the man in the flowery shirt said slowly. "After Poseidon was killed, the gods have already lost track of him. Although we have all kinds of modern technology, it's probably for nothing. So we need to change our thinking. Let him find us." "How?" The man in the flowery shirt smiled mysteriously. "By using bait." Qian 1111's expression changed slightly. The man in the flowery shirt seemed to have guessed what she was thinking and laughed involuntarily. "It's not you. Although you have a relationship with Zhongheng is already dead and only has a body left. The one occupying that body is the Lord of Riye. He won't have the memories of Zhongheng before he died. Even if I use you as bait, it's useless." "Then what's the bait?" This time, the man in the flowery shirt was in no hurry to answer. "I can tell you now, but this trip is so boring, and you obviously don't plan to do any entertainment during this period. So, I'll leave you with a riddle to guess." Hearing this, Qian 1111 didn't dwell on this question anymore. She continued to ask, "If Lord of Riye really appears, how are we going to deal with him?" This freighter was modified before it set off. It was loaded with torpedoes and missiles. 1 main cannon and 3 secondary cannons were hidden under the deck. When there was no one around, they would rise up. Haven't these thermal weapons been proven to not have much effect on the target before? Qian 1111 asked. That's right. So the key this time is the ammunition. Whether it's torpedoes, missiles, or primary and secondary cannons, all of them are provided by the Guardians. What is this, an extra-large Godslayer bullet? Qian 1111 frowned. Yes, as far as I know, the blood of the gods alone weighs a few tons. It is said that the Guardian found the most precious healing tool and bled the gods day and night. After that, he healed them and bled them again, repeating it 24 hours a day. Only then did we gather the required materials, the man in the flowery shirt said with a face that made people's hearts skip a beat. But if he appeared on our ship, wouldn't your weapons be useless? Don't worry, we've definitely considered this before. You'll know when the time comes. The man in the flowery shirt said as he fished out a fishing rod from somewhere. Are there any other questions? You don't need entertainment. I need entertainment. Yes, do the gods know about our actions? How are they going to cooperate with us? Those guys aren't reliable at all. Let's not count on them. The man in the flowery shirt shook his head. There's a high probability that the final battle this time will be US humans. There are 6 more ships like this that set off from different ports. As long as one of our teams can succeed, we can save the entire world. Just as the deep-sea hunter's ship set off from the harbor, on the other side, in Pluto's mansion, a meeting had reached the most crucial point. The battle with the Lord of Lalaya was not going well, causing the gods to split into 2 factions. One faction advocated to continue fighting in order to protect the world and to protect their own source of power. However, the new faction had come up with a new plan. The Garden of Eden plan. Are you guys serious? R's face was ashen. He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Admit it, we can't do anything to him. Odin is heavily injured, Zeus' divine artifact, lightning, has been destroyed, and the spirit of the god of science has been contaminated. We don't know when we will be able to recover. We have suffered heavy losses in the previous few battles, the goddess of life, Isis, said in a deep voice. However, there are still many of us. We still have enough strength to continue fighting. It is far from time to give up, Ars said angrily. Even those puny humans with short lives have the courage to continue fighting. Are we, as gods, inferior to them? This is not something that can be solved with courage, Ars, the tarot card god interjected. We also want to continue fighting, but the premise is that this battle is meaningful and not pushing us to the brink of destruction. While there is still time, we should choose a group of human infants that have not been corrupted by their spirit and bring them to a safe place that they will never find. Teaching them diligently is the only thing we can do. Then what about the billions of people outside? Ars felt that he was about to go crazy. There is no other way. We cannot take the risk. As long as one person's spirit has been contaminated and brought into the Garden of Eden, he will eventually enter as well. On the contrary, as long as we can guarantee the purity of the Garden of Eden, the humans outside will die out very quickly. This is because that fellow will bring destruction to the land. When the people outside die, he will naturally not be able to continue existing. However, we can still rely on the humans in the Garden of Eden to continue surviving until we return to this land. Chapter 1404. Hope is our greatest weapon. Your so-called survival is to coop up in that bullshit Garden of Eden and live on. R sneered. That's right. In the Garden of Eden, we will become unprecedentedly weak and lose most of our strength, but at least we can survive. Given the current situation, this is the most rational choice. Isis' words were also agreed by many of the gods present. Some of them had even begun to study the location of the Garden of Eden. This was because the master of Riye could invade a person's spirit through dreams, therefore, it was not easy to find a place that could completely isolate the outside world. Some of the gods who supported Isis even mocked Ars, who was the leader of the war faction. Isn't the reason why all of you are unwilling to support the Garden of Eden project because you are unwilling to give up on your own power? In the end, the reason why all of you are stronger than us is because of your popularity. However, once we reach the Garden of Eden, everything will start all over again. Everyone will be standing on the same starting line. Everything that happens after that will depend on your own abilities. Ars was so angry that he laughed. Ars, don't forget who saved you from the hands of the new gods. Without us, all of you would have been eaten alive by the hungry new gods. Freya was also a member of the pro-war faction. However, she did not speak much during the meeting. When Ars, who was in a rage, uttered these words, Freya's heart sank. She knew that Ars had made a fatal mistake. As expected, after Ars said those words, many of the neutral factions, who were still wavering, began to lean towards the Garden of Eden plan. After all, no one wanted to be a good-for-nothing all the time. In the Garden of Eden, they might have had a hard time at first. However, just as Isis had said, everyone would once again stand on the same starting line. This was a rare opportunity, especially for those gods who were getting weaker and weaker. It was difficult for them not to be tempted. Freya saw that things were not going well and decisively requested for a half-hour break. Although this proposal was accepted by the host of the meeting, Justia, the battle-oriented faction led by Ars, understood that a split was inevitable. This kind of meeting is a complete waste of time. Those cowards have long been scared out of their wits. Even if we break the ice, they will not continue fighting. On the lawn outside the house, Ars could not help but complain when he saw that there were basically his own people around him. Then, do you have any good ideas? Freya's expression was relatively calm, as though she was not surprised by the outcome. She only asked, currently, most of the gods are leaning toward supporting the Garden of Eden project. It is true that we are the only ones left who are unable to contend against that fellow. It would be great if Game was still around. Bada suddenly sighed. Although Game was a new god, he was one of the few people who were both welcomed by the new gods and respected by the old gods. He set the rules of the game and ended the war that had lasted for thousands of years. He established a new order for the divine realm. Although there were many people who complained that he was too broad-minded and missed the barbaric and free times of the past, at this critical moment of life and death, the first person that everyone thought of was still Game. However, Game had disappeared at this crucial moment. If he had been present at this meeting, the gods would have reached a consensus whether to fight or flee. No, if he had been present, perhaps there would not have been this meeting at all. This was because Game had already taken care of Lariev's master when he had just descended into Zhongheng's body. Seeing that time was running out, the pro-war faction could only continue to complain, but they could not come up with any good reason to convince the others. Ars also noticed that Freya seemed to be a little distracted. While the other gods were trying to find a solution, she just silently looked at the other end of the lawn. On the bench there sat a short, fat man in a suit and tie. His hair was neatly combed, and he had an exaggerated moustache. He looked as if he had walked down from an old 19th century photograph. At the moment, he did not participate in the discussions of the warring factions, nor did he mingle with those who wanted to carry out the Garden of Eden project. He just held a piece of toast that he had just taken from the kitchen and enjoyed the sunlight. He would occasionally pinch off some crumbs and feed them to a group of sparrows in front of him. However, just as he was about to throw away the last bit of bread in his hands, the sparrows on the ground suddenly spread their wings and flew away. The man with the mustache raised his head and saw a group of gods headed by Ars walking towards him. "Are you guys here to bask in the sun too?" "No, we want to know where Game is right now," Ars replied. Even though the other party was a new god, Ars's attitude was very polite. "It's not just you guys, I also want to know." The man with the mustache spread his hands, looking like he could not help. In the next moment, Freya stood up. Some people said that Game fled early because he was afraid of the Lord of Lelinia. That's an interesting theory. The man with the mustache raised his eyebrows and said with interest, "What do you think?" "I think it's nonsense. Other than Game, no other god is willing to spend so much effort to mediate the conflict between the new and old gods. I don't think such a leader would really abandon us when we need him the most." Yeah, when he first suggested to me that he was going to use games to replace war and resolve the disputes between the gods, I was also quite surprised. I thought that a nerd like him would find such things too troublesome. I even mocked him at that time. I told him that war and peace are like two sides of a coin. You can't eliminate one side and keep the other side. The game might be able to bring about peace for the time being, but the conflicts are still accumulating. The new god and the old god will fight again sooner or later. Of course, I did not expect that this battle would end in such a manner. I have to say that this ending has quite a dark sense of humor. The man with the mustache smiled. "Did he leave because he was disappointed with us?" Ars said, "So he wanted to give up on us, just like those guys over there wanted to give up on the humans. Based on my understanding of him, he shouldn't be such a person. Stop keeping us in suspense. You have the best relationship with him. What exactly is Game trying to do? Can't he tell us at this point in time?" Apollo appeared to be the most anxious. "Every second we delay, the guy in the sea will become stronger. When that time comes, even if Game is willing to take action, I'm afraid it will be too late." However, the mustached man on the chair only smiled when he heard that. No matter what happens, we should have hope, because hope will always be our strongest weapon. However, this cliché of his was clearly not enough to satisfy the gods in front of him. In the end, seeing that they could not ask any more questions, Ars and the rest could only leave in disappointment. Chapter 1405. Sparring Partner. The man in the flowery shirt did not lie. Life on the sea was indeed boring most of the time. After leaving the sea, the cell phone lost its signal, and the whole ship became a closed small world. The time on the ship was infinitely prolonged, and every day seemed to be no different from the previous day. The days were just a meaningless repetition. The man in the flowery shirt initially thought that Qian 1111 was just saying it, but he did not expect that she really did not look for any entertainment. Not to mention knocking on his door. After such a long time, she had not even caught a fish once. Many people on the ship did not like her, but Qian 1111 did not seem to take it to heart. She rarely communicated with others. Every day, she would go to the training room on time for all kinds of training. The man in the flowery shirt had visited her a few times, but she had to admit that this woman was definitely not a flower vase. She was ruthless enough to herself. Whether it was strength training, explosive strength training, or speed training, she trained 2 to 3 times more than others. Moreover, she spent several hours in the training room every day to perfect her swordsmanship. The swordsmanship teacher on the ship was completely convinced by her. She had even tortured him to the point that he was traumatized. He had no choice but to take 3 days off to recuperate and recover his spirit. Qian 1111 did not give up on her training. It was just that she had no one to train with. She could only repeatedly swing her sword in front of the mirror and constantly modify her posture. It was obviously a very boring thing, but her expression remained the same. She did not seem to find it boring at all. However, just as she finished practicing a set of movements, the door of the training room was pushed open from the outside. Qian 1111 was a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, there would be no one in the swordsmanship training room after 9 o'clock at night, so she usually came to practice at this time to avoid getting bored with the others. The next moment, a set of protective gear was thrown in front of her. Then, the guy who had already put on a full set of protective gear and wrapped himself tightly said, "Let me practice with you." Qian 1111 recognized the voice coming from the man in the flowery shirt under the helmet. But she did not pick up the protective gear beside her feet. She just wiped the sweat on her forehead and said, "I thought I made myself clear before." "I'm not hitting on you," the man in the flowery shirt interrupted Qian 1111. "I know that my previous frivolous behavior may have left a bad impression on you, but I'm not an animal that only knows how to think with my lower body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been on the boat for so long without bothering you." Qian 1111 put away the bamboo sword in her hand and waited for the man in the flowery shirt to continue. "I just like to have some fun from time to time. This is a matter of mutual consent. Even if you are my mother, you can't interfere with my private life, right?" The man in the flowery shirt shrugged. "Then why didn't you continue to have fun and instead came to practice with me?" Qian 1111 asked. "Please, do you think I've really forgotten the purpose of this voyage? Of course, I also hope to have reliable teammates by my side at the critical moment. Although we barely escaped death this time, it's always good to increase our chances of survival. Otherwise, why would I accept your application to let you board the ship? Do you really think that I'm jealous of that dead guy? Cut the crap and get started." The man in the flowery shirt sent out an invitation to battle. Qian 1111 did not hesitate anymore. She picked up the armor on the ground and put it on. She held the bamboo sword in her hand again, and her aura changed. "Please advise me." The man in the flowery shirt felt a huge pressure enveloping him from afar. He finally understood why the sword trainer on the ship had asked for a leave of absence. However, not only was he not afraid, he was even more excited. He licked his lips and said, "Bring it on." For the next 2 weeks, the two of them had been sparring with each other. The happiest person was none other than the sword trainer on the ship, because he was pleasantly surprised to find that his vacation had been extended and that he had escaped the hell of being a sparring partner. At the same time, he mourned silently for the man in the flowery shirt, because he did not believe that there was really a man in this world who could withstand Qian 1111's torture. But it turned out that the man in the flowery shirt was also a madman who was ruthless enough to himself. Qian 1111's impression of the man in the flowery shirt had indeed improved a lot. In a sense, the flirtatious temperament of the man in the flowery shirt was more like a disguise. If you were deceived by his appearance, if you really looked down on him because of this, it would be exactly what he wanted, and you would have to pay a painful price. In the training room, two figures were maintaining high-speed movements. While blocking each other's attacks, they were also looking for flaws in each other's moves. The intensity of the battle had been very high since the beginning. The training clothes had long been drenched in sweat, but the two of them were still fully focused. The sound of the collision of bamboo swords reverberated in the training room. Qian 1111's eyes never left the man's shoulder. Was she going to attack the left side? No, this was just a feint. The real target should be her throat, but Qian 1111 did not stop her opponent after seeing through his movements. Instead, she made the tip of her sword swing slightly to the left, as if she was prepared to defend the left side, but in reality, she was prepared to quickly stab back at the man's right wrist after blocking his attack. Battles were never a simple contest of speed and strength. At the same time, there was also a contest of spirit. The two of them had already engaged in such a contest over 1,000 times during this period of time. They had both won and lost, and neither could finish the other off. However, in the next moment, Qian 1111 suddenly blacked out. She actually could not avoid the man's stab at her throat. However, the man in the flowery shirt had obviously noticed Qian 1111's unusual behavior. At the crucial moment, he stopped his actions and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" After this period of competition, the two of them had long become friends. Of course, this kind of friend was not a relationship between a man and a woman. They were simply admiring each other and were willing to believe in each other's strength. Although the man in the flowery shirt had released a small bait before he made his move, he did not think that Qian 1111's strength would not be able to see through his seductive movements, not to mention that Qian 1111 was completely unprepared just now. It was as if she had lost her mind. "I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. Let's call it a day. Can you leave me alone for a while?" Qian 1111 said as she rubbed her forehead. "Okay." The man in the flowery shirt did not waste any time. He stood up and said, "It's been hard on you recently. You can rest more. Come and find me when you want to practice your sword." "Thank you." Qian 1111 forced a smile. However, when the man in the flowery shirt left, Qian 1111 could not hold it in anymore. She hugged the trash can in the training room and vomited because she had just looked at the head of the man in the flowery shirt who was wearing a helmet. All she saw was a huge octopus head. In fact, it was not just the man in the flowery shirt. Qian 1111 was alone in the training room. When she saw the ceiling above her head, she felt that the ceiling had changed as well. It was covered with seashells, and something was constantly squirming. Qian 1111 knew that there was something wrong with her mind. To be more precise, after a month and a half of tracking and cleaning up the mysterious societies, something was wrong with her mind. However, she had held on until now and did not tell anyone. Qian 1111 only hoped that this final battle would come a little earlier, before her mind completely collapsed. Chapter 1406. It wasn't him, it was them. Qian 1111 couldn't remember how she got back to her room. She took out the bottle of sleeping pills that she had bought before she boarded the ship from her backpack. She opened the bottle cap and found that it was empty. After that, she could only wash up briefly and lay on the bed. After a day of intense training, her body and mind were exhausted, but she still couldn't fall asleep. Qian 1111 did not know why, but the duration of this hallucination was longer than the previous ones. No matter where she looked now, she would see strange scenes that ordinary people could not bear. When Qian 1111 tried to close her eyes, her imagination became sharper. Those indescribable things filled her mind, as if they were going to devour her. At that moment, Qian 1111 suddenly thought of Zhongheng. The latter should have also suffered from this kind of terrifying hallucination, especially during his time in seclusion in the mountain. Qian 1111 didn't know how Zhongheng survived, although compared to her, Zhongheng still had the immune crystal on him. However, the immune crystal was only used 3 times, and Zhongheng had one last use left for the little girl he had spent a few weeks with. So where had he used his previous 2 chances? Ever since Zhongheng's death, Qian 1111 had been avoiding remembering things related to Zhongheng. Other than the fact that it was difficult for her to accept Zhongheng's death, there was also a knot in her heart. That was Zhongheng's final choice. Sometimes, Shen 1111 felt that she could understand Zhongheng. After all, he had been forced into a desperate situation that night. Other than a few people, the whole world wished for him to die in that valley, therefore, he naturally had enough reasons to take revenge on the world. This was a very fair thing to do. However, Shen 1111 felt that the Zhongheng she knew was more than that. However, her rationality could not convince her to believe in an illusory thing like Fan Mainan and Father Zhong. Therefore, she could only keep this matter in the bottom of her heart. Until tonight, her mind was on the verge of shattering due to those uncontrollable hallucinations. However, she could not help but think of many things. Those details that should not have been overlooked with her observational skills. Shen 1111 realized that there were too many unexplainable factors to Zhongheng's death that night. In the last 2 weeks of his life, why did he run into the mountains alone? What did he do during that time? Looking at the trap he had set up in the mountains, it was obvious that he had expected the battle that night. If that was the case, why didn't he run away earlier? Even the villager who had tipped him off earlier, with Zhongheng's cautiousness, should not have overlooked this unstable factor. Shen 1111 placed herself in Zhongheng's shoes, wanting to think and understand Zhongheng's state of mind and thoughts at the time. However, right now, she was being tormented by those omnipresent hallucinations. It was difficult for her to fully focus her attention. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, the sea was particularly stormy tonight. The deep-sea hunter's ship was swaying in the waves. The people inside looked like they were sitting on a pirate ship in an amusement park. Even many people who had already fallen asleep were jolted awake from their beds by the storm. The sailors were also nervously waiting for orders at their posts. Shen 1111 was already feeling nauseous, so she had no choice but to get up from her bed and look for the trash can. However, not long after Shen 1111 finished vomiting, a sudden alarm sounded in the cabin. From the length of the alarm, Shen 1111 could tell that it was an enemy attack. The next moment, she shuddered. Could it be Zhongheng? If that was the case, it could explain why the hallucinations had lasted so long. Was it because the real person was nearby? When Shen 1111 thought of this, not only did she not feel fear, she even felt a sense of anticipation. She knew her own mental state the best. It was getting worse by the day. If this dragged on, she might die on this vast ocean before she could even see the real person. Shen 1111 went to the bed and took out the small scale that Justia had given her. She pushed open the door and walked towards the deck. The corridor was very lively now. Almost all the doors of the rooms were open. The players in the guest room were either putting on their clothes or checking their weapons because the ship was shaking. There were also bits and pieces of things like beer bottles and toilet paper rolling on the floor. The captains of each team were counting the members of each team. Everyone looked very nervous. Although they knew that such a day would come before they boarded the ship, it did not mean that when this day really came, everyone would be unmoved and face it calmly. Shen 1111 rarely interacted with other players. Now that the Great War was coming, no one cared about her. Shen 1111 walked all the way to the deck. At this moment, the sky seemed to have been pierced by something. Heavy rain poured down from the entrance of the hole, and the dense raindrops had completely joined together. Coupled with the terrifying wind and thunder, even if the people on the deck were only a few meters apart, they still needed to shout to barely communicate. Shen 1111 supported herself with the battery at the side to stabilize her body. At the same time, she quickly swept her gaze over and found the man in the flowery shirt among the few figures on the port deck. Although the ship was constantly shaking in the storm and the huge waves, the figure of the man in the flowery shirt stood there firmly like a rock, unmoving despite the wind and rain. Seeing his figure, the sailors on the deck did not seem to be so afraid anymore. The man in the flowery shirt held his binoculars and looked in a certain direction. The next moment, Shen 1111's voice came from behind him. Is he here? It's not him, it's them. The man in the flowery shirt had a serious expression. He handed the binoculars to Shen 1111. Shen 1111 took the binoculars and placed them in front of her eyes. She looked in the direction that the man in the flowery shirt had been looking at. However, the visibility in the sea was very low now. As far as Qian 1111's eyes could see, there were only surging waves. That was until a thick bolt of lightning struck the sea and lit up the night sky. With the flash of light, Qian 1111 saw a group of dense black shadows in the sea. They were a group of ugly monsters that were half human and half fish frog. The number of them was unknown. There were at least thousands of them. They were swimming rapidly towards them. For a moment, Qian 1111 thought that she was hallucinating. However, the next moment, she heard the man in the flowery shirt say one word, "Deep diver." His voice was colder than the raindrops that fell on his skin. Then, he ordered the adjutant beside him, "Prepare to drop the deep water bombs." "Should we drop all of them?" "No, use half of them. The other half should be left for the main target." After a pause, the man in the flowery shirt added, "If we can survive this wave of attacks." Chapter 1407. Fierce Battle. With a loud bang, the high explosives in the deep water bombs were detonated. The shockwaves and fragments shot out in all directions rapidly, forming several waves that soared into the sky on the surface of the water. It must be known that these deep water bombs were fortified by the Guardians and were specially used to deal with supernatural creatures. The monsters that were half human, half fish, and half frog within the range of the explosion were almost all dead on the spot. In a short while, corpses floated on the surface of the sea. However, before the people on the ship could cheer, they saw a new group of black shadows joining the team. The number of monsters did not decrease but increased instead. The man in the flowery shirt's expression became more and more serious. He thought for a moment and had his men throw down 2 more deep water bombs. At the same time, he tried to fire a torpedo. Unfortunately, other than the depth charges that could be detonated at a fixed time, the heavy torpedoes were easily avoided by the monsters. Moreover, compared to the number of these deep divers, the damage caused by the depth charges was not enough. The man in the flowery shirt had already realized the seriousness of the problem. In order to save ammunition, he did not even authorize the main and secondary cannons to fire. It was not until the monsters swam closer that he finally gave the order to attack. The cannonballs and bullets slanted downwards. The dark shadows in the sea could not help but feel stifled. However, their reactions were also very fast. After dropping dozens of corpses, they disappeared completely from the surface of the sea. The players were naturally not so naive as to think that they could rely on this round of attacks to chase the monsters away. In fact, when they saw the deep divers disappear, many people's expressions changed. They had already thought of where these monsters had gone to. The deep divers moved from the surface of the water to the bottom of the water, avoiding the fierce gunfire. According to the sonar detector, these monsters were now about 20 meters below the water, and their speed did not slow down. They continued to approach the deep-sea hunter's ship. The man in the flowery shirt had a simple reaction when faced with the menacing enemies. He only said indifferently, "Get ready for battle." Then, he took the lead and took a submachine gun from the person beside him. After hearing the alarm, the players on the ship quickly calmed down after experiencing a short period of chaos. Please reading on NEWN0VEL.0G. They gathered into small teams according to the previous division and came to the deck under the captain's lead. Among them was the extremely cold ghost who had frozen the pool earlier. He walked to the side of the ship and reached out a hand to press on the guardrail. Soon, a thin layer of ice formed on the bottom of the ship. The deep divers only emerged from the water after diving to a blind spot that the main and secondary cannons on the ship could not hit. However, when they tried to climb onto the ship, they found it difficult to find any point of force. The parts of their limbs that were removed were abnormally slippery. As a result, the first batch of divers who were the vanguard unit immediately suffered. They jumped up high and before long, they slid into the water again. Along with them, there was also a series of bullets. The first wave of attacks from the divers had just begun, and they had no choice but to end it hastily. Moreover, they had handed over dozens of corpses. However, the players on the ship were not very excited. Everyone understood that the battle tonight had just begun. As expected, the divers only remained silent for a while before they came up with a new move. Tonight, the sea was stormy and high. There were even huge waves that were dozens of meters high. The divers could actually calculate their trajectories and use the huge waves to throw themselves onto the ship. Just a wave that was about the same height as the ship's railing had sent at least 40 divers onto the ship. However, a few of them had been killed by the players who had discovered them before they even landed. Other than that, there were also some unlucky ones who knocked their heads against the turrets and fainted. However, the rest of them finally managed to board the ship, giving their companions a good start. Unfortunately, they were too outnumbered. They were quickly taken care of by the nearby player teams. However, their success also pointed the way for the divers. Following which, more and more half-human and half-fish frogs used the waves to throw themselves onto the ship. The battle became intense. Once the battlefield was shifted from the sea to the ship, neither torpedoes nor cannons could be used anymore. The most reliable weapon the players had was the god-slaying bullets. Especially now that the god-slaying bullets had been upgraded to the 3rd generation, their lethality was astonishing. Even gods below grade B would find it difficult to withstand them, not to mention the divers, who were servant-level supernatural creatures. Basically, as long as they were shot, they would lose their combat power. However, the problem was that there were simply too many of these monsters, as if there was no end to them. At first, the players had an absolute advantage, but soon, casualties began to appear. At the same time, the man in the flowery shirt had no choice but to remind the deep-sea hunters to be careful with their bullets. Although the Guardian had spent a lot of blood this time and provided a considerable number of god-slaying bullets, the average number of bullets on each ship was not as many as they had imagined. Moreover, the plan this time was to deal with the Lord of Lalinia. The bullets only played a restraining role. At the current rate of consumption of the god-slaying bullets, it was very likely that they would not last more than 15 minutes. When some players heard the man in the flowery shirt's warning, they decisively lowered their firing rate and began to pursue shooting accuracy. At the same time, they also used other weapons to assist in battle. However, it was not that most players did not understand the consequences of running out of God-Slayer's bullets. It was just that at this moment, they had enemies all around them. If they did not shoot desperately, they would die. In this situation, even if they wanted to save bullets, they couldn't do it. Qian 1111 took the sword thrown by the man in the flowery shirt. The sword this time was different from the bamboo sword used in the previous training. It was forged from high-carbon steel. Moreover, the blade was opened. As Qian 1111 raised the sword and swung it down, a deep diver was pierced through by her. Following that, Qian 1111's gaze quickly swept across the surroundings and moved towards a small team that was in a more urgent situation. Of the 6-man team, 3 people had already died in battle. Among the remaining 3 people, 2 of them were injured. They were only struggling to hold on, but their bullets were about to run out. Fortunately, Qian 1111 arrived in time and cleanly cut down the 5 deep divers that surrounded them. Then, she threw the magazine on her body to them. Without waiting for the 3 of them to thank her, however, Qian 1111 had already brandished the high-carbon steel sword in her hand once again to meet the next deep diver. On the other side, the man in the flowery shirt had also gone crazy from killing. Wherever the 2 of them passed, no one could stop them. Not a single deep diver could get close to them. Other than them, there were also other players with special abilities who had unleashed their might one after another. At one point, they had managed to turn the tide of the situation that was leaning towards the deep diver. However, as time passed, the number disadvantage of the players had been magnified. Facing the monsters that were almost impossible to kill in the surroundings, even the strongest person could not help but feel a trace of despair. Chapter 1408. First requirement. Faced with the 2 monsters pouncing on her from both sides, Qian 1111 first retreated half a step, leaving enough space for herself. Then, she waved the high-carbon steel sword in her hand, and in the next moment, the heads of the 2 monsters were cut off. After dealing with the enemy in front of her, Qian 1111 cut off the hind leg of a diver lying on the battery. However, when she stabbed at a larger diver with barnacles on its body, which looked like a leader, she missed. Qian 1111 immediately realized that it was just her hallucination. She wiped the rain off her face, took a breather during the battle, and looked elsewhere. At this moment, the battle on the deck was still going on. There were corpses everywhere. The players had already given up most of the space. The people who were still alive gathered spontaneously in front of the lower deck stairs. They were blocking the onslaught of those monsters. Qian 1111 also saw the man in the flowery shirt. The latter was still fighting at the forefront. Just like her, his clothes were also soaked through by the heavy rain. The blood on the high-carbon steel sword seemed as if it would never be washed clean. There were at least a dozen corpses of deep-diving players beside him. All of them were killed with one sword strike. Other than that, there were also the corpses of human players. In order to let a guy who had his neck bitten off suffer less torture, the man in the flowery shirt had no choice but to end the pain for him in advance. After pulling out his sword, he seemed to have sensed something. He looked back at where Qian 1111 was and smiled at her. Even though the situation had reached such a critical stage, the man in the flowery shirt still did not change his previous promiscuous temperament. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could make him feel afraid. However, immediately after, Qian 1111's expression changed abruptly. She saw that the mass behind the man in the flowery shirt was crawling with divers. They were densely packed, just like bees resting in a beehive. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, they seemed to have received a signal and jumped down from the mast together. Their target was precisely the man in the flowery shirt. In the face of absolute numbers, skill was completely meaningless. The teammates beside the man in the flowery shirt also realized the danger and were desperately shooting, trying to stop these monsters that fell from the sky. However, even if they emptied their magazines in just a few seconds, there was a limit to the number of monsters that they could kill. Seeing that the man in the flowery shirt was already dead, the next moment, the deck suddenly shone with a golden light. Then, the half-man, half-fish, and half-frog monsters were like remote-controlled airplanes that had their batteries cut off. They fell straight down from the sky like dumplings. Logically speaking, with the speed and agility of the man in the flowery shirt, he should be able to avoid these deep divers who had lost the ability to move. However, the moment the golden light appeared, his head seemed to have been hit by something and he lost consciousness. Then, he was unable to dodge in time and was pressed down by a falling deep diver. In fact, he was not the only one. The rest of the people on the ship were also affected by the soul attacks, but the degree of the attacks was either light or heavy. The person who caused all of this, Qian 1111, could no longer hold the small scale in her hand and directly knelt on one knee on the ground. The Justice Scale's AoE skill, Evil Judgment, had always treated everyone equally, including her as a user. If it had been her before she went to the valley, it would not have been a big problem. But now, she, the balance of Justice's judgment, seemed to feel that she had committed a grave sin. In addition, her mind had been messed up by the sudden hallucination. Now that she had been hit by Evil Judgment, her entire head seemed to be about to explode. In her daze, Qian 1111 only saw a few players who had recovered the fastest pull the man in the flowery shirt out from under the body of the deep diver. The man in the flowery shirt's face was covered in blood, and he was quickly sent to the cabin below. The other players probably felt that the deck could not take it anymore and supported each other as they retreated. In this kind of chaotic situation, no one noticed Qian 1111 kneeling on the other side. Perhaps someone noticed her, but pretended not to see her. Qian 1111 wanted to get up by herself and retreat to the cabin with the other players. However, she had a terrible headache right now and could not even move a finger. In the next moment, a huge wave landed on the deck. Qian 1111's body was also sent flying. Her head hit an unknown place, and then her vision went black and she completely lost consciousness. Qian 1111 thought she was dead. After all, if she was unconscious at this time, whether it was being targeted by the half-human, half-fish, and half-frog monsters or falling into the sea, there was basically no chance of survival. However, when she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a lifeboat. Not far from her, the deep-sea hunter's battleship was sinking bit by bit, leaving only a tilted bow on the surface of the water, and the surface was crawling with divers, as if they were vowing who was the master of this area of the sea. Qian 1111 subconsciously reached to her side, trying to find her high-carbon steel sword, but she found nothing. A voice came from behind her. "It's over." Qian 1111 turned her head and saw the figure smoking at the stern of the ship. She was no stranger to that person because she had dealt with him many times at the game point before. The bartender's wine was very strange, and she was famous among the players. After the battle in the valley, her other identity was no longer a secret. Qian 1111 asked the bartender, "Why did you save me? You should know that I'm the same as the others on that ship. I'm here to kill him." "Just you guys? Stop dreaming." Hydra exhaled and looked at the sunken ship in the distance. She shook her head and said, "You guys can't even force me to do anything. A group of deep divers wiped us out, not to mention him." Qian 1111 was silent. As if she knew what she was thinking, Hydra continued, "Don't count on the others. I know that you came on 7 ships this time, but unfortunately, you're the last one left. Oh, and the gods. I've received the latest news. They finally decided to run away." "Run away? Where? How are they going to survive without humans?" Qian 1111 frowned. It said that a genius among them came up with a plan called the Garden of Eden. He planned to choose 900 newborn babies, half male and half female. Before their souls are contaminated, he will bring them to a place where we can't find them. They will wait for us to destroy the world and then destroy themselves. When everything is gone, they will return to this land. What is this, a 21st century version of Noah's Ark? Are the remaining billions of humans being left behind mercilessly by them? Qian 1111 found it hard to understand. Hydra, on the other hand, appeared very calm. Survival is the first need of all living things. Chapter 1409. The Departed Gods. When Apollo raised his head for the last time and looked at the red fireball above his head, he finally could not help but shed tears. Then, he played the lyre in his hand. Melodious and mournful music flowed out from his fingertips. The gods who heard the music stopped what they were doing. The youngest god among them had only been born less than a year ago. The oldest god had lived on this land for thousands of years. He had witnessed the prosperity and decline of countless civilizations. He had long become one with this land. However, now, he was forced to migrate in order to survive. He had become a rootless leaf. Many people's eyes welled up with tears when they thought of this. The group of gods who first proposed the Garden of Eden, led by Isis, were busy with the final phase of the work. They were selecting babies to be the tinder and arranging the construction tasks after they arrived in the new world. It was not an easy task to build human civilization from scratch. Moreover, there were many gods arriving in the new world, not only the old gods but also the new gods. How to balance the interests of all parties and reach an outcome that everyone was relatively satisfied with was even more difficult. At present, after countless intense negotiations and even reaching the point of restarting the war, both sides had finally made some concessions. In less than 3 months, they had barely reached an initial consensus. This was already an incredible speed, because just 3 months ago, both sides were still in a state of war. In fact, if it wasn't for the external threat of Chulhu, the new and old gods who were already at the top would never be able to reach any agreement at the negotiation table. In the end, Zeus and the god of science shook hands with each other, signifying that a fragile balance had finally been reached within the gods. And the next step was the collective migration. This was a large project that had already begun a month ago. The first to enter was a group of relatively weak gods, as they were most worried about being contaminated by Chulhu, followed by slightly stronger gods. Until today, only the last group of passengers was left. However, just as Apollo and the other gods were reminiscing about their last moments on this piece of land, an uninvited guest that had not appeared before suddenly appeared in front of the gods. The god of time, Kronos. Compared to 3 months ago, he looked much older. Please reading on NEWN0V Del.0 G'd his eyes were filled with anger, and he no longer had the calmness he had before. He strode towards the man in a suit with a tie and an exaggerated moustache. The latter was still standing slightly further away from the other gods. He was leisurely feeding the birds with bread crumbs, as if he did not hear Apollo's sad music. It was not until Kronos stood in front of him. "Long time no see, Kronos," the man with the moustache greeted. I hope you can get rid of that bad habit of eating sweets as soon as possible. Chrono sneered. Enjoy yourself. Where is Game? I want to see him. The bearded man sighed. Why are you all looking for Game? He's so big, I don't care where he goes. Your tricks can fool others, but they can't fool me, Chrono said coldly. I know what Zhongheng was doing in the mountains for the past 2 weeks. Yes, I heard that you were there as well. In order to ensure that your long-prepared plan could be carried out smoothly, you've been keeping an eye on him to ensure that nothing unexpected happens. When he's desperate, he'll have no choice but to accept your request for a blood transfusion, the man with the mustache said. You're still as shrewd and calculating as ever, and you're filled with patience and caution. Unfortunately, you've forgotten one thing. Humans are different from us. They've always been unpredictable. Chronos completely ignored what the man with the mustache was saying and only repeated, I know what he has been doing in the mountains for the past 2 weeks. He is playing games. He used the game console he got from the proxy war. There is a game called Endless Journey on it. Game is inside. He used that game console to contact the missing Game, right? Chronos stared at the mustached man's eyes, as if he was trying to read the answer. However, the mustached man only stroked his beard and said, I can understand your feelings, Chronos. No matter who it is, they spend 18 years preparing a dish, but in the end, they still feel angry when they don't get to eat it. Many people think that I'm crazy for daring to have designs on the master of the city under the ice, but in my opinion, you and Game are the real madmen. I admit that I'm coveting his power, but at least I'm not crazy enough to let him out. It's entirely your and Game's fault that things have developed to this point. Guess what the other gods will think if I tell them about this? In reality, when Kronos suddenly appeared in front of the man with the mustache, many of the gods' attention was drawn to the two of them. However, they were unable to eavesdrop for the time being. The man with the mustache shrugged, but as if he hadn't heard the threat in the God of Time's words, he said softly, Kronos, you need to take a good rest. Don't let your imagination run wild. However, the God of Time remained unmoved. I admit that I've lost this round. From the moment the Lord of Riye descended into Zhongheng's body, I've lost completely. I've lost completely, and there's no way I can turn the tables. So now, I just need an answer. What answer? What kind of trick are you playing? Why are you so sure that Game and I are playing a trick? The bearded man asked with interest. Game has always hoped that the new god and the old god could get along peacefully, but this time, everyone knows that the war between the two camps is inevitable, and even he can't mediate. In the end, because of the arrival of the Lord of Linia, the new god and the old god suddenly have a common enemy, and they have no choice but to work together again. The war has just begun, and it ended in a way that no one expected. The current outcome might be difficult for the others, but for you, it just so happens that the price is too high. Moreover, do you really treat the other gods as fools? We don't treat the other gods as fools. The mustached man shook his head. Finally, he did not avoid the question of the God of Time and sighed, Kronos, your intelligence is top-notch among both the new and old gods. The only regret is that it's a little too small. This is probably why you still can't understand Game. Chapter 14:10. The area was closed for the time being. I may not know Game, but I know Zhongheng well, Kronos said. He's not the kind of person who would be easily manipulated by others. Since he rejected my proposal, there's no reason for him to accept Game's arrangement, let alone kill himself. What kind of bargaining chip did you give him? We didn't give him any bargaining chips, the man with the mustache said. This is his story, and he should be the one writing it. The others in the story, including Game and I, are just supporting characters. I don't want to play any more riddles with you. Kronos shook his head and said, I'll go tell the other gods what you've done. This Garden of Eden project sounds full of conspiracies. The people in the past have lost contact, and who knows where they went. The mustached man looked very innocent. Isis and the others chose the place. She picked a tulip and placed it on a mountain that no one could find. She used it as a foundation to create a pure land that was enough for us to survive until the end of the world. However, the prerequisite is to completely cut off their connection to the outside world. Don't mention Isis to me. We all know what kind of person that woman is. As long as the price is enough, she can betray anyone. Kronos sneered. The man with the mustache spread his hands and made a gesture that I couldn't do anything about. No matter what other people choose, I won't go to that so-called Garden of Eden, Kronos said resolutely. He was about to say something else, but at that moment, the music of Apollo, the sun god, suddenly stopped. Then, as if someone had pressed the pause button, all the actions of the god stopped at that moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on the figure who had appeared at the dock. In the end, the supreme limited edition wine glass of the god of luxury goods slid down from her hand and fell to the ground. The sound of the glass shattering was particularly ear-piercing in the deathly silence. The god of luxury goods' face instantly turned pale. She opened her mouth and said with a terrified expression, "No, don't choose me." However, before she could finish her sentence, her head exploded like the glass wine cup from before. Blood and brain matter covered the lawn like a wild oil painting. It was only then that the other gods finally reacted. The group of gods led by Apollo roared as they took out their weapons. The weaker gods had different reactions. Some of them wanted to fight, while others wanted to flee in all directions. The scene instantly became chaotic, as if it was a concert with gunmen. Kronos no longer had the time to question the bearded man. He immediately paused time, wanting to escape in the world of time freeze. Please reading on NEWN 0V, Del.0G. However, there were quite a few gods present. Using time freeze at this time was already a risky thing to do. However, he had only paused for less than 2 seconds, and this still world was already showing signs of collapsing. Technically speaking, powerful gods like Apollo and Ars were not completely frozen. It was just that the flow of time around them had slowed down. However, what truly frightened Kronos was the direction of the pier. Jongheng was not bothered by time freeze at all. He was completely at ease. Only then did Kronos remember that he still had a large portion of his ability on the other party. It was not easy to go back on the agent contract, thus, until now, Kronos hadn't been able to retrieve that portion of his power. It could be said that he had suffered a great loss this time. He had failed to steal the chicken, and instead, he had lost half of his old life. In the current situation, Kronos had only stayed in the world of time freeze for less than 3 seconds before taking the initiative to retreat. He didn't want to become a target like the god of luxury goods. His wise decision had allowed him to escape successfully. Jongheng was already looking at him. However, as the flow of time in the surroundings returned to normal, Jongheng's gaze was once again attracted by a goddess who was about to escape into the forest. However, this way, Kronos would not be able to escape as he wished. Along with Ars, the god of science and the others took the initiative to welcome Jongheng. Isis and the man with the mustache were also busy gathering other gods to enter the mansion in Pluto. There was a door that led directly to the new world. At this point, no one was in the mood to reminisce about their homeland. No one expected the retreat to be so messy. Even their final dignity was trampled under someone's feet. This was no longer an orderly retreat, but a complete defeat. Especially when they saw countless densely packed black figures emerging from the sea and landing along the coastline. Then, they rushed toward them. Without even needing Isis to urge them, everyone sped up and ran toward the villa. They rushed to push open the door. Kronos' expression was very ugly. After all, he had just said that he would not go to the new world no matter what, but at the moment, he had no other way out except to push open the door with the others. Seeing that the divers had surrounded the villa, and even the fastest among them had reached the lawn outside, Kronos knew that he could not drag this on any longer. He stamped his foot. Finally, he entered the door behind Amon. The moment he pushed the door open, he was greeted by a dazzling white light. Kronos, who was trying his best to open his eyes wide, could not see the scene behind the door clearly. When his eyes adapted to the environment again, he found himself standing in a place that looked like an airport waiting hall. However, he could not see the runway or the plane outside the window. There was only a fog-like darkness there. Standing with him were the gods who had just entered. Everyone's faces were filled with confusion. It was obvious that this place was far from the new world they had heard about in the tulips. Most of them had not been able to figure out the current situation, and after they had searched around, they found that Isis, who had entered with them, had also disappeared. After all, Isis was the only person here who could explain to them exactly what had happened. However, everyone present was a god with a name. After a small commotion, the gods began to explore this building that looked like an airport terminal on their own, hoping to find some clues. However, Kronos did not join them. He just stood at the side and sneered. Unlike the other gods who were still in the dark, the god of time was now certain that this so-called new world of Eden was definitely the work of Game and the man with the mustache. As expected, not long after, someone cried out in surprise. It was Hercules. He punched a pillar in the middle of the hall, but the pillar soon returned to its original state. At the same time, on the other side, the tarot card god, who was about to push open the door and walk out, heard a mysterious voice. Sorry, this area is not open for the time being. Chapter 14:11. Game compensation. For months ago, in the valley. In his new home, Zhongheng tried to start the engine that had been removed from the Polo to recharge the battery. Then, he took out a PS4 Pro from his luggage. This PS4 Pro was the prize he had won in the first round of the proxy war. It was limited to the top 50. However, there was nothing special about the machine itself. It was exactly the same as the one available on the market. The only difference was that there was a pre-installed game called Endless Journey. Zhongheng connected the PS4 Pro to the battery. The game god, Game, had disappeared more than a month ago. However, Zhongheng still remembered what Game had said to him when they first met in the Chernobyl dungeon. It was also the last time they met. Game had told him that if he wanted to contact him, he could use the PS4 Pro. Without the other party's PSN account, there was no doubt that the contact information that Game was referring to was hidden in the game called Endless Journey. In fact, recently, Zhongheng would play this Xinxia game whenever he was free. Although the game process was surprisingly long and deserved the name Endless Journey, Zhongheng himself had 24 hours more than the average person. After such a long time, he was finally close to clearing the game. On the first night he arrived at his new home, Zhongheng had completely cleared the game. However, other than the words "Congratulations on clearing the game," he received nothing. Zhongheng put down the controller and moved his fingers and waist. After a moment of contemplation, he stood up and ate something. Then, he opened the game again and started playing the second week's game. Zhongheng had already realized that this was not a single-ending game. Perhaps the ending that he had played in the first week's game was not the correct answer. Therefore, Zhongheng deliberately made the opposite choice in the second week's game. Previously, he had chosen the path of immortals, but this time, he chose the path of demons. Compared to the path of immortals, the path of demons was much simpler. There were not so many complicated main storyline quests, and the main storyline was mainly focused on combat. It was fine as long as he hacked all the way to the end. In addition, even though his level was cleared to 0, however, one piece of equipment from the first week could be inherited. The godly equipment that Zhongheng had fought hard for half an hour against the boss finally came in handy. Other than that, he had also unlocked more powerful skills and characters. Therefore, even though the difficulty of the second week's time had increased, it was still within an acceptable range. However, after clearing the demonic path, other than receiving the same congratulatory words, Zhongheng still could not find any clues related to game. Zhongheng was not in a hurry to open the third week's time. Other than the fact that he was already a little pressed for time, it was also because he began to realize that his previous train of thought in solving the problem might not have been correct. At this time, it had been a week since he entered the mountain. His nightmares hadn't stopped every night, and his mental state was getting worse and worse. Even at the most optimistic estimate, he would only be able to hold on for another 10 days. Furthermore, Zhongheng didn't think that other people and gods would give him so much time, so he knew that he only had one more chance to play. If he wanted to continue with his plan, he had to find game first. Zhongheng boiled a pot of hot water and made a bowl of instant noodles to fill his stomach. Then, he started the game again. In the third week, Zhongheng did not bother with the main storyline. After he successfully created the character, he started to wander around the world. Zhongheng had already realized that the map for the previous 2 weeks was very special. It wasn't unlocked along with the storyline. In other words, as long as you were willing, you could reach any corner of the world. Of course, there was also the possibility of being instantly sent home by the monsters there. However, after the first 2 weeks of the game, with Zhongheng's observation and memory, he could already remember the actions and attacks of most of the monsters, as well as their aggro radius. Therefore, even though he ran around the map, very few of them were sent home. After throwing away the constraints of the quest, Zhongheng walked a considerable distance on the endless journey map this time. Finally, he found what he was looking for in a small fishing village near the East Sea. The sun was setting, and the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the surface of the sea orange. A fisherman wearing a straw cape sat motionlessly on the fishing boat. From the back, it looked quite artistic. However, when Zhongheng controlled his character to circle in front of him, all the artistic conception he had before was destroyed. Then, Zhongheng realized that he had also entered the game and replaced his level 6 trumpet character. "You're too much of a fool." Zhongheng jumped up from another fishing boat. In front of him, Game had woven a simple stand and placed the fishing rod on it. From there, he successfully freed his hands and could hold a GBA. This was the second-generation portable game console released by Nintendo in 2001. Although it only had a shelf life of 5.5 years, its sales were very impressive. It could be said that it was the birthday present that every boy dreamed of at that time. Zhongheng glanced at the screen and realized that Game was still playing Pokemon. Game saw that Zhongheng had also paused the game in his hands and said, "Congratulations on finding me in the 3rd week." He did not immediately ask Zhongheng why he had come, nor did he rush to discuss the situation outside. The first question was, "What do you think of my game?" Zhongheng told the truth. "The graphics are excellent, the attack is perfect, and the operation is smooth. I haven't encountered any bugs yet, but the plot is mediocre, and the character creation isn't that interesting. Even though it's an open map, the degree of freedom isn't that great. It's far from the dungeon games I've played before. Logically speaking, if it wasn't for finding you, I wouldn't have had the interest to play until the 3rd week." Game nodded. "This is also the situation of us gods." "What situation?" "We have great power, but we cannot escape the path of fate. To put it simply, the degree of freedom is still too low." Game put down the GBA in his hand. "In comparison, you humans are like new characters in the game. Although the starting point is very low, it is full of growth. Later on, experience and choices will carve you into different shapes. I don't have many choices. Not long after I was born, my life was arranged by different people," Zhongheng said calmly. "But you still came here," Game said. "The main side quests in this world have already been written, but you still found this fishing village that has nothing to do with any quests. So, tell me, what do you want from me? I found a bug for you in the Chernobyl dungeon. You said you wanted to compensate me, but I didn't want anything back then. Now I know what I want." "What do you want?" "Let's be clear, I can't solve your problem," Game said. "After all, I'm not omnipotent." "Don't worry, what I want is very simple," Zhongheng said without hesitation. "I want to play another round of the game." Chapter 14:12. Round 11 of the game. "You want to play another round of the game?" Game raised his eyebrows. "But the proxy war has ended, and the game has been closed by the organizing committee. But you're the god of the game, so you should have a way to restart it, right? That game is the most outstanding work I've made so far." "No, strictly speaking, it's not my work alone. It's the result of the joint efforts of a group of gods. In order to build that almost real game world, everyone has contributed," Game said. Finally, he decided not to stand on ceremony anymore. He changed the topic and nodded. "Yes, you're right. Even so, I can still restart it. However, it will consume a lot of my energy. Normally, it's fine. I basically just stay at home and play games. It doesn't matter how much energy I have, but Chulu will wake up from its underwater palace and use your body to descend into this world. Although I don't like to meddle in other people's business, I can't watch him destroy the world. I won't let him destroy the world, Zhonghang said. How confident are you? 40%, Zhonghang said after some thought. 40% isn't a number that people can trust. Game side. Or you can choose to kill me now. If you succeed, you'll have a 100% chance, Zhonghang said calmly. Game shook his head. This goes against the game style that I've always advocated. If everyone's first choice when facing a high-difficulty game is to cheat and take shortcuts, then naturally, they won't be able to fully enjoy the joy of conquering the game. Zhonghang was not surprised by this answer. This was one of the reasons why he had made up his mind to look for game. Zhonghang had long realized that the god of games had always placed more importance on the game process than the game results. Therefore, during the 3 weeks of endless journey, when Zhonghang decided to give up on the pursuit of a perfect ending, he was able to meet game again in this small fishing village. As expected, the game god before him did not hesitate for long before reaching out a hand. 40% then. Since you've chosen the game route, enjoy the fun of the strategy. I will. Zhonghang shook hands with game. Thank you. You're welcome. This is the game compensation I promised you. Game waved his hand. Then, he paused and asked, have you decided what dungeon you want to go to? I can help you with that too. No need. I've already chosen a dungeon, Zhonghang said. I only have one request. No matter what era the dungeon is in, I want a working computer in it. Game looked at Zhonghang after hearing this weird suggestion. Then, without further question, he picked up the GBA in his hand again. Your 11th round of the game will start at 11:55 p.m. tonight. Be prepared in advance. After turning off the PS4 Pro, Zhonghang looked at the starfish in his hand. There was less than 15 minutes left until 11:55 p.m. He stood up to stretch his wrists and ankles. Then, he walked to his travel bag and took out a USB flash drive. Name, Edward's USB flash drive. Rarity, F. Function, when plugged into the computer, your IP can never be traced. This USB flash drive was a small gadget that Zhonghang had obtained from the leaker's dungeon. It was only of F grade. Although its function was still quite useful, it had always been the icing on the cake. Before this, it had not appeared much. However, this time, Zhonghang put it into his pocket first. Following that, Zhonghang took out some small items that were relatively small and easy to carry. As for the battle-type items that he had always relied on, such as Paris's arrow, hidden scabbard, and plague bone bow, Zhonghang didn't take any of them. This was because Zhonghang knew very well that Kronos must be somewhere nearby, keeping an eye on him. Zhonghang didn't want Kronos to know that he had entered this round of the game. The next item he took out was the immunity crystal. This D-grade item had 2 uses left. Zhonghang hadn't used it since he tried it out, so he could save it for tonight. It would help him get through tonight's nightmare. This way, he wouldn't be plagued by nightmares in the next dungeon, and he would be able to focus on the game. The last thing Zhonghang took out was a pen. This pen was given to him by a bearded man who looked like Conan Doyle in the deduction dungeon. However, after the appraisal, it turned out that it was not a prop. However, this time, Zhonghang chose to carry this pen with him when he entered the dungeon. At 11:49, Zhonghang made all the preparations. Lying on the bed, he fell asleep as usual. Then, the nightmare attacked him, but immediately after, the immunity crystal in his hand emitted a soft white light. It wrapped around his soul and floated all the way to a white room. However, this time, Zhonghang did not stay in the white room for too long. Soon, the familiar feeling of dizziness came over him. Player identification verified. Verified. Random 11th round of dungeon selection for player 07958, detected player's pen with special keepsake Conan Doyle. Will link player to designated dungeon. Link completed. The current dungeon is a literary salon. You are a newbie writer who has just made a name for yourself. You have successfully published your first novel, received a few small awards and the approval of some professional book critics. You have also gained a group of readers who like you. Just when you were feeling smug about your achievements and couldn't wait to go all out, you received a letter from a mysterious club. The owner of the club invited you to join their salon. At first, you were a little hesitant, but your curiosity soon overcame the uneasiness of the unknown. You decided to join their salon to take a look. Mission objective: defeat all the opponents and win the Salon Story Club. Mode: single player. Time flow: 2,400. 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 100 days in the game. After 500 days, players will be forced to return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. Zhongheng knew that he had guessed correctly when he heard the system notification. The pen had played its role, but the contents of the dungeon still surprised him. Zhongheng originally thought that he would meet Conan Doyle with a mustache. Zhongheng had already planned to follow him to hone his writing skills. However, when he really heard the dungeon's description, he realized that this dungeon was even more lively than he had imagined. However, it would be even more difficult to clear the dungeon. Chapter 14-13. Salon. Zhongheng opened his eyes and found himself in a slightly dim alley. At the end of the road was a small brick-like building that was tall on both sides. It looked to be quite old. Zhongheng could only infer from the construction materials and style that this was a post-19th century building. He was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he looked around and saw pedestrians passing by the alley in a hurry, vendors selling cigarettes, and the grocery store across the street. Just as he was about to continue looking, suddenly, there was the sound of thunder in the sky, signaling that a storm was coming. Zhongheng didn't stay where he was. Finally, he made his way to the small brick building. The building was much quieter than Zhongheng had imagined. There was only orange light coming through the door, and there wasn't much noise. Zhongheng knocked on the door. A moment later, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler poked his head out of the door. "How can I help you?" "I've received an invitation to join the salon." Zhongheng paused. He looked past the middle-aged man to the living room behind him and realized that it was empty. There were no guests. "Sorry, am I early?" "No," the middle-aged man smiled. "The salon has already started, but it's not here." "Can I see your pledge?" "Pledge?" Zhongheng frowned slightly. On the way here, he had already checked his pockets. Other than the props that he had brought with him, he did not find anything else. However, Zhongheng quickly thought of something. He took out Conan Doyle's pen. The butler took the pen, put on his glasses, and looked at it carefully. "Please reading on NEWN 0V, L.0G." Then, he handed it back to Zhongheng respectfully with both hands. "Welcome to the House of Geniuses. Please follow me." Zhongheng followed the butler-like middle-aged man into the house. Then, the two of them walked through the living room and into the courtyard. The butler-like middle-aged man opened a dark cellar that looked like the kind of cellar used by the main character in horror movies when the main character was imprisoned. Then, he made a gesture of invitation. "Are you serious?" Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. "Don't look at me." Bluffing and dramatizing have always been the author's favorite. The butler-like middle-aged man shrugged. "To be honest, I've never really understood this kind of evil taste." Hearing that, Zhongheng looked at the big iron lock at his feet again. There were some red stains that looked like blood stains on it. "Don't worry, the paint made from ochre." "Very impressive," Zhongheng commented. Without hesitation, he strode in. It had to be said that although the atmosphere in front of the cellar door was scary, the environment inside was actually not bad. It was slightly damp, but the air was clear. Other than the smell of soil, there was no strange smell. For a tunnel, there was nothing more one could ask for. The two of them walked for about 5 minutes before the terrain began to rise again. Then, the middle-aged man, who looked like a butler, stopped in front of an iron ladder and handed the oil lamp in his hand to Zhongheng for safekeeping. He pushed the cover of the well above his head open. At this time, raindrops had already fallen from the sky. The two of them returned to the street from underground. Just as they climbed out, Zhongheng saw a carriage by the roadside. The middle-aged man, who looked like a butler, took the oil lamp back from Zhongheng's hand. "I can only accompany you here. Next, Martin will send you to the salon." "Martin? Is this a joke from The Adventures of a Goose? What about you? I didn't ask for your name before." "Can't sail." The middle-aged man, who looked like a butler, smiled and then bowed again. "I sincerely wish that your thoughts will flow like a fountain every day. 20,000 miles under the sea, as expected." "Thank you." After bidding farewell to Conseil, Zhongheng boarded the carriage. When he closed the door, the coachman, Martin, also grabbed the reins in his hands. The moment Zhongheng got on the carriage and smelled the fragrance of jasmine, he began to feel drowsy. However, this kind of drowsiness was different from inhaling a large amount of anesthetic. Zhongheng knew that he could wake up at any time. This was more like a pastime that he had prepared because he was worried that his journey would be too boring. Therefore, Zhongheng also relaxed his body. He leaned his head against the carriage and took a short nap. After an unknown period of time, the carriage stopped again. This time, it stopped on a lawn. Martin opened the door for Zhongheng. What appeared in front of Zhongheng was a huge mansion. This mansion was built halfway up the mountain, and it took up an astonishing amount of land. Zhongheng only took a quick glance, and all he saw was a garden, a swimming pool, a forest, and even a golf course. This time, standing in front of the door to greet him was a female housekeeper, but she was exceptionally short. She was less than 4 feet tall, petite, and had pointy ears, but she had a pair of big feet. She moved without making a sound. A name immediately appeared in Zhongheng's mind. Hobbit. This was a fantasy race created by the English writer and poet Tolkien in his novel, The Lord of the Rings. "It seems that you have recognized my origin, the most expensive guest," the female hobbit butler said. "I just don't know how to address you." Without waiting for Zhongheng to speak, she added, "There's no need to tell me your real name. Everyone here uses their pen names or the names of the characters in their books." Zhongheng. The female hobbit butler revealed a surprised expression. "Actually, I'm preparing a novel." "This is the name of the protagonist of my new novel," Zhongheng said lightly. "Then I'm sure you'll find a lot of inspiration here," the female hobbit butler said as she opened the door behind her. This time, before entering the door, Zhongheng heard a chaotic sound coming from inside. "If you ask me, every popular novel is a book. They're all dogshit*T. The author of the popular novel is the dog that produces *T. The only thing they know how to do is to wag their tails and ingratiate themselves with the public's terrible aesthetic and abnormal appreciation. It's because of them that the threshold of this industry has been lowered infinitely," a resounding male voice said. "I don't agree, Mr. Bastard. The purpose of our writing is not to be enemies with the public. I don't deny that some of the excellent works of the superhero were seriously underestimated at that time. However, you can't hate the authors who earn money just because you didn't earn much money when you were alive," a strong female voice said. "No doubt, I'm talking about you, Professor McGonagall, and you and all that writing just proves it." Chapter 14:14. Argument. Zhongheng initially thought that he would be surrounded by people as soon as he entered the room. However, he did not expect that other than the few people who had noticed him, the rest of the people did not react at all and continued to do their own things. The argument in the room had reached its climax. Zhongheng had already recognized a certain fantasy best-selling female writer who had spoken earlier. However, her opponent, Zhongheng, did not know the background of a redneck man who was giving pointers. He was dressed like a poet or novelist who was active in the 17th or 18th century. In addition, a man with a full beard and a slicked-back hair joined the debate. He was also standing opposite the female author. "I've read your novel. Forgive me for being blunt, but I couldn't bear to read it after only 3 chapters. I believe that no matter what kind of writing should be based on one's own life experience, because only reality can move people. Before I wrote Moby Dick, I was a seaman on the sea for 4 years, and I even went out to sea with the whaling ship. I watched those strong men who made a living on the sea, and watched them how to overcome their fate and how to deal with the storm. From then on, I made up my mind to write a story about them, but the man with a full beard lowered his voice. The response of this book was average at that time. I guess no matter what era it was, people like to read those strange and ordinary stories. My story also originated from my own life. I just put a layer of magic on it. I believe Mr. Gandalf will agree with me. The woman turned her eyes to an old man with a slim figure. He was looking for an ally with a head full of white hair. As expected, the old man said, fantasy is a kind of literary theme. Behind the absurd story at the beginning, there is also the true feelings of the creator. He seemed to have thought of something and sighed. He poured himself another glass of red wine. But still, the entertainment value is greater than the artistic value, another voice said. It was a man with a Jewish appearance. He had big eyes, high nose bridge, deep eye sockets, and long thin ears, making him look a little like a vampire. I don't care about the readability of the article, because my work is first and foremost to allow me to explore the value and meaning of life. As for whether other people can read it or not, what does it have to do with me? My first teacher always told me to tell a story with a beginning and an end, with a time and place, and clear values, but to be honest, I don't care about that kind of thing at all. I agree to use cross-dressing and absurd writing techniques reasonably, but this kind of thing is not used to give the general public silver. That sounds too arrogant. The woman frowned. But geniuses are arrogant to begin with. The Jewish man spread his hands. Just as everyone was in a heated argument, someone finally noticed Zhongheng, who had just walked in. That's great. There's a new face here. He should be a newcomer to the salon. We should ask him what he thinks. Go ahead, I don't care anyway, yawned an American man who was curled up on the sofa, puffing and puffing as he hugged a girl who was dressed like a hippie. However, other than him, there were still a lot of people waiting for Zhongheng's answer. Even though he knew that his words would cause a lot of people to scoff at him, Zhongheng did not hesitate. He had already thought of an answer to this question before entering the dungeon. I want to write a book that everyone likes to read and that can quickly become popular. Boring. This child has gone astray. This is too polite. It should be said that he is beyond redemption. Another piece of sh*t. Who invited him? The rookies nowadays are too utilitarian. Some people immediately shook their heads. They looked like they were in pain, as if Zhongheng had done something heinous. However, there were also a few people who found Zhongheng pleasing to the eye. Well said. I think this young man's wish is not bad. No one has ever said that popularity is wrong. Don't forget that even if you guys are stubborn, your works will become popular after you die. Zhongheng was already mentally prepared for this. If this was a traditional game, this would probably be a lineup selection event. After the lineup was established, the favorability of the people in the same lineup would increase. On the other hand, the favorability of the opposing players would drop drastically. Of course, there were also players who wanted to be able to mingle on both sides. When faced with such a situation, they could play tricks and ride down the wall. If they were able to do it well, the favorability of both sides would not drop. However, this was not necessary for Zhongheng because he was not lying. What he said before was his truth. If you want to talk about the popularity of novels, you can come to me. I'm staying in room 207, the fantasy best-selling female writer said enthusiastically. She paused for a moment and then said mysteriously, "Are you free tomorrow morning? I can introduce you to someone. He is the greatest writer in the history of mankind. Everyone knows him, and his plays are well known. Until a few hundred years later, every novel we write has a shadow of his story." Even though Professor McGonagall did not name the person, Zhongheng already knew who she was referring to. William Shakespeare. Although there was always a saying that there was no first or second place in literature, Shakespeare could indeed be said to be the most influential author. If one could listen to Shakespeare personally explain the writing method of the novel, one would definitely benefit greatly, even if Shakespeare wrote those plays based on the market environment at the time and the preferences of the audience. However, the method had something in common. Furthermore, Shakespeare's plays had been around for hundreds of years. This was probably the true popularity of Shakespeare. Just as Zhong Heng was about to sit down and chat with the fantasy best-selling female author, the messy hall suddenly quieted down. Then, everyone's eyes gradually focused on the fireplace. The firewood inside had unknowingly started to burn and crackle. Zhong Heng noticed the excitement on the fantasy best-selling author's face. She sat up straight and said to Zhong Heng, "It's here, it's about to start." "What's about to start?" "The monthly Salon story gathering." The fantasy best-selling author blinked. "The winner will be able to meet the owner of this place, have dinner with him, and then get the right to leave." "Leave this place?" "Of course. Although this place is very nice, with food and drink, and we can meet many masters, including the living and the dead, everyone will gather together and talk about it. Well, of course, sometimes we will also argue with each other like we did just now. After all, every author has their own characteristics and perseverance. If it's so easy to be convinced by others, then there's no need for us to do this line of work. However, no matter how good a place is, we will get tired of living in it for a long time." At this point, the female author seemed to have thought of something. "By the way, how's your writing?" Although it's hard to have a standard for this kind of thing, the owner of this place still managed to find a way to give everyone a grade. "I'm probably between LV2 and LV3. What about you?" Zhong Heng looked at his character interface. His writing skill was still LV0. "Looks like I'll be here for a while," Zhong Heng said. Chapter 14-15. The Story Club. As the name suggests, the Story Club was a place where people gathered to tell stories. However, at this moment, this mansion was filled with perhaps the best storytellers in the history of mankind. To stand out from this group of people, winning would not be any easier than mankind's first landing on the moon. In fact, even though Zhong Heng's fantasy best-selling female writer had become the most lucrative writer of the time due to a series of novels, she was already worth around £7 billion in the past 18 years. However, with her levels 3 writing skills, even if she wasn't at the bottom of the list, she would still be at the bottom of the list. From the looks of it, it would be impossible for her to leave this place. However, Zhong Heng noticed that the best-selling fantasy author was looking forward to it after the story started. Of course, you could interpret this as the confidence of every author. After all, her works were selling like hot cakes. Even if she didn't have confidence in herself at first, she was still a writer. Now, it was time for them to be nurtured by solid sales data. However, when this episode of the story really began, Zhong Heng finally knew where the confidence of the fantasy best-selling female author came from. The Hobbit housekeeper walked to the fireplace and bowed to the writers in the room. "Welcome to this month's story party. Before the story begins, I would like to introduce a new friend to everyone." The Hobbit housekeeper paused for a moment before turning to look somewhere else. Zhong Heng, he's a rising star in the literary world. His published novels have been well received by readers and critics alike. The applause was low. Other than the fact that no one had heard of his name, Zhong Heng had already chosen a faction the moment he entered the room. At least half of the people in the room did not like him. Fortunately, the female author of the best-selling fantasy novel and the others clapped enthusiastically, so the atmosphere at the venue was not cold. The female Hobbit butler did not waste any more time. At the end of last month's story conference, the theme of this issue was announced. "I believe everyone has already prepared their own stories. So, who is willing to be the first to share?" Zhong Heng also understood. It turned out that every issue would have a theme, which would be announced in advance. Then, the writers would be able to use this as the theme for their stories for the next month. The advantage of using this kind of thesis approach to compete was that there was a greater chance of a surprise. It didn't mean that authors with good writing skills would necessarily win, because most authors had their own themes that they were good at. If they happen to encounter a theme that they are not good at, then the strong may also fail. On the other hand, like fantasy best-selling female writers, those who have weaker writing skills will have a greater chance of turning the tables when they encounter a suitable theme. For example, this eye-opening theme is obviously more inclined to test the author's imagination, and fantasy best-selling female writers are famous for this, so it is no wonder that she looks eager. However, she was not the first to go on stage. Instead, it was a Frenchman who looked a little like Mr. Bean. He wore a jacket and a leather hat on his head. He looked like he had just jumped out of the pilot's seat and was covered in dust. The pilot, who had a bit of melancholy in his eyes, told a strange story in the first person that he encountered on a flight mission. His story was not flowery, nor did it have any superb rhetorical skills. It was just plain English that even children could understand easily. However, everyone in the room was listening attentively and no one interrupted him. In their trance, they even had the illusion that there was a child soul living in the body of the adult. Otherwise, how could the story he told be so pure and pure? When the pilot left, many people were still immersed in his fairy tale. But at this time, a second person also walked up. Zhongheng estimated that there were about 100 writers in the hall on the first floor. If all 100 of them went up to tell the story, then the story would probably take at least half a month to end. However, according to the fantasy best-selling female writer, her story would only last for 3 days at most because not everyone was in a hurry to leave. After all, not everyone had billions of pounds lying in their bank accounts, especially those authors who did not have much money in their era and were not very rich. This place was quite comfortable. Other than not being able to leave, no matter if you wanted to drink, eat delicious food, exercise, or do multiplayer sports, you could be satisfied with anything you could think of. There were even people who had decided to stay here forever. Zhongheng saw a man in a shirt who exuded a tough aura sitting alone at the side, drinking alone, as if he had no interest in the story. The man seemed to have noticed Zhongheng's gaze. He exchanged a look with Zhongheng and raised the glass in his hand. When the story ended, the best-selling female author did not win as expected. The final winner was a Frenchman, but he was not the first pilot to go up. The latter lost by 1 point to his fellow countryman, who won the title of the story with a science fiction story. Zhongheng was not surprised by this. After all, when it came to science fiction, the prolific 19th-century French writer was a monument that could not be bypassed. The theme of the story was tailor-made for him. After the 12-member jury announced the winner, the Hobbit housekeeper came forward again, holding an envelope in her hand. As a result, the authors who had just been immersed in the sea of stories were immediately attracted by the small envelope. The Hobbit housekeeper did not keep them in suspense. She neatly opened the envelope and said, "The theme of the next story will be time." After saying that, she turned the letter over and showed it to everyone. For a time, some people were happy, while others were worried. Time could be said to be an eternal proposition in literary works. Many famous writers had created related works with the theme of time. However, the more conventional the theme was, the more difficult it was to write. Because there were too many good works from before, it was not easy to write new ideas. Many people were already racking their brains. However, Zhongheng did not have much of a reaction. The main reason was that with his level 0 writing skills, any theme would have nothing to do with him. Coincidentally, the tough guy who had been drinking alone on the other side stood up. He grabbed the leather jacket that he had just taken off and walked to Zhongheng. "Let's go." "Where are we going?" "Hunting. I know where the forest has the most prey." Chapter 14:16. A hunt. The tough man and Zhongheng were both very efficient. 15 minutes later, the two of them had entered the forest with their shark guns in their hands. When the tough man squatted down to study the footprints of the animals on the ground, Zhongheng asked, "Why me? Is it because I chose a popular novel?" "I don't care about that kind of boring stuff," the tough man shook his head. "I chose you because you look different from the nerds inside. You should know how to use a gun, but hunting requires a gun." Zhongheng found it hard to refute this reason, but after a pause, he said, "The first pilot should also know how to use a gun, so why not look for him?" "Him? I don't like him, just like I can tell that he doesn't like me either. To be more precise, he doesn't like all adults. Besides, don't look at how warm his story is, he's actually quite problematic here." The man pointed at his own head. Of course, if he hadn't been plagued by depression, he wouldn't have been able to write words that could heal people's hearts. Talent can sometimes be a form of torture, especially for people in our line of work. Most people have some mental problems, and I'm no exception. If I stay with him for too long, I'm afraid that I'll blow my head off with the shotgun in my hand. The tough man pulled his boots out of the mud and continued, "Besides, you're a newcomer here, so I'm guessing you'll accept my invitation." What the tough man meant was that no one who had stayed in this villa for long would accept his invitation to hunt. However, it made sense. How could a madman come out to hunt at night when the sky was already dark? Not to mention, it had just rained heavily today, so the forest was very muddy. The two of them walked on a small path, one deep and one shallow, following the trail left by an elk. At this time, Zhongheng had already confirmed the identity of the tough man. This was not difficult to guess, especially for someone like him who had excellent observation skills. Ernest Miller Hemingway. As an author who lived in the 20th century, Hemingway still left behind many photos. Although he had changed his hairstyle in the villa and shaved his beard, it couldn't be helped, his personality was still too strong. As a person who experienced the First World War, he had many military marks on him. In addition, he had been a war reporter, a boxer, a bullfighter, and was even rumored to have been recruited by the KGB as a spy. Unfortunately, he didn't have any talent in this field, and no valuable information had been leaked. In his life, he had survived several disasters, including a plane crash. In a sense, his life was even more legendary than the stories he had written. In the end, this alcoholic, the man who had experienced multiple wives, chose to commit suicide at the age of 62. Many of these experiences, Zhongheng could find evidence on his body, such as the scars left by the plane crash, and the impact of military and spy training on him, including the wedding ring on his finger. If he couldn't figure it out, then Zhongheng and Holmes had been living together at 221 Baker Street for so long. Hemingway held onto a string of twigs and looked at the bite marks on them carefully. His eyes showed a rare hint of excitement. Then, he drank the whiskey he carried with him and said in a low voice, "It's nearby." However, just as he was about to move forward under the moonlight, he heard Zhongheng's voice from behind him. "I'm here to accompany you on a hunt. How are you going to repay me?" "Repay?" Hemingway was stunned. "What do you mean by repay? We hunted together. Didn't you enjoy it too? I'm here for business, not to accompany you on a hunt. And to be honest, I'm not interested in hunting. Is it because your skill level is too low and you can't catch any valuable prey?" "No, it's the opposite. It's because my marksmanship is too good." "It's not difficult to shoot anything," Zhongheng said lightly. Hemingway didn't say anything, but his eyes had already betrayed what he was thinking. Zhongheng was too lazy to waste time with him. He used his actions to prove himself and raised the shotgun in his hand. Hemingway looked at the spot he was aiming at, but he couldn't see anything there. Even though there was moonlight tonight, it was sparse in the forest. The visibility wasn't good, so Hemingway wanted to take another look. However, the next moment, the sound of gunshots could be heard. Then, Hemingway saw something swaying in the grass. When the two of them walked up, the American tough guy noticed the elk lying in the grass. Having been on the battlefield more than once, he believed that there was nothing in this world that could surprise him. After all, in this world, other than life and death, everything else was a small matter. However, when he saw the scene before him, he could not help but widen his mouth. Hemingway himself was also a sharpshooter, but it was precisely because of this that he understood the difficulty of Zhongheng's shot. Under such visibility, and from such a distance, he ended up killing Zhongheng with one shot. "This? How did you do it? Could it be that you're the same as the housekeeper? Who wrote the character, the lone sharpshooter? Or the bionic man created by the guy who wrote the 3 Laws of Robotics? Unfortunately, I'm just a newbie writer who accepted the invitation to come to the villa." "Really? I've heard so many stories today, but if you want to say that it was an eye-opener, it's nothing compared to that shot you just took." As the tough man spoke, he squatted down and carefully observed the muzzle of the gun on the head of the elk. At the same time, he was mumbling something like, "This is too unbelievable. How about you teach me how to write and I'll teach you how to hunt?" Seeing that he had successfully piqued Hemingway's interest, Zhongheng put away his shotgun and said straightforwardly. However, the tough man shook his head when he heard that. I can't teach you how to write. After a pause, he added, don't get me wrong, I'm not discriminating against your fashion-oriented writing style. After all, my own novels are quite popular, but to be honest, I really don't know why they're popular. I'm just writing freely according to my own wishes. It's probably because humans have a lot of emotions in common, Zhongheng said. You're right. For example, loneliness. Whether it's rich or poor, from the princes and nobles to the poor and homeless, this is something that no one in the world can avoid, Hemingway said. I often feel that I'm too king lonely. This is also the reason why I've been drinking too much. I once desperately hoped to receive a letter from anyone, just to confirm that I'm not alone in this world. This is also why I don't want you to become the second me, young man. Chapter 14-17. Novel Fire. You might have misunderstood what I meant, Zhongheng said. I didn't ask for advice to become a second person. I just wanted to use these skills to write my own story. Hemingway was surprised. From what you said, other than me, you plan to ask a lot of people for advice. Why? Are there any taboos? Not really. In fact, most of the people in this manner hope that their writing style can be accepted by their peers, especially the younger generation of writers. Literature itself is passed down from generation to generation. For us, each generation is actually standing on the shoulders of our predecessors, tiptoeing and touching upwards, but Hemingway changed the topic. However, the people who can come to this manner are all authors who have formed their own style. In other words, everyone has found their own path. Generally speaking, unless there are any major changes in the process, everyone will follow the same path to the end. This is also why I said that I don't want to teach you. After all, discussing and communicating is one thing, learning is another. Hemingway paused. Furthermore, my personal style is too strong. I'm worried that it will affect your path, not to mention that you're planning to ask someone else for advice. I can understand how you felt when you first came here. In fact, you're not the first person to have such a plan. After all, it's rare to have a place that can gather all the best writers in the world. There might even be people who have a deep influence on you, or even lead you on the path of literature. However, if you're confused by these things and give up on your own path, it will only be a loss. Hemingway was not a busybody. In fact, if it weren't for Zhongheng's good marksmanship, he would have gone out hunting with him without a second thought. Furthermore, the time they spent together was quite good for his temper. He couldn't be bothered to say so much to give him advice. However, what he didn't expect was that his advice was only exchanged for a simple sentence from Zhongheng. I haven't figured out the path that belongs to me yet. Hemingway choked on his words for half a minute before saying, haven't you already published a novel and achieved good results? Even though you do look young, there is no shortage of young geniuses in this industry. No, it should be said that it is precisely because you are young enough that you were invited into this manner, which proves your talent even more. Actually, it was a complete accident that I was able to come in, Zhongheng said truthfully. If the college entrance examination essay doesn't count, I haven't written any stories. A blank piece of paper. A strange expression appeared on Hemingway's face. If you're not lying, kid, then what happens next will be very interesting. How is it interesting? This time, Hemingway did not answer Zhongheng's question. Instead, he said, from today onwards, you will accompany me on Wednesdays and Saturdays to hunt. Teach me how to shoot as accurately as you. I'm not sure if I have enough time. And like I said before, I can't get too much fun out of hunting, Zhongheng said. You have to have enough time, because this is the tuition you have to pay to learn to write with me. And it's not just me. I'll bring my friends over to teach you as well. When I was at the party in Paris, most of the people I met were idiots, but there was no denying that there were a few of them who had real talent, and some of them came to this villa. Other than that, I've been here for a long time. Even though I don't really participate in group activities, and I've made a few new friends, the rest of the people in the villa will have to depend on you. Thank you. Heng had only wanted to give it a try, but not only did Hemingway agree to it, he had also gained something from it. Not to mention the author that Hemingway knew at the villa. If Heng remembered correctly, Francis Scott Key Fitzgerald was one of his good friends in Paris. This man's life was very miserable. He was trapped in love all his life and died in Los Angeles at the age of 44. However, no one could deny his unparalleled talent. Haruki Murakami especially admired him. The Great Gatsby was mentioned several times in Norwegian Wood as the best novel to read. Unlike his good friend Hemingway, whose words were concise and straightforward, Fitzgerald's novel was elegant. Every sentence was as elegant as a poem, with a profound charm. If one were to learn rhetoric, there was no better teacher than Fitzgerald. When Heng returned to the mansion, it was already late at night. The dutiful hobbit housekeeper was still waiting for him at the door with an oil lamp in her hand. Seeing that he had returned, she handed him a key with the room number printed on it and then led him to the room. Heng inserted the key into the keyhole and opened the door. He found that it was a suite. There was a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. Other than that, there was a study room that faced the garden and could be used for writing and reading. What surprised Heng even more was that the interior was decorated and designed in the 21st century style. Other than the computer that he had asked game for, there was also a game console and a projector. The socket on the wall also had electricity. As if she knew what he was thinking, the hobbit housekeeper spoke again. Every guest room here is different. The manor has always been committed to creating a perfect environment for every writer. If you have any other needs, feel free to let me know. As long as you don't leave the manor, you can be satisfied. With that, she bowed again and left the room. She even closed the door behind her. Heng didn't think much of it. He walked straight into the bathroom to wash off the dirt and sweat on his body. He opened the closet, picked out a set of pajamas, turned off the lights, and went to bed. The next morning, Heng first went to the fantasy best-selling female author's room and had breakfast with the latter. Then, according to the agreement, the fantasy best-selling female author introduced Heng to a big shot. Shakespeare, as the most well-known author in human history, had always been riddled with too many mysteries. The 16th century was too far away from the present, after all. Later generations could only try to reconstruct the author's legendary life from bits and pieces of history. However, even the most accepted version of Shakespeare today, there were still many people who questioned its authenticity. However, in this dungeon, Shakespeare was sitting in front of Heng. He was eating fruit while watching two girls playing in the water not far away. Chapter 14:18. Novel Fire. Shakespeare was very particular about how he ate his fruits. Not only did he use a golden fruit plate, but he also had a special maid serving him. She fed the grapes into his mouth and used both hands to catch the fruit core that he spat out. At first, Heng thought that it was a maid assigned to Shakespeare by the manor. It was not until the fantasy best-selling author greeted the maid-like woman that Heng realized that the latter was also the author who had been invited to the manor. Shakespeare listened to the fantasy best-selling author introduce Heng in a respectful tone, but there was no reaction. It wasn't until a moment later that he suddenly frowned and spat out the grape that had just been fed to his mouth. It's sour. The female author who was serving him at the side saw this and couldn't help but panic. I'll ask the kitchen to bring 2 new skewers. No need, that's enough. I'm almost done eating. Shakespeare wiped his mouth elegantly with a napkin as he spoke. He then turned to look at Heng. You want to learn how to write from me? I thought about it before, but I don't want to anymore, Heng said. Shakespeare was a little surprised, as if he didn't expect that there would still be people in this world who would reject his guidance. As soon as Heng said this, the 2 female writers on the other side also changed their expressions. You know who I am, right? Just to be safe, Shakespeare confirmed again. In your era, who was the most famous writer? William Shakespeare. Heng did not deny it. Hearing this, Shakespeare's stern face softened slightly. Then my works, The Merchant of Venice, King Lear, Macbeth, and of course, Romeo and Juliet, are still popular, right? As far as I know, Zhongheng said. Interesting, then the question arises. Shakespeare looked at Zhongheng. I heard Professor Mag's introduction. She said that you want to write a popular novel. Is there anyone in this world more suitable to be your teacher than me? Without waiting for Zhongheng to answer, Shakespeare continued, not to mention, I'm also one of the 12 judges. Every month, the winner of the story club is selected by me and the other 11 people. You have to know that those who can come to this villa may lack anything, but not talent. In other words, Shakespeare paused, the competition for the story club will be very intense. Even though there are 12 judges, the final result may only be a small difference after the decimal point. You're still young, so you probably don't want to stay here like those old geezers. Zhongheng could hear the threat in the man's words. However, his expression did not change. He only bowed slightly. Goodbye. After saying that, Zhongheng did not care about Shakespeare's reaction and turned to leave. In fact, the last time he bowed was not because of Shakespeare, who was sitting in front of him, but because of the great literary master who had left an immortal chapter in the history of literature. When the fantasy best-selling female author who came with him saw this scene, she was so anxious that she almost jumped out of her seat. As she apologized to Shakespeare, she quickened her pace and tried to catch up with Zhongheng. Even though Zhongheng looked calm, the female author did not believe that Zhongheng's heart would be as calm as his. She jogged to Zhongheng's side and whispered, I know that the real person might disappoint you a little, but it's not like I'm asking you to live with him. Can't you pretend to compliment him and get some pointers from him? If you're lucky, you'll be able to stay by his side for a period of time, and you'll learn a lot more. Think of it as the tuition fee for writing your new novel. I'm not disappointed. Zhongheng slowed down a little. He did not have a bad impression of the female author of the best-selling fantasy novel. He knew that the other party was kind enough to introduce him to Shakespeare. After all, the latter's reputation was too big. In the later generations, almost everyone knew about him. Furthermore, he was one of the 12 judges. There were only benefits and no disadvantages to being able to connect with such a big shot. However, Zhongheng had no interest in serving others. To put it bluntly, this manor was so big, and there was no lack of talented authors. No matter how good Shakespeare was, he wasn't irreplaceable. Furthermore, Zhongheng felt that Hemingway's words were very good. There was no need to be scared by the fame of the people here and give up his own path just to chase after the stars. In fact, it wasn't just his own path. His dignity and personality were the same as well. Like the female author beside Shakespeare, Zhongheng followed his every move closely. He was willing to give his body and soul to become a planet beside a star. Zhongheng knew that he couldn't do it. Furthermore, for the sake of his studies, he was willing to pay some tuition fees, but he wasn't willing to pay others. However, like he said, he wasn't that disappointed. Writing a good novel and being a good person were two different things. Zhongheng knew this from the very beginning, not to mention that there was still a few hundred years between them. No matter what kind of person Shakespeare was, it didn't surprise him. As for the threat, Zhongheng didn't take it to heart. He still had a mission failure exemption card with him. Even if he did not complete the main mission, there would be no loss. He came to this dungeon with only one goal, which was to finish the book he was going to write. The rest was not important. The fantasy best-selling female writer saw that Zhongheng was indeed not affected, so she was relieved. However, she still could not help but feel sorry for Zhongheng. On the other hand, Hemingway, who was holding a bottle of wine in his hand during the day, gave Zhongheng a thumbs up when he saw the scene not far away. This American tough guy was getting more and more convinced of Zhongheng's temper toward him. Therefore, after Zhongheng separated from the best-selling author, he dragged a man with long sideburns and black-rimmed glasses to stand in front of Zhongheng. Zhongheng initially thought that Hemingway was going to introduce Fitzgerald to him, but to his surprise, Hemingway said to his companion, "Chemist, come take a look. Are you sure he's not a bionic man from one of your books?" "Boxer, I think we should get someone to take a good look at the mental illness," the man with black-rimmed glasses replied. At the same time, he extended a hand to Zhongheng and said politely, "Zhongheng, right? I've seen you before at the story party. You can call me the 100. How could Zhongheng not know who the other party was when he heard this name? He was a little surprised. Didn't you go up to tell the story at the eye-opening story party? If you ask me, he's probably afraid of fog, Hemingway said sarcastically, taking pleasure in the other party's misfortune. Shut up. I'm here to stay for a while longer to learn more about the technology of the future, the duo retorted. Then you're in luck. This kid was born decades later than you. Maybe you two can talk more. Hemingway took the opportunity to assist Zhongheng. You don't have to tell me. The duo reported their room number and sent an invitation to Zhongheng. When you have time, come to my room. We can have a good chat. Of course, Zhongheng wouldn't refuse. He didn't expect to receive another assignment after leaving Jules Verne. Chapter 1419. Novel Fire. Zhongheng didn't spend too much time on his own, and he soon blended into life at the villa. During the day, he spent most of his time hunting with Hemingway and his group of friends, talking about poetry and literature, or listening to Asimov ramble on about his newly constructed future world. In terms of science fiction writing, Zhongheng was definitely not as good as Asimov. However, because he had experienced 2 future replicas of a leaker and a bodyguard, Zhongheng's description of the future also piqued Asimov's interest. The latter was also planning to pull all the sci-fi writers in the villa together to set up a small club. Zhongheng, who had been with Asimov recently, was also invited to become the second member of the club. In addition, Zhongheng had accidentally connected with another strange small group because he had solved a burglary in the villa, even though the burglary turned out to be the work of that small group. Only after Zhongheng joined the group did he realize that such a case would be staged at least once a week, and it was arranged by a different person. That's right, this group would be the Reasoning Society. The Reasoning Society was formed by 2 men and 1 woman, and it was also in this society that Zhongheng met Conan Doyle again. However, Conan Doyle had no impression of Zhongheng at all. It was as if it was the first time he met Zhongheng. He was very polite, but when he realized that Zhongheng's reasoning method was actually the deductive method, Conan Doyle was obviously interested. In the end, he obediently handed in his room number. However, Zhongheng was also sure that this Conan Doyle in front of him was not the same person who gave him the pen in the deductive method copy. In fact, over the past few months, Zhongheng had already gotten a good grasp of the residents and the service staff of the villa, but the owner of the villa had never shown up. The board writers of the Infant Society were obviously interested in this issue. They had started their research before Zhongheng, and they had come to a shocking conclusion. The owner of the villa is among us. Opposite Zhongheng, a dignified-looking lady with a sharp gaze and a necklace around her neck picked up the coffee on the table and smiled. Why do you say that? Because if you were the owner of the villa and spent so much effort to gather all the outstanding authors in one place, it would be impossible for you to miss the excitement that will follow. No matter who he is, no matter what his purpose is, he must be observing us from somewhere, the lady with the necklace said in a low voice. At the same time, she took a sip of her coffee. As she said this, the atmosphere suddenly turned creepy. Well, who asked Zhongheng to sit in front of the Queen of Detective Stories, Agatha Christie? Her detective stories, such as Murder on the Orient Express, Murder on the Nile, and No One Survived, were well known. According to statistics, in this world, only the Bible and Shakespeare's work sold more than her. And she was also one of the 3 leaders of the Infant Society. But this time, the Queen of Infants was also slightly wrong. In the entire villa, perhaps only Zhongheng knew the real intention of the owner of the villa to gather all the world's outstanding authors. But even if he told the truth to Agatha Christie, the other party probably wouldn't believe him, and probably would think that he was too conceited. However, Zhongheng did want to meet the owner of this place again. It might not be now, at least before he left this dungeon. Furthermore, Zhongheng had to admit that Agatha and the others' deduction was a little off, but it was not without reason. Therefore, he asked humbly, then who do you think is the most likely person in the manor? You, Agatha said without hesitation. You are the most suspicious because you are the last to arrive, and you live in the last years. No one here has read your novels, and no one knows you. We don't even know if your identity as a novelist is true or false. But Agatha changed the subject. Now I don't think you're like him. I've heard about what happened between you and Shakespeare. If you're really the owner of this place, there's no reason that you don't know what kind of person he is, so you wouldn't have provoked him in the first place. Moreover, your clear and bright stance as soon as you came to the villa doesn't quite fit the identity of the owner of the villa. However, we can't rule out the possibility that you deliberately did these things to distract us when you know you're the most suspicious. After all, the end of a detective novel often has an unexpected twist. Then what about other than me? Room 515, Agatha said after some thought. You should have heard about the room on the 5th floor that is closest to the end of the corridor. The tenant inside has never shown his face. The food and water are delivered by the waiters here. It is very mysterious. However, in a detective novel, this kind of character is basically a distraction thrown out by the author to attract the attention of the public. In comparison, I am more willing to suspect you. Thank you. If there's a day when I can't take it anymore and want to confess, I'll definitely come to you first. Zhongheng expressed his gratitude to Agatha and stood up. When he reached the entrance of the refreshment room, Agatha's voice came from behind him. It's your turn to set up the next deduction game. Your previous case of the mysterious Ripper was quite good. It's as if you've experienced it yourself. I look forward to seeing you perform again. After bidding farewell to Agatha, Zhongheng accepted the invitation of the best-selling fantasy author to attend a popular novel seminar. Initially, Zhongheng thought that after he had fallen out with Shakespeare, he would not be invited to similar gatherings anymore. However, reality proved that he was overthinking things. Other than the female author who had served her at Shakespeare's side, most of the authors in the manor also admired Shakespeare's works and acknowledged his status in the literary world. However, they were far from being obedient to his every word. Furthermore, his actions were also noticed by the people around him. Although those people were not as tough as Zhongheng appeared, there were still quite a number of people who disliked him. As a result, no one invited Zhongheng to Shakespeare's party. However, there were more people who invited Zhongheng to a private party between a few of the smaller authors' friends than Shakespeare. As a result, Zhongheng's writing skills continued to improve as planned. Although it was not as easy to train as other skills, with the help of a group of masters, after 3 months, Zhongheng's writing skills finally broke through to LVL1. He then wrote 2 short stories according to Hemingway's request and gave them to other authors to comment on, including the highlights and problems. Zhongheng then revised them. This kind of growth was the fastest. Chapter 1420. Novel Fire. In the blink of an eye, Zhongheng had been staying at the manor for 3 years. His writing skills had already reached level 2 a year ago, just like the best-selling female fantasy writers. It had to be said that the environment of the manor was perfect for practicing writing. After all, there was only one chance to live with the world's most outstanding authors. Even though these writers had some minor flaws, such as Hemingway's addiction to alcohol, Mark Twain's venomous tongue, and the fact that they were the best writers in the world, Fitzgerald felt dizzy whenever he saw a woman, but their talents could not be denied, and most importantly, there was nothing else to do in the manor. They were also willing to answer Zhongheng's various questions and help him read his newly created article. That afternoon, Hemingway was reading a novella that Zhongheng had just written. After reading it, he put down the manuscript in his hand and frowned. "How is it?" Zhongheng asked. "The technique is impeccable. I have nothing more to teach you, but I feel like something is missing from this article. Emotion." Fitzgerald hit the nail on the head. That's right. Hemingway lit a cigar. Although there are some schools that emphasize that the narrator should maintain an objective perspective, this doesn't mean that there are no feelings in their article. They just place these feelings on the various characters in the book and let them show the feelings of the author. Hemingway paused at this point. Speaking of which, I've always felt a little strange. When I first met you, I thought you were the type of person who didn't show emotions. However, after interacting with you for a long time, I realized that you've never been angry or especially happy. Have you always been like this? Your spirit rarely fluctuates. Not always. I used to have normal feelings. Although they were slightly weaker than ordinary people, because of certain things, my feelings gradually disappeared and became what they are now, Zhongheng said. No offense, But if possible, I am willing to pay to let what happened to you happen to me, Fitzgerald said gloomily. Hemingway did not think much of it. Without experiencing these fragile moments, it is impossible to write truly strong words. After saying that, he turned to look at Zhongheng. Your problem is troublesome. Although you only pursue rapid popularity, it is impossible for any kind of literary work to be devoid of feelings. It's not completely unsolvable, Marquez interjected. If it's just the level of popularity of a book, it's enough to fake some emotion into it. Even though this kid doesn't have any emotion, if he were to read more than a dozen novels that talk about emotion, he would still be able to imitate cats and tigers. I'm sorry, I might not have made it clear before. My new book does pursue rapid popularity, but there's another important point. I want the readers to really believe the stories in the books, Zhongheng said. It's hard to believe a story without a strong emotional foundation, Fitzgerald said. After all, reading for pleasure is one thing, but truly touching the readers is another. You need to put your own emotions into it first, so that it can resonate with your readers. His words also attracted the approval of several writers present. However, Hemingway patted Zhongheng on the shoulder. You don't have to worry. After all, there are so many of us here. If we work together, we can help you come up with a solution. After returning from Hemingway's author gathering, Zhongheng did not return to his room directly. Instead, he turned around and went to the kitchen. Ever since his writing skill had leveled up to level 2, Zhongheng could clearly feel that it was becoming increasingly difficult to improve it further. Otherwise, the best-selling female author of fantasy novels would not have been unable to reach level 3 even after so long. This was no longer just a matter of skill. It involved a writer's understanding and refinement of his own life, as well as his view of the world around him. Zhongheng was not lacking in experience, or to be more precise, there was no one in this manner who had a richer life experience than him. Even the legendary Hemingway might not be as exciting as a dungeon run by Zhongheng. However, refining and integrating these experiences into his own writing was not something that could be accomplished overnight. It still needed a process of accumulation. Zhongheng was not in a hurry. After all, including his extra 24 hours, he had only stayed in this dungeon for less than a third of the time. However, before his writing skills reached level 2, he temporarily put aside some things he could continue. For example, the mysterious room 515. It was said that the most mysterious author of the entire manor lived there. No one had ever seen him walk out of his room. Even the windows of the usual room were covered tightly by curtains. For this reason, some people could not help but tease that there lived an old vampire who had lived for hundreds of years. The people of the infant society firmly believed that the owner of the manor lived in that room. After living in the manor for 2 years, Zhongheng was more and more inclined to agree with their point of view. The reason was simple. Zhongheng had already eliminated all the other suspects, whether they were the guests or the service staff. It was as if you were doing a multiple-choice question. After eliminating all the wrong choices, the remaining one, no matter how bizarre, should be the correct answer. However, Zhongheng had been rejected several times before. Strictly speaking, after he knocked on the door and announced his name, there was no reaction. It was as if no one lived there at all. So this time, Zhongheng decided to use another method. He walked into the kitchen and said to the head chef, "I'd like to order a dish." "Of course, the manor will meet all the guests' requirements," the head chef said respectfully. "I want to eat dry-fried beef river, but the dry-fried beef river I want is more special. I remember that when I was traveling in Guangdong, I once ate a bowl of beef river at a food stall. It's the best beef river I've ever eaten. I want to eat a beef river that tastes the same as the one I had that day." Facing this obviously difficult request, the head chef still appeared polite. "Okay, can you tell me the name of that food stall?" "No, I've already forgotten." Hearing this answer, the head chef's face finally revealed a troubled expression, but he was still very respectful. "Okay, we can try to make it, but I'm afraid we'll have to try it more often. Also, we need you to give us feedback in time." "No problem," Zhongheng said. 2 hours later, the whole kitchen was drenched in sweat. They surrounded Zhonghang and watched nervously as he tasted the unknown number of bowls of Milky Way. Zhonghang picked up a stick of Milky Way powder with his chopsticks and placed a piece of beef into his mouth. He closed his eyes and chewed slowly. After about 10 seconds, Zhonghang put down his chopsticks and nodded. "This is the taste." Instantly, the entire kitchen erupted in cheers. It was as if the scientists in the research institute had just solved a world problem. Chapter 14:21. Novel Fire. After Zhonghang finished the bowl of niu, he thanked the head chef and the rest of the kitchen staff. Then, he stood up and left, heading to the backyard. There, Agatha had already put on a set of waiter's clothes that she had just stolen. She had also prepared a set for Zhonghang. Seeing that the latter had changed, she pushed a dining cart that she had also stolen from the kitchen. They arrived at the mysterious room 515. The two's plan was simple. Since that room was only accessible to the delivery staff, they would dress up as the delivery staff. Agatha took out her pocket watch and glanced at it. After half a month of follow-up research, the Reasoning Society had confirmed that the delivery time in room 515 was fixed, and there was still about 15 minutes before the dinner delivery. However, there was nothing they could do. If the timing was right, the two of them would definitely meet the real delivery man. Therefore, Agatha and Zhonghang looked at each other and quickly knocked on the door in front of them. "Dear guest, your dinner has been delivered today," Agatha imitated the delivery man's voice and said. However, there was no response from the room. Agatha could not help but become nervous. She was worried that their simple plan had been seen through by the people in the room. Just as she was thinking of what she should say to resolve the problem of time, unexpectedly, the door in front of her slowly opened a crack. Agatha's eyes flashed with surprise when she saw this. However, she was worried that if she acted too hastily, the people behind the door would become suspicious, so she tried hard to suppress the excitement in her heart. She stood outside the door and waited patiently for another minute. However, a minute later, the door that revealed a crack did not open again. There was no one behind it. Agatha cleared her throat. "We're coming in." After saying that, she finally reached out and pushed open the door that no one had been able to open. Behind the door was a set of somewhat shabby-looking guest rooms. According to the Hobbit housekeeper, the guest rooms in the manor would meet the needs of every guest to the greatest extent. For example, Zhonghang's room, it had a modern decor and was fully equipped with all kinds of electronic devices. For example, the room of the best-selling fantasy author was even more luxurious than the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. However, this room looked rather shabby. The floor was in disrepair, and when one stepped on it, the ceiling and walls above one's head were covered in mold. The furniture was simple and cheap. Surprisingly, the room was clean. It was clear that someone was cleaning it regularly. Agatha pushed the dining car into the living room and placed it beside the dining table. Then, she did not leave. Instead, she looked around curiously. Judging from the decoration and furniture, it should be the style of the early 20th century. Agatha was quite familiar with it because she lived in the same era. However, the atmosphere in the room was obviously a little gloomy, just like the crime scenes she had written about. An ordinary person might not be able to stay for more than a few minutes before they felt depressed. It was no wonder the owner of this room never received any guests. However, neither Zhonghang nor Agatha were ordinary people. From the looks of it, neither of them had any intention of leaving. This was a rare opportunity, and she didn't know when she would be able to enter again. Even though she didn't bump into anyone in the living room, Agatha wasn't discouraged. She quickly shifted her gaze to the tightly shut door of the study. However, before she could reach it, a voice came from behind her. "What are you trying to do?" It was an old woman with a wrinkled face and a stern expression. Neither Agatha nor Zhonghang noticed where she had come from. She was still holding a broom in her hand, and her face was full of vigilance. It was as if she had mistaken Zhonghang and Agatha for thieves. Are you the guest here?" "We're here to bring you dinner," Agatha quickly explained as she pointed to the dining cart at the side. The old lady's grip on the broom loosened slightly. She didn't comment, but she maintained a straight face as she said, "Just leave the things there and get out of here." Agatha was at her wit's end. They had sneaked into the restaurant wearing the service staff's clothes because they had made a mistake. Now that the guests had chased them out, they had no reason to stay. However, just as Agatha was about to leave, she found Zhongheng standing still. He looked at the fierce old lady in front of him and said, "You're not a guest here." "Why do you say that?" Agatha was interested. "Because this is obviously a man's room," Zhongheng said. "When we first entered the room, there were 2 pairs of shoes on the shoe rack. Judging from the size, they were both male, and most likely, they belonged to the same person. Also, even though this room is relatively clean, there are still cobwebs and dust in the corners and places that are not easily noticed. Obviously, the cleaners are not careful enough, so the probability of them being male is higher." Last but not least, Zhongheng said, pointing to the window on his left. "Can you tell?" Agatha studied the window carefully, and a look of contemplation flashed across her eyes. "The upper part of this window is not as bright as the lower part, because the occupant is about, 6 feet tall. When cleaning, it can only graze the lower part. This, madam, is less than 5 feet tall, and if you step on a stool, the glass should be equally bright." But Agatha frowned again. If she is not a guest here, then who is she? How did she get here? According to the rules of the manor, each house can only accommodate 1 guest. I am his aunt. We have always lived together. I take care of his daily life. In this world, only I really care about him, the old woman said. Is that why he never leaves his room? That's right. The world outside is too dangerous, and people's hearts are unpredictable. There are traps everywhere. We're living well here, so there's no need for us to leave, the old lady said with a stiff neck. But do you know that there's a demon living in his heart? Zhongheng asked. Unlike Agatha, he already knew who was living in this room the moment he stepped into it, because the feeling was too familiar. It was as if he had returned to that gloomy seaside town or that underwater palace, especially now that he had an unprecedented close connection with that existence. Therefore, when he stepped into this room, the feeling of familiarity was particularly strong. Because he knew that this was the origin of everything, the place where all the stories began. Chapter 1422. Novel Fire. Devil. The old woman was stunned when she heard this word. Then, she sneered, aren't you guys devils who enter other people's homes without permission and pretend to be service personnel? Even so, it's much more normal than imagining Auntie living with you, Zhongheng said calmly. You're saying that she's a figment of her imagination. Agatha was a little surprised, but the queen of deduction quickly came to her senses and said, that's right, this manor only invites the author in, and each person has a room. Since the owner of this room is someone else, then his auntie can't be here as well. This is the most logical explanation. When Zhongheng said that, the old woman across from him fell silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button. When Agatha finished speaking, her figure gradually faded away until she completely disappeared. However, after she disappeared, the gloomy atmosphere in the room didn't improve. Instead, it became more intense, so much so that the other authors who lived in the same building also felt it. Some authors who were already mentally ill suddenly became depressed because of this atmosphere. Some terrible thoughts flashed through their minds uncontrollably. The pilot man from before began to pace around the room. Fitzgerald picked up the love letter he was writing halfway and threw it into the waste paper basket. Then, he hugged his head in frustration on the bed. Even Hemingway, who had always been a tough guy, looked at the shotgun in front of his bed a few times. His expression kept changing. Agatha, who was the first to feel it, felt even more strongly. Her face changed. How can this be? After a moment of silence, Zhongheng said, I might have guessed wrong before. I thought his aunt was the main culprit for his mental problems because this room is most likely the place where he lived with his aunt before. Only this can explain why this place is so dilapidated, and at the same time, it has the illusion of his aunt. The Hobbit housekeeper once told me that every guest room would satisfy the needs of the guests to the greatest extent, and he chose to transform his guest room into a place where he had lived before, probably because it would give him a sense of security. You're right. He has been in the manor for so long, but no one has seen him leave his room. He should be an extremely introverted person. When such a person chooses the style of the guest room, he is most likely to choose the place where he lived, even if it is very simple and shabby, and he could have chosen a better living environment. Agatha paused. Wait, you seem to know someone who lives here. That's right, he's the creator, Zhongheng said. Who is the creator of who? However, Zhongheng did not answer the question. So Agatha asked again, what about the auntie you mentioned before? I was wrong. The old aunt we met before showed a strong desire to control. I thought that was the reason for his mental problems, but now it seems that his aunt has been trying to help him and solve his mental illness. The reason why he imagined his aunt here is to help himself to stabilize his mental state. This is also the reason why there hasn't been any problems in the manor for a long time, until we exposed his fantasy just now. Wait, I still don't understand. Why is his mental illness affecting everyone in the manor? Agatha asked. It's hard to explain in a short amount of time. I have some history with him. Can I have a moment alone with him? Zhongheng asked. Okay. Agatha could tell that Zhongheng was very concerned about the guests in the room, so she agreed without hesitation and left. After she left, Zhongheng closed the door and walked toward the study. He could feel the gloomy and depressing atmosphere in the study, and if nothing went wrong, it came from there. Zhongheng didn't expect that he would find the culprit of all this instead of the owner of room 515. Zhongheng knew that the person in this room was the creator of the monster in Under Ice City. Since the monster's blood flowed in his body, in a sense, the other party could be considered his half-creator, therefore, the next meeting was going to be very interesting. Zhongheng placed his right hand on the worn-out brass handle of the study. He took a deep breath and slowly turned his palm. The door to the study wasn't locked, which was normal. The owner of this suite usually kept the door tightly shut, so there was no need to lock the study that was used for work. When he pushed the door open, the scene inside the study was clear at a glance. This place was as simple and shabby as the reception room outside, but the collection of books wasn't small. It was like a small library, with a lot of old newspapers arranged according to the date and stacked in the corner of the room. In the middle of the room was an old table. A tall and thin man was tapping on a black typewriter on the table with his back to the door. The tapping sound of the typewriter was particularly jarring in the quiet room. The tall and thin man at the table seemed to have heard the footsteps behind him, but he didn't turn around. He just said, "Aunt Annie, you eat first. I'll go to the living room after I finish writing this." However, the person behind him did not continue to urge him as usual. The tall and thin man seemed to have noticed something. He turned his head away from the desk and saw a strange man standing behind him. The man was squatting down and picking up a piece of paper from the ground. It was the end of a novel. Zhongheng noticed the signature at the bottom of the paper, Howard Philip Lovecraft. Then, he quickly scanned the rest of the words on the manuscript and handed it back to the man opposite him. The man took the manuscript and stammered out his thanks. After a moment of hesitation, he asked nervously, "Who are you, Aunt Annie's friend?" "No, I'm here to see you," Zhongheng said. "See me?" Lovecraft looked surprised, but then he said shyly, "But I don't know you. Usually, I communicate with my friends through letters. They rarely come to see me. Yes, this is our first meeting. Although I have always admired your talent." "Really?" "This is the first time someone has said such a thing to me." Lovecraft was a little excited, and his dull face showed a hint of excitement. Chapter 1423. Mankind's oldest emotion is fear. Zhongheng pointed at the half-finished manuscript on the old typewriter. "Is this your new novel?" "No, this is not my novel. In fact, it belongs to a friend of mine. I helped him with some revisions, and in return, he will pay me some money." Lovecraft seemed a little ashamed. He added hurriedly, "Usually, I do these jobs for free. The main thing is that recently, the situation at home has been a little difficult. By the way, you said you've read my novels." Is it in the newspapers? Actually, they're almost everywhere, Hung said. Lovecraft was a little confused. But before he could ask, Hung pulled out a chair from the side and placed it in front of him. Let's talk about the novels you've written. Ah, sure. The moment he mentioned his novel, Lovecraft, he changed from his usual stiff and reserved self to one of fanaticism. The things I'm writing originated from the horror stories my grandfather told me. They opened a door for me. Before this, I've never seen other words that could stir up human emotion so strongly. What's more interesting is that in most horror stories, the atmosphere before the monsters appear is the most tense. So, from a very young age, I've been thinking, what exactly are we afraid of? Mankind's oldest and strongest emotion is fear, and the oldest and strongest fear is the fear of the unknown, Hung said. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Lovecraft said excitedly, imagination is the key to all of this. In my novels, I have always focused on creating an atmosphere that can maximize the imagination, rather than directly describing the things that cause fear. This is because no matter how scary the things you describe with words are, they are definitely not as scary as the readers imagine. Other than that, the other trick is to make your story as realistic as possible, so that the readers can combine the novel with their own lives. It sounds very effective, Hung said. I also think that this should work, but for some reason, my editor told me that my article doesn't have many readers, Lovecraft said awkwardly. Actually, I can't afford to live with my aunt by just relying on the royalties. We've already moved a few times. Previously, I didn't like to use a typewriter because the noise it made it difficult for me to concentrate. Moreover, when I'm writing, I'm used to sketching on the manuscript paper. If I use a typewriter, I can't do this kind of thing. Lovecraft sighed, but now, in order to pass more manuscripts, I'm also trying to type on a typewriter. After all, we've moved several times. If we move again, I'm afraid we'll have to go to the slums. This will be a good start, Hung said. I hope so. A smile appeared on Lovecraft's pale face. Then, as if he had thought of something, he opened the drawer of his desk. He took out a half-empty bottle of red wine. I didn't expect a guest at home, and I wasn't prepared for it. This is my grandfather's red wine. At the time, my family was quite prosperous. I used to live in a large mansion surrounded by servants, but now, all I have is this bottle of wine, Lovecraft said with a self-deprecating smile. Why are you and your aunt the only family members? Where are your parents? Hung asked. My father suffered from some mental illness. He had a mental breakdown at a hotel in Chicago, and he died in a mental hospital. My mother, she lived a little longer, but she also fell ill and died. Not long after that, I met my wife in Boston. We lived together for a few years, but eventually, her hat failed, and we divorced. Then, Aunt Annie and I returned to Providence. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks on the door. Then, a strange expression appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, Aunt Annie asked me to go to dinner again. That's weird. She just asked me to go to dinner 15 minutes ago. Do you want to go open the door first? Hung asked as he took a glass of wine from Croft. No, Aunt Annie will open the door, Lovecraft said. I just need to focus on my work. Not long after he said that, the sound of the door opening came from outside. A dining cart was pushed in. The waiter seemed to have gotten used to the strange situation in the room. He didn't say a word throughout the whole process. After delivering the food, he immediately pushed the dining cart out of the room and closed the door before he left. Come and have some with us, Lovecraft said warmly. As long as you don't mind my food being simple and crude. However, Hung did not get up. He looked at the man in front of him and asked, How long have you been suffering from mental illness? Did you inherit it from your father? Lovecraft was startled. A moment later, he revealed a bitter smile. How do you know? My father. After his death, I did experience a period of depression. No, to be more precise, during that period of time, my spirit would break down from time to time. I was unable to complete my high school education, and because of that, I was unable to get into the university I wanted to go to. But now, I feel much better. Dr. Green gave me a prescription, and I've been taking it. Lovecraft pointed to a small bottle of medicine on the table. Zhongheng opened it to take a look, but it was already empty. This was not surprising. Because of Lovecraft's expression and his living environment, his family was already running out of money. Even his food was running out, and the medicine that the doctor had prescribed earlier had no reason to be affordable. At the end of his life, the horror novelist was at the end of his rope. At the same time, he was suffering from mental problems. He couldn't even tell what was real anymore. What was an illusion was just like the believers in his novels who were influenced by Chulhu and gradually lost their rationality. Zhongheng suddenly understood how the monster in the city under the middle of ice was born. He looked at the thin and sickly-looking horror novelist in front of him and said, "There's no need for dinner. I have something else to do today." Lovecraft's expression darkened when he heard that. Even though he had been locked in his room, he could tell that deep down, he also yearned for friends, especially friends who would recognize him, even though he had only known Zhongheng for a short time. When Zhongheng said that he appreciated his talent, he had already decided to treat this stranger as his friend. Therefore, when Zhongheng rejected his invitation to have dinner with him, he felt extremely disappointed. However, before he could say anything, Zhongheng continued, "You said that you were helping other authors rewrite their works, and I happen to have some writing problems as well. If it's not too much trouble, can I continue to visit you in the future?" "Of course," Lovecraft said happily. Chapter 1424. Outline. Zhongheng handed the outline printed from the computer to Hemingway. "Is this the novel you plan to write?" After reading the outline, Hemingway handed it to Fitzgerald. After the latter finished reading it, he passed it to the next person. The outline returned to Zhongheng's hands. Then Zhongheng asked, "What do you think?" "A very interesting story," Agatha said. "I quite like it, especially the last twist. It's full of drama. This will be a very popular novel. No matter what era it is, I believe it will be popular with readers. People will break down bookstores for it. I don't plan to sell it. I want to put it on the internet for as many people as possible to read for free." "What is the internet?" "The internet is like a giant grocery market that everyone in the world can easily reach," Zhongheng explained. "It sounds cool, but it would be even better if writers could earn money from it to support themselves," Dickens said. "In my era, there are indeed some writers who can support themselves through online writing," the fantasy best-selling female writer said. At this time, Fitzgerald also said, "Your outline is great, but how do you plan to solve the relationship problem? We have provided you with several solutions, but it seems that you don't like them," Hemingway added. "Of course, to be fair, these solutions are indeed not perfect. Emotions are like the soul of a story. Without it, your story will never be complete. I have already figured out how to get back my feelings." Zhongheng paused. "At least, in the creation of this novel. Then you will get a great story," Fitzgerald said. "A magnificent epic of adventurers." Asimov also pushed up his glasses. "An unprecedented best-selling novel," the fantasy bestseller sighed. "This is all thanks to your help. If it weren't for you teaching me how to write and guiding me through the maze, I wouldn't have been able to do this alone." Zhongheng put away the outline and thanked the authors. Then, he went to room 515 alone and knocked on the door 3 times. Then, he inserted a copper key into the lock and twisted it gently. He had done this many times, so he was very familiar with it. After entering the living room, Zhongheng didn't stop. He pushed open the door to the study. For the first time ever, Lovecraft didn't help others rewrite or write on his own. He placed the old typewriter on the bookshelf beside him. On the table, there was a small bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. The bottle of wine from Lovecraft's grandfather had already been drunk by the 2 of them. This bottle was a gift from Zhongheng 3 days ago. Lovecraft poured the red wine into the glass, just like when they first met. However, today he was wearing a suit that he had not taken out for a long time, so he looked a little more energetic. After Zhongheng brought the outline to him, Lovecraft put on his glasses and started reading eagerly. After a long while, he put down the manuscript paper in his hand. He hadn't even gone to drink his glass of wine yet, but at that moment, he felt like he had just finished a bottle of wine and heaved a long sigh of satisfaction. "You don't mind if I use the settings that you made before to write the story?" Zhongheng asked, surprised. "Of course not. I really like having writers to help me improve and fill my world. In fact, many of the pen pals that I've written to before have used this setting to write a story." Lovecraft shrugged. "What about the ending? Can you accept the ending?" Zhongheng asked. "After all, the ending of the story that I've created is different from the ones that you've written before. Before I met you, I would have felt that this was indeed a little against my usual aesthetic standards. Because the stories I created, no matter how much the main character resists, they will eventually be shrouded in greater despair. And you, on the other hand, were the first person to write a story after that. Even though you borrowed my system, in reality, you were telling a story about a person who was shrouded in despair and knew that he could not escape. How he used all his strength to fight against fate." Lovecraft seemed to be thinking about how to express himself more accurately. After a moment, he continued, "It's like all the hope in my novel is to welcome the final despair, while all the despair in your novel is to prepare for the final glimmer of hope. This is indeed different from my writing style, but this doesn't stop me from liking your story. I don't know why, but maybe it's because hope and despair are two sides of the same coin. Just like light and darkness, without either side, the world cannot truly become real." To be honest, Lovecraft said as he looked into Zhongheng's eyes, "I feel like your new story has helped me fill in the last hole in my story. For that, I should propose a toast to you," Lovecraft said as he raised the glass in his hand. Zhongheng also raised his own glass. "To the fear of the unknown. To the unyielding courage of mankind," Lovecraft said in a low voice as he downed the glass of red wine in his hand. 15 minutes later, Zhongheng walked out of room 515 with the outline. At this point, he had already completed most of his plans. There was only one thing left, and that was the emotion he lacked. After Zhongheng bid farewell to Hemingway, Lovecraft, and the others, he finally found the Hobbit housekeeper. "Is there anything I can help you with?" The Hobbit housekeeper asked politely as she put down the vase in her hand. Her racial talent allowed her to be silent no matter where she went or what she did. In fact, she had been in the hall the whole time, but few of the passing writers could find her. "Yes, I want to meet someone," Zhongheng said. "Who?" The Hobbit housekeeper asked. "I will try my best to meet your request, but other than the writers in the manor and the service staff, I can't help you bring the people outside in." "But there is one person who can," Zhongheng said straightforwardly, not keeping her in suspense. "I want to see the butler, Kansa, who received me before I came to this manor. He is also one of the attendants. You should be able to help me find him, right? You want to see him?" The Hobbit housekeeper was a little surprised. "That's right," Zhongheng said. "In 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Kansa accompanied the main character, Professor Aronas, for the entire journey. Therefore, I guess my relationship with Kansa should not be limited to the first time we met." Chapter 1425. The Most Primitive Game. The expression on the Hobbit housekeeper's face became strange. This time, for the first time, she did not agree to Zhongheng's request. Instead, she said, "I will help you deliver the invitation to Butler Kansa. However, I cannot guarantee that he will not come to see you." However, before she could finish her sentence, she noticed that Zhongheng's gaze had changed. He shifted his gaze away from her and focused on a certain spot behind her. There, Butler Kansa, who was wearing a tuxedo, was slowly walking over from the other end of the lawn. The setting sun had coated his body with a layer of afterglow, making him look somewhat sacred. He waved at the female Hobbit butler. "Thank you, Belladonna. Leave this to me." Hearing that, the female Hobbit butler bowed and left. Then, Kansa raised his head and smiled at Zhongheng. "We meet again." "That's right. It's been almost a year since we first met," Zhongheng said. "The deductive copy is from For Sherlock Holmes, one of my favorite novels," Kansa said, even though I've always felt that the guy wasn't really suitable to be my roommate, it seems like you're getting along quite well with him. You gave me that pen when we first met. Is it because you already knew what would happen to me after that? Jongheng looked directly into Kansa's eyes. I'm not the go. Kansa said, I mean, I'm a god, but I'm not an omnipotent existence. I can't predict the future, but I can certainly lay some foreshadowing at the beginning of the story. As for whether these foreshadowing can be used, to be honest, I don't know. So don't think I'm that powerful. I only know your identity a little earlier than others. On the other hand, I'm curious about you. How do you plan to deal with the current predicament? The feelings in the story? Jongheng asked. That's right. Since you told Belladonna that you wanted to find me, you must have found a way to solve the problem. Do you have a way to restore your feelings? No, but I know where the feelings that I lost are, Jongheng said calmly. Kansa's eyes were initially filled with confusion, but after a moment, he seemed to have thought of something. His lips twitched, and finally, a look of realization appeared on his face. What are you saying about your past experiences? That's right. Jongheng didn't try to hide it anymore and directly stated his request, I want to see those old friends again. They have the feelings that I left behind in them. I will once again collect these feelings and write them into my story to complete the final creation. So that's it? Consul revealed a surprised smile, so this is your final answer? Do you believe that there will be traces left behind? No, wait, the new story you're going to write has the same theme. Could it be that you've already made up your mind to accept that guy's arrival and allow your soul to be destroyed? This is part of my plan. Jongheng's expression was as calm as ever, as if he was facing the same problem. It was no different from the problems he had encountered in the different dungeons. They would be solved very quickly. I've asked Isis and Sage, and they both said that the soul cannot be restored after it is destroyed. They didn't lie to you, Consul nodded. But after studying your birth, growth, and decline, I realized that there are no absolute rules for you gods. Just because something is impossible at this stage doesn't mean that it is impossible. As long as the public accepts it as much as possible, then new rules will naturally be formed. So you wanted to create a new rule through novels to help you fight against the existence of the city under the ice. Conseil nodded, I already knew this when you stepped into this instant's dungeon, but what I don't understand is why you have to take the risk to accept the descent. Is it because there isn't enough time? Time is one thing. With this dungeon, I can easily finish writing in it. However, even if I can publish it immediately after exiting the dungeon, I need to leave enough time for the readers to read and spread my novel. Most importantly, if my soul cannot be completely destroyed, then I will forever be immortal. Reality has proven that mortals cannot be influenced by novels, no matter how popular they are. Jongheng paused for a moment before continuing, other than that, there are some other creative reasons. I need a dramatic ending. I'm sure that when the others read the ending of this novel, they will be amazed by the final twist, said Consul. However, he suddenly changed the topic, I roughly understand what you want to do, but your request is a little beyond my ability. I can only create an illusion of the author and their characters in the dungeon that belongs to me. I can't pull in the characters from other dungeons that you've experienced. Fortunately, I know someone who can do it. Gam? That's right, but from what I know, he has already repaid the debt he owed you. Even though I know that Guy likes you, he's a stickler for rules. He can't break his own rules and offer you any help without any conditions. That's fine, I'll play a game with him, Jongheng said. What game? Consul was curious. The oldest and most enduring game in the history of mankind. You want him to gamble with you? Consul frowned. I already know your request, but what about your bargaining chip? I'm trying to help him solve the problem caused by that guy from Under Ice City. Consul frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Jongheng continued, also, I know what his real purpose in creating this game is. I also know that he has been searching for a way to free the gods from the shackles of fate. I might be able to help him with this matter. How can you help? There's an old saying among us humans. Danger is also an opportunity. Game is unwilling to use violence, so he can't really send the gods into his game world. However, if he can't do it, I can, or more accurately, the guy who intends to take over my body can. Are you trying to? Consel was truly moved this time. His mouth was wide open. That's right. If I'm not wrong, the reason why Game suddenly disappeared was because he was disappointed at the restarting of the war between the new and old gods. At the same time, he hoped that his departure would allow the gods of the two camps to reunite under the threat of the master of the Ice City. If that's the case, why not take a step closer? As long as Game appears a little later, I will be able to make all the gods willingly enter the game world he created to take refuge. The so-called proxy war was originally just his excessive plan, wasn't it? He created that unparalleled game with the real purpose of creating a new home for the gods, so that they can get rid of the shackles of fate, and at the same time, they can live in peace with the humans. Chapter 1426. Visitors. A month ago, Zhongheng discovered that he had an extra 24 hours in his day. The first thing that changed was his watch. It was a Starfish Automatic 3 mechanical watch made by Trensuo, Switzerland. It had been given to him by his parents in Iceland on his 18th birthday. He had placed an order on Taobao perfunctorily, the seller had delivered the goods, and the address had been filled in by the wrong class. Zhongheng placed his finger on the keyboard and typed the first paragraph of the novel. His writing skills had already reached level 3, and he had already finalized the outline, so what happened next was completely natural. Just as he finished writing the story that happened in the cafe, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Zhongheng stood up and walked into the living room. He peeked through the peephole. He saw the two figures standing outside the door. Ed Wilson and Belle Brett. In a corner behind the army captain and the explorer stood a shy, short-haired young man. Unlike the first time they met, this time he wasn't wearing just a pair of shorts, probably because he was visiting a friend, he was wearing a hoodie. Zhongheng opened the door. "Welcome. We received a letter from you asking for our help," Belle said with a smile. "We rushed over immediately, but I have to say, this place is quite mysterious. I just had a cup of coffee, and when I woke up, I was already at the manor's entrance." "I was about the same," Ed immediately replied, "but my experience was even more bizarre. I still remember that I was very sick, and after I used all my strength to leave the last sentence of my life, I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I found myself lying on the ground, and there was a pit beside me, which looked like my grave. Then, a man stood in front of me and handed me your letter, telling me that he could send me over. Oh, right, he also gave me a set of clothes." The short-breasted man was as silent as ever. He didn't say a word, but after the army captain finished speaking, he nodded, indicating that his experience was similar to his. After the others finished speaking, Bale looked at Zhongheng again and said straightforwardly, "All right, let's continue reminiscing during dinner. First, tell us what you need us to do for you." "It's very simple. I'm writing a novel, and I need you to help me finish it," Zhongheng said. "A novel? Does that mean my life chicken soup can finally reach its destination?" The army captain's eyes lit up when he heard that. He rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was ready to do something big. Belle and the others stayed at the manor for about a week. With their help, Zhongheng finished writing the first unit of his new novel. This unit was based on his experience in a beginner's dungeon. Of course, on this basis, Zhongheng also did some artistic work to make it more popular and convenient to read. After Bale, Ed, and the short-breasted man left, the second wave of visitors knocked on Zhongheng's door. The Tokyo girl, Amiko, who wore a short skirt and had tiger teeth when she smiled, walked into the living room with the aquatic shop owner, Toya Yosuke, who looked like he deserved a slap in the face. "Sorry to bother you," Zhong sang. Amiko bowed with a red face and said, "My father and I won a mysterious travel prize, but we didn't know you were here until we got on the plane." "Boy, are you the one who played all these tricks?" I felt that there was something wrong with the grand prize at that time. "I want to warn you not to have any strange thoughts about my daughter." Toya Yoshike noticed that Amiko's expression was a little strange halfway through his words. He immediately changed his tone. But if you can beat me in a race again, it's not that I can't accept it. Let's talk about the race another time. Actually, there's something I need your help with this time. Zhongheng bowed back to Amiko. What is it? You've helped us before. It would be great if we could help you as well. Toya wanted to put on a show when he heard Zhongheng's request, however, Amiko had already agreed to it. Actually, I've been writing a novel recently, but I've encountered some difficulties in the process. Really? You know how to write a novel? Amiko was pleasantly surprised. But you said you've encountered some difficulties? What kind of difficulties? My father and I don't know how to write a novel either. We don't know if we can really help you. We can, as long as you can do as I say, Zhongheng said. The time flow of 1:2400 made every minute in the real world feel exceptionally long. Zhongheng did not use up all the time in the dungeon. He had already finished writing the novel on the 2571st day. Around 2460 days later, he sent away the last wave of visitors. However, he was not alone because one of the visitors from before had chosen to stay. It was also with that person's company that Zhongheng finished writing the end of the novel. When he typed the last word on the keyboard, Consul returned to his room. You've finished writing your story? Zhongheng nodded. But you know that you can't take anything from the dungeon with you, right? No matter whether you print the story or write it on paper, you can't take it out of the dungeon. Zhongheng didn't say anything. He only took out the USB drive from his pocket. This F-grade item was used to make the user's IP untraceable when it was inserted into the computer. However, many people had neglected the storage function of the USB drive itself. Although its quality was very low and only had an F grade, it was still a genuine game prop. And any game prop could be brought out of the dungeon. Zhongheng copied the novel he had just finished writing into the USB flash drive. 8 GB of storage space was already a bit small for today, but fortunately, it was enough to hold a novel. As expected, the seemingly unsolvable problems are often hidden in those inconspicuous corners. Can'ts aside, I have no more questions. I'll remind you one last time to be careful of Kronos. He hopes to use you to plot against the master of the city under the ice. If he finds out what you're doing, he'll definitely try to stop you. It doesn't matter. I've already found my messenger. She's a completely invisible person. She's harmless to everyone and has no offensive power. No one will notice her or make things difficult for her, and she'll help me finish the rest after I die, Zhongheng said. It seems like you've already arranged everything. Can'ts glanced at the figure by the window. The figure had been standing there quietly like a floor lamp, not attracting any attention at all. However, Can'ts knew that if he showed any hostility toward Zhongheng, even if it was just a hint, the figure would immediately raise the shotgun at his feet and put a few holes in his head. Since that's the case, then I have nothing more to say. I'll leave the remaining 329 days of this dungeon to the two of you. Can'ts whistled and turned to leave. Before he left, he even closed the door behind him. Chapter 1427. Out of Control. The slaughter continued. The panicking gods were like a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, fleeing in all directions under the fangs of wild beasts. They wailed and wept, their distorted faces filled with despair and fear. Once upon a time, they had once dominated this land. Behind every name was a series of brilliant legends. However, in today's story, they were just supporting characters. We can't hold on anymore. Apollo, who was covered in blood, had already retreated to the front door of the villa. 6 of the 7 strings of his 7-stringed zither had been broken, leaving only the last string. The golden arrows in the quiver on his back had long since been shot empty. However, this was not the most despairing thing. The most despairing thing was that his opponent was actually unharmed. Not only Apollo, but the god of electricity, Hades, the god of guns, and the others were also in a sorry state. Perhaps the only thing that made them feel gratified was that they had been able to stop them during this period of time. The other gods had basically all left safely. Hades held the broken staff in his hand and said, "We have to destroy the tunnel." Otherwise, if he enters the new world, everything will be over. Perhaps we can use explosives to blow up the villa, but I need some time to set up, the god of chemistry suggested. However, before he could finish his sentence, the mustached man standing at the side suddenly said, "Leave it to me. You are almost at your limit. Hurry up and leave. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices." When he said this, Apollo and the others heaved a sigh of relief. No one knew their own physical condition better than them. Just as the mustached man had said, they were indeed at the end of their rope. The reason why they were still holding on was entirely due to their pride. No one was embarrassed to be the first to leave. Since the mustached man was willing to stay behind to finish the job, they naturally had no reason to hold on any longer. They all ran into the villa and pushed open the door to the new world. The man with the mustache, who had been watching from the side, finally moved this time. He waved his hand and a novel flew from the bookshelf in the villa's study into his hand. It was a book from Star Wars. The man with the mustache flipped through the pages and in the next moment, a small green-skinned man with pointy ears that was less than 0.7 meters tall appeared in front of him. When his feet touched the grass, he did not pay any attention to the divers around him. Instead, he bowed to the bearded man first. "Go." The bearded man nodded at him. In the next moment, a light sword appeared in the hand of the green-skinned humanoid with pointy ears. The force was injected into the kyber crystal. A ball of plasma immediately formed a sword blade under the restraint of the magnetic field. The green-skinned, pointy-eared little man easily used this blade to cut a diving diver that pounced on him into two halves. There were so many books on the bookshelf, and the bearded man had chosen this Star Wars for a reason. As everyone knew, the vast majority of Jedi warriors had a strong will, especially the leader of the Jedi map, Master Yoda, whose spiritual power was particularly strong. One had to know that under the current circumstances, there were very few characters who could display their full potential. Only a dark nemesis like Yoda was able to move freely. However, even though he could fight against so many of them at the same time, it was impossible for him to defeat the master of the city under the ice with his strength. In reality, Yoda only managed to hold on for less than a minute. He was already being targeted by Zhonghang. The next moment, his small body suddenly shook, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Although he was still trying his best to wave the lightsaber in his hand, his movements were clearly slower than before. It didn't take long for him to reveal a flaw. He was pounced on by the swarming divers. Following the death of Master Yoda, the Star Wars book in the mustached man's hand also started to burn. At that moment, he was surrounded by the lurkers. He stood alone in front of the villa's entrance. However, his face did not reveal any panic like the other gods before him. Instead, it was filled with emotion. "Are we finally entering the final chapter? You came earlier than expected, but thankfully, the time is almost up." Zhongheng did not answer or react. He was acting as if he had not met the mustached man in the game not long ago. He did not even pay attention to the man with the mustache. Instead, he turned his head mechanically to look for the gods who had fled. In the end, his gaze landed on a certain direction. That was also the location of the door in the villa. It was unknown how his gaze had penetrated through the layers of reinforced concrete. After confirming the direction, Zhongheng took another step towards the man with the mustache. It seemed like he was going to get rid of this guy blocking the door first. When they saw their master take action, those who were already impatient immediately followed suit and pounced on the man with the mustache. In the end, the man with the mustache suddenly took 2 steps back and opened the door that should have been guarded tightly behind him. At the same time, he made a please gesture, and his body became more and more transparent. Finally, he turned into a streak of light and flew into a certain book on the bookshelf. Zhongheng ignored the fly that had escaped halfway and continued to walk forward, as if nothing in the world could stop him. He walked into the villa and walked all the way to the door without any obstruction. Zhongheng did not hesitate. He reached out to push open the door, but the next moment, the second hand on the starfish that had already stopped moving suddenly started to rotate again. The minute hand and the hour hand started to move. Their speed was faster than a normal watch, and they finally stopped at 23:55. This number had a special meaning to Zhongheng. It was the start of every dungeon run, and it also meant that a new extraordinary experience was about to begin. However, Zhongheng only turned to look at the starfish on his hand. He didn't feel anything, so he pulled off the watch and tossed it aside. Then, he pushed open the door in front of him. One step, just one more step, and he would be able to enter the new world, completely eliminate all the troubles, and bring destruction to every corner of the world. However, in the next moment, his left foot, which was about to step out, suddenly stopped in the air, unable to move. Zhongheng frowned. Ever since he took over this body, he had never encountered such a strange situation. The reason was very simple, because this body was already flowing with his blood, it was a part of him. He entered this body under the name of descending, but in reality, it was more like taking back something that should have belonged to him a long time ago. But now, he could clearly feel that he was losing control of his body. Chapter 1428. The New Legend Dend. A powerful and terrifying aura rose into the sky, causing the surrounding space to distort. This was the terrifying power of Chulhu, and this power originated from the fear of the unknown. It looked so unstoppable, as if it was despair itself. The gods outside the villa had already proved that even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for this power. With this power, Zhongheng had regained control of his body. However, at the next moment, the fishbone bracelet hanging behind the door suddenly trembled. Then, from somewhere far away, came a whale's cry. The whale's cry was drowned out by an indescribably terrifying aura. It seemed extremely small, but it did not disappear. It was like hope itself. Zhongheng's body was once again pinned to the ground, but this was not something that truly baffled him. What truly baffled him was that he realized that a part of the power in his body had actually flowed to an unknown place. He could clearly feel that in that place, a brand new but familiar soul was being born. But how was this possible? The human soul that had appeared in this world by accident had been completely destroyed by him when he descended into this body, just like a glass that had been restored to its molecular state. Logically speaking, it should not have been restored. But now, this incredible thing had indeed happened to him. Even though he had only taken over this body for a few months, Zhongheng felt that he had already adapted and familiarized himself with this new body. However, at this moment, he realized that he had no idea where the new soul was located. He wanted to make a move, but he was unable to do so. Therefore, he could only continue to release that unmatched power, trying to destroy the new soul directly through the pressure. However, as he continued to increase his power, Zhongheng was surprised to find that the power he had lost was also increasing. In fact, the power he released was like nutrients, constantly supplying the new soul and helping it complete the whole process of breaking the shell. After 132 days of destruction and darkness, Zhongheng opened his eyes again. However, this was not the world he was familiar with. He realized that he was standing on a burning street, just like in the dream. Everything he saw was burning crazily, and the remaining humans were laughing maniacally, killing each other for fun. It was as if they were not in hell, but in heaven. On the hill of corpses sat another him, like a ruler of the world, looking down at him from above. There was a rare look of mockery in his eyes, as if he was saying that it was too late. Too late? Zhongheng frowned. Did something go wrong with his previous plan? Did the little girl who was responsible for sending the USB to Hanlu fail to complete her mission, or did the god of fiction fail to place all the key items that triggered his rebirth in place, or did his novel not catch on as quickly as he had expected? Or did something go wrong in some other place that he had not thought of before? Zhongheng did not have time to think about it because he saw the remaining survivors, the half-human, half-fish frog-like divers, and the smaller version of Chulhu star minion swarming toward him. Just as Zhongheng was about to turn around to face the enemy, he realized that his body was frozen in place like he was in a dream. Zhongheng closed his eyes as if he had accepted his fate and the world's fate. However, he suddenly said, "It seems like you really can't do anything to me. If it's only an illusion of this degree, why don't you just admit defeat?" As he said this, the corpses and monsters around him had already disappeared. Zhongheng opened his eyes for the second time and realized that he had returned to the underwater palace. He stood face to face with the black shadow that was as large as a mountain and faced the terrifying aura. At that moment, the world became extremely quiet. It was as if there was only one person and one monster left. I used to think that you grew up because of the fear of swallowing humans. It wasn't until I saw you, no, our creator, that I realized what really made you, Zhongheng said as he looked straight at the monster in front of him. The monster in front of him seemed to have not heard him. It dragged its huge body and walked toward him step by step. Its thick tentacles dragged on the ground and emitted a terrifying sound that reverberated above the palace. However, Zhongheng, who was in front of it, did not run away nor was he prepared to fight. The life of despair and loneliness is the most terrifying thing in this world. However, don't worry. Unlike the other people in this world who don't understand you and only want to destroy you, I have no intention of killing you. Moreover, the life of despair and loneliness cannot be killed, just like you can never kill me completely because hope has always existed. So, Zhongheng paused and continued, next, I'm afraid we'll have to share this body and spend quite a bit of time together. Currently, you can use 24 hours for about 23 hours and 50 minutes, and I can use the remaining 10 minutes. Don't look so sad. On the bright side, at least you won't be as lonely as before. When the monster heard this, it stopped in its tracks. Even though it remained silent, Zhongheng seemed to know what it was going to say. Are you trying to say that 10 minutes isn't going to change anything? That you're going to destroy the world while I can't control my body? Unfortunately, since you have my 10 minutes, your original plan can't go on. In my next 10 minutes, I will take you to a new world. All the characters there are already in position, but the final boss position is still vacant because they can't find a powerful character, and this final position is tailor-made for us. Zhongheng seemed to have thought of something as he patted his head and added, oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention, although on the surface our time allocation is 23 hours and 50 minutes versus 10 minutes, in reality, my day has 48 hours, so strictly speaking, our time ratio is 23 hours and 50 minutes versus 24 hours and 10 minutes. This is much fairer, and in this case, my day is 10 minutes longer than the average person's. I don't have a problem with that. Also, the flow of time in that world will also be slightly different from the real world. I hope you won't be too surprised when we go in later. Alright, that's all I have to say. There are still a lot of things I need to do. I need to make sure that you can't escape from that world. I need to help the other guy appease the old and new gods that were tricked into that world. After that, I need to prepare for the game world to be opened again to welcome players. After all this is done, if there's still time, I'd like to use the rest of my time to meet some old friends. After saying this, Zhongheng closed his eyes again. Next, let's write a new legend together. Chapter 1429. The Troubles of the Gods, thanks to Alliance leader Fang Dalin. I'm sorry, this area hasn't been opened for the time being. As more and more gods began to explore the area, more and more people received similar notifications. This time, it wasn't just the tarot card god. The other gods' expressions changed as well. Why is this happening? Is it because of game? We've already reached this point, yet he still wants to scheme against us. What exactly is game trying to do? Is he trying to imprison us in this godforsaken place forever? Where's Isis? Who was close to her before she came in? We know where she ran off to. The gods were clamoring, trying their best to figure out what exactly was going on. Unfortunately, there were all sorts of guesses, but only a few useful suggestions. At this moment, someone finally noticed the silent Kronos, who had been watching coldly from the side. He said to him, God of Time, do you have any good suggestions for our current predicament? Wait. Kronos opened his mouth and spat out a word. Wait? Wait for what? Hercules frowned. That fellow from Under Ice City is still behind us. We don't know if the god of novels will be able to successfully destroy that door. Let's hurry up and find Gam or Isis. At least cut off the passage before we talk about anything else. Hearing this, Cronus snorted coldly. He originally did not want to explain further, but seeing that there were other gods looking over, he understood that if he wanted to leave this place in the future, he would need the help of others. At the moment, he had to unite all the forces that could be united, so he patiently continued. Since Game has already done this and has schemed against all of us, it is impossible for him to be completely unprepared for the situation outside the door. His relationship with the god of novels is extraordinary. Whether it is here or outside, there must be some arrangements. Moreover, we are now in his territory. There is no other way except to wait. Hercules' brows relaxed slightly. He had to admit that Chrono's words sounded reasonable, but he still couldn't help but ask, then how long do we have to wait in this damn place? A day, a week, or a month? If Game doesn't come looking for us, then wouldn't we have to wait until the seas run dry and the rocks rot? Although the situation you mentioned might happen, the probability is very small, Kronos said. Game is not a madman like Seth. There is a strong logic behind everything he does. Just by looking at the decorations of this place, we can see that this is just an area similar to a transit station. Under normal circumstances, we won't stay here for long. As if to confirm Chrono's words, not long after he finished speaking, the large screen in the center of the waiting room and all the hanging televisions lit up. The gods finally saw that young face again after 5 months. Game, the god of games, appeared on the screen with a pair of sleepy eyes. He looked like a primary school student who had just played games all night but still had to get up early to go to school. Although many people were dissatisfied with Game's behavior of trapping them in this waiting hall, Game was still the leader of the gods. His prestige from before was still there, especially at this juncture where Chulhu had escaped from his cage under the sea. He had slaughtered his way through the human world, forcing the gods to hide in the new world, terrified like stray dogs. At this time, both the new gods and the old gods missed the days when Game was still alive. Some people even saw Giaime's tears of excitement. However, the god of games looked a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and adjusted the camera in front of him. At the same time, he seemed to be using this time to organize his words. Finally, he said, welcome to the station. Station. Chronos raised his eyebrows. So, this place is really just a transit station. I just wonder, where does the train in your station lead to? To the various dungeons of the game world, the little boy replied quickly as if he could hear Chronos' question. The gods were in an uproar when they heard this. The previous game world was built by them after they accepted Game's invitation. However, they never knew that there was a place called the station hidden in that game world. Of course, Gam had gone missing for 4 months. With his strength, he could build a new site on his own. However, to connect this new area called the station to the various dungeons, this involved adjusting the structure of the original structure. It was a very difficult thing. It was basically equivalent to overturning half of the game and redoing it. Therefore, there was only one explanation for the current situation, which was that this area called the station had been in Giaime's plan since he started to build the magnificent game world that he had imagined. It was just that he had hidden it away, and no one else knew about it except him. It was only until today that this area was put into use and welcomed the first batch of guests. At this time, even God Pan, who did not like to use his brain, reacted. He lowered his head with goat horns. Respected god of games, Game, why did you leave behind such an area behind us? So that the game can enter the 3rd stage, Game answered every question. The 3rd stage? What 3rd stage? We thought we had already agreed that this game was only prepared for the human players. The god of cars said, the 1st stage is convenient for us to choose the agents we like, and the 2nd stage is for those agents to kill each other to end the conflict between us, to abandon those ancient and bloody traditions, and to step into the era of civilization. As for the 3rd stage, what is it? Hearing this, Game was silent for a moment, and then he said again, I'm sorry, I've hidden some things from everyone before, and I'm sure some of you have already guessed the real purpose of building this game. Are you crazy? Chrono said with a sullen face. You may be the strongest among us, but what right do you have to decide the fate of all of us? To decide where we live. His words also received the approval of a group of gods. However, at this moment, Game had gradually recovered from his initial shyness. When he heard the questioning of the god of time, he scratched his head again. Weren't you the ones who had no choice but to enter my game world to seek protection? Kronos. And if you really think about it, isn't this the trouble you caused? Kronos, it was you who brought that human out of the city under the ice and made him your agent. At the same time, you kept his true identity hidden. Chapter 1430. The Troubles of the Gods 2, thanks to the naive and innocent Ge. Kronos was speechless. Indeed, when he brought Zhonghang out of the city under the ice, it was equivalent to helping the world solve an imminent crisis. However, now that the gods had fallen into such a tragic situation, it was also related to him. Outside the mansion in Pluto, the gods were all mourning for having to leave their homeland. No one was in the mood to settle old scores with him. When they reached the station, everyone was busy figuring out the current situation, so naturally, they couldn't care less about him, until now, Game, who had been missing for 5 months, showed up again. Everyone regained their backbone. Their previously tense nerves relaxed a little, and they began to plan for their future lives. In addition, Kronos had taken the initiative to lead the conversation here, only then did the gods remember which bastard had tricked them into such a state. Thus, everyone's gaze towards Kronos immediately became unfriendly. Kronos knew that he was in the wrong, and he could not refute it. In fact, the reason why he did not want to enter the new world with the other gods was because he did not want to be blamed for his previous actions. However, he did not have a choice when his life was in danger. Kronos knew very well that the reason why no one was looking for trouble with him was because the huge shadow of Chulhu had always shrouded everyone. Once he got rid of the threat of the monster, he would be punished sooner or later. However, Kronos did not expect this day to come so quickly. It was also his fault. He had guessed what Game was trying to do and was too angry. He could not hold himself back for a moment, causing trouble to come out of his mouth. He knew that what he said next would be meaningless. It would only attract hatred towards himself. Therefore, he wisely chose to shut up and not speak anymore. However, he also believed that he was not the only one who could see what Kronos was trying to do. With him starting it, there would definitely be others who would follow up. Kronos' guess was not wrong. Although the gods were very unhappy with what he had done previously, everyone still tried their best to suppress the anger in their hearts and turned their attention back to the current situation. Pan again came forward, bowed to Game on TV, and asked, "Dear God of Games, can you help me? I'm sure you have your reasons for building such a unique functional area." "Of course," said Game, nodding, "I am also a god, so I naturally know what the shackles on the god's neck have been for a long time. Each of us has our own destiny, but this destiny is not chosen by ourselves. It has long been written into those legends and heroic poems. Even for a new god like me, who was not born for too long, our destiny is decided by the common will of most humans. It has something to do with everyone in this world, but it has nothing to do with us. This is the same whether it is the new god or the old god." Game successfully made the gods in the station fall into silence. Apparently, what he said just now had also hit the bottom of everyone's heart, but after a moment, Apollo, the sun god, who looked a little embarrassed, raised his head again and said, "This is a curse that each of us is born with, and it is also the source of our strength. We have nothing to complain about. We have lived like this for thousands of years. It is not that no one has tried it before, but the facts have proved that we cannot change our fate by ourselves. I thought that this was already our consensus." "You're right. In this era, even my old friends, the god of novels, and the god of new media, are unable to directly change their own destinies, let alone others. The only person I know who successfully changed his own destinies was also the one who made all the arrangements when he was still a human." Game admitted, but then he changed the topic, "But that's all in the real world. In the game world, we can move freely. This has been proven repeatedly in previous dungeons." "Are you referring to the dungeons that we created to select agents?" The Evernite goddess Nyx stepped forward and asked, "We can indeed influence the direction of the dungeons to a certain extent there." "So, what do you mean? Do you want us to live in your game forever? But if this goes on, we will be forgotten by the humans sooner or later. For a long time, we have always been symbiotic with the humans. We satisfy their prayers and wishes, and they offer their faith and worship to us. So, although they need us, we cannot leave them either. Of course, how can a perfect game only have aborigines? Jean paused for a moment before announcing another piece of news. So, I plan to open the game world to human players again. However, his words caused another uproar, and this time, the uproar was even bigger than before. You plan to open the game world to human players again? The god of Lego rolled his eyes. Wait, maybe I should say something else. Do you plan to open up the game world again to those humans who have been corrupted by the spirit of the master of the city under the ice? For what? So that guy can come in and kill us all. Don't worry, the outside world will not be destroyed, said Gaimu. It would have been fine if he had not said this, but once he had said it, the gods immediately exploded. Because to put it bluntly, the reason why everyone was willing to stay here and discuss the possibility of living here with GAM was that the world outside was about to be destroyed, so they had no choice. Otherwise, as gods who had lived outside for hundreds or even thousands of years, they naturally didn't want to give up everything they had on that piece of land. Meanwhile, Game seemed to have expected such a reaction from the gods. He patiently waited for the chaos to subside and the gods to calm down before continuing. I said that the outside world will not be destroyed, but the premise is that all of you, including me, will stay here obediently. Why? The god of awakening asked. Although the situation had reached a critical point, he still yawned, looking as if he could fall asleep at any time. Because I need to borrow your strength to leave it in this game world. This time, the person who answered was not Game. When the gods looked towards the voice, the crowd that had finally calmed down began to panic again. No, more accurately, it was panic. Moreover, this panic was growing exponentially. Because they saw a figure that they did not want to see no matter what. Chapter 1431. The Troubles of the Gods 3, thanks to President Raspberry Yogurt. The gods in the station were once again in an uproar. At the same time, the crowd in a certain area quickly dispersed, revealing an empty space and Zhongheng standing in it. Before this, their attention was almost entirely focused on Game on television, so no one noticed when Zhongheng appeared. However, when they realized that Zhongheng had also entered the station, many of them could not help but show expressions of despair. A moment ago, they were still unhappy that Game had hidden the existence of the station in order to keep them in the game world. However, in the blink of an eye, they realized that even this outcome had turned into an extravagant hope. It was unknown whether Game's arrangements had gone wrong, or whether the god of fiction was too useless to carry out his arrangements successfully, resulting in the monster named Chulu chasing after them all the way into the game world. What made the gods even more terrified was that they realized they had nowhere to run. Previously, when the real world outside was about to be destroyed, they could still escape to the new world. However, once the new world fell, they had no idea where they could escape to. However, when they realized this, the reactions of different gods were different. Some wanted to fight Zhongheng to the death. Even though they knew they were no match for Zhongheng, dying in battle was better than being killed by others. Some of them placed their last hope on Game. Some even knelt on the ground and begged Game to help them. Other than that, a small group of people had different reactions from the previous two groups. For example, Ars, who was a relatively strong god, had always been active in battle. He had fought with Chulu a few times, but during these few battles, Chulu had never spoken a single word. In the original design, this monster was an existence that could not communicate. At most, it could only communicate through dreams and hallucinations. However, just now, they had clearly heard Zhongheng speak, and even though his words sounded difficult to understand, the meaning of the difficult to understand was not literal. In fact, Zhongheng's words were very clear. This was especially true for Kronos. Unlike the other gods, he was most familiar with Zhongheng. The young man standing before him now gave him a strong sense of familiarity. Therefore, the god of time, who had already made up his mind not to say anything, blurted out, "It's you." "It's me," Zhongheng said. "Long time no see, Kronos." As he said this, the crowd that was about to lose control finally quieted down. The god's gaze returned to the figure that they had not dared to look at before. How is that possible? Your soul should have been completely crushed the moment that guy descended. Kronos exclaimed. This time, even the slowest person realized that Zhongheng was not the same person as the one who had chased after them outside the mansion in Pluto. Even though there was no difference in their appearance, there were even traces of blood on Zhongheng's body. It was obvious that he was the one who had led the massacre. I did die once, Zhongheng said. His gaze swept across the gods present. After a pause, he continued, but now, I'm back. How did you do that? Kronos was confused, and he asked the questions that were in the minds of the gods present. Zhongheng did not hide anything. I wrote a novel, a very popular novel. After my death, it was uploaded to the internet by a friend of mine. It was about all my experiences. So far, more than 9 million people have read the novel. You should understand what this means, and my return is the ending of the novel. You gave yourself a resurrection ending in a novel to influence reality. Kronos was shocked. Wait, but a god cannot interfere with his own fate, even if it is through indirect means such as novels or movies. I am not a god. But humans cannot change their own fate through novels. Otherwise, all novelists can live forever, the code god said as he adjusted his glasses. I'm not a human either, Zhongheng said calmly. I have the blood of Chulhu flowing in my body. You can do that? The Egyptian god Osiris was also shocked. However, he had to admit that Zhongheng's situation was probably the most unique in the world. He was originally the vessel chosen by Chulhu, and he had completed the blood exchange early on. If this was to be taken seriously, previously, he could be considered an ordinary person with Chulhu's blood flowing through his body. So, the monster was killed by you just like that. Nyx's words also caused the eyes of the surrounding gods to light up. However, she quickly added, that's not right. Chulhu cannot be eliminated in the original setting. Furthermore, his story has been popular for decades, and it has already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It's not that easy to change. No matter how good your story is, it has only been published for a few months. If you dare to challenge the rules that have already been deeply rooted in your body and mind, the only outcome is that your novel loses its authenticity, and you lose your only chance of revival. You're right. Zhongheng nodded. I didn't kill him. He's still in my body. In fact, we've temporarily stopped fighting. We share the same body. To be more precise, it takes him 23 hours and 50 minutes. I'll take 10 minutes. However, just as he finished his sentence, the gods, who had heaved a sigh of relief, felt their hearts skip a beat. One of the gods, who was standing close to Zhongheng, immediately distanced himself from him. The gods looked at him as if they were looking at a time bomb. Don't worry, the flow of time at the station is different from the real world. Game spoke on the television to calm the tense atmosphere. However, there were still many gods clamoring to leave, expressing that they didn't want to stay in the same place with Zhongheng for another moment. However, before Game could say anything, Zhongheng continued, there's no point in leaving now, because once the other guy in my body returns to the outside world, don't expect me to rely on my pitiful 10 minutes to stop him. When that time comes, we'll all die together. What exactly do you want us to do? Just say it, the god of amusement park said. Build a special dungeon for me and help me lock up the guy in my body. Zhongheng did not keep him in suspense anymore. Chapter 1432. The Troubles of the Gods thanks to Alliance leader long absence. We are now trapped in this area called the station. Can't you let us return to the real world and leave you here alone? A god questioned. No, the person who spoke was not even Game or Zhongheng, but Zeus. In the previous battle, he had been the main force against Chulhu, and his divine weapon, thunder, had been destroyed. Therefore, he could be considered the person who understood Chulhu the best among the gods. The power of this space isn't enough to trap that guy. In fact, if my weapon was still here, I could have destroyed this area, Zeus said with a serious expression. But even if Game couldn't do it, even if we added in the strongest area we could create, we still wouldn't be able to trap him, right? The god of light, Bada, said. That's the theory, Zhongheng said. Other than the underwater city called Lale, there's no other place in this world that can completely block his movements. Then what's the point of asking us for help? A goddess dressed in JK said with an unfriendly expression. Me and the other guy who lives in my body, when we use our bodies, the other party is in a state of hibernation, which means that they have no sense of the outside world. Previously, Game and I discussed a possibility, Zhongheng said calmly. What possibility? I want to recreate the outside world one by one in a game dungeon, Zhongheng said. I heard from Game that to be as flawless as the previous dungeons, all of you need to work together. Wait, are you trying to trick that guy? That dungeon is the real world, right? The goddess of wisdom, Athena, was also surprised. Even if that guy fell for this trick, he wouldn't be able to trick him for too long, right? After he destroys the world, he'll realize that his power hasn't changed. Naturally, he'll realize that something's wrong. That's right. That's when we need the existence of the second world, Zhongheng answered quickly, obviously having studied this question for a long time. Second world. As expected of the goddess of wisdom, Athena was only stunned for a moment before she realized what was going on. You want to put another one on top of the real world? We're not going to put another one on. Just to be on the safe side, it's better for us to put a few more on top of each other, Zhongheng said. It's better to put one on top of the other like a 1,000-layer cake, but remember to leave a door for me so that I can go in and out when it's my time. You only have 10 minutes, what's there to get in and out of? The god of amusement park could not help but roll his eyes. As long as I change the flow of time, 10 minutes can still become very long. Besides, who said I only have 10 minutes to use? Zhongheng shook the starfish in his hand. Unfortunately, with this watch, the flow of time in that special dungeon can only be set to 1:1. However, this is also good, so that he won't be suspicious easily. The gods looked at each other. They all realized that this solution could indeed work. However, after a moment of silence, someone spoke up. Your plan might be able to fool him a few times, but as time goes on, he won't even be able to confirm whether he's in the real world anymore. He'll use brute force to break open the dungeon. That's right, but that's at least a year away. It'll take him at least a year to destroy the first two worlds, Zhongheng said. What about after that? After that, we'll have to rely on the players, Zhongheng said. This is also the reason why we need to restart the game. This time, the newly released expansion pack will undergo a large number of updates and release the main mission, the Awakening of Chulhu. The ultimate goal of the game is no longer to PK between players, but to find a way to fight Chulhu together. So many of us gods are helpless. What can a mere human do? Apollo frowned. The point is not that they have a way, but to make them believe that they have a way, Zhongheng emphasized once more. This also requires your help. Now that we have the main mission, we are still short of submissions, especially those related to you. Other than that, the number of players is also not enough. We need to continue expanding. Only when enough people believe in the final outcome will that outcome happen. But that doesn't mean that it's against the rules. We gods can't use any means to change our fate, the tarot card god questioned. We didn't. We only gave them a main storyline mission. As for the choice, we'll give it back to the players. Aren't you worried that they'll destroy the world in the end? Or that they'll choose to kill you and Chulhu together? Haven't they already done that once? Kronos suddenly said. Of course I'm worried, but a wise man once told me to have faith in humanity. She showed me the kindness of the world, so I plan to return that kindness to the world, Zhongheng said. I believe that if they're given enough time, they'll find a better solution. Besides, neither I nor the guy in my body can be killed so easily. As time passes, Chulhu culture and my novel will become more and more popular. Of course, if one day we become less popular, then your troubles will automatically be resolved. The gods fell silent again, and they began to whisper to each other. However, this was not the case for Kronos. Although he was isolated by the gods for releasing Chulhu, as an old god who was good at socializing, even at a time like this, Kronos still had some allies and friends, but he did not gather like the others around him. Why? Aren't you going to consider my proposal? Zhongheng asked. There's nothing to consider. Kronos shook his head. Do we have any other choice but to do as you say? To be honest, if I could have predicted what would happen after I brought you out of that city under the ice, I might have killed you then. You won't, Zhonghang said calmly. Even if someone as conceited as you saw the result in advance, you would have believed that you had a way to change it. Besides, deep down in your heart, you're a gambler. For the first time, Kronos didn't get angry when he heard the last sentence. He took out another bag of fudge from his pocket and poured it into his mouth. You've won this round. You can say whatever you want, but I won't give up on my final goal. I know. Zhonghang was quick-witted. He grabbed the remaining fudge from the old man and threw it into his mouth. I look forward to fighting you next time, but if I win the next time, I'm afraid you'll have to pay a bigger price. Then we'll see. Kronos snorted. Chapter 1433. Courage 1, thanks to President Infinityykz. It was said that when Chen Fan's parents gave him this name, they hoped that he would be as brave as a sail on the sea. However, Chen Fan felt that he did not fit the name at all. He felt that he should be called Chen Fan. In the first 16 years of his life, he had always been ordinary. He had been studying all the way from kindergarten to junior high school. He was the most ordinary child in the class. His grades were neither good nor bad, and his grades were lower than average in the class. He was not one of the most promising students that the teachers praised every day, but he was not so bad that he had to be invited to be a parent every 3 days. Naturally, he did not degenerate into the kind of person who would fight all day long and talk about brotherhood. He was a delinquent who was considered handsome by many young girls and was able to secrete hormones. In addition, he did not have any outstanding sports or talent programs. His appearance was even more ordinary. He felt like a passerby in an anime that was purely used to make up the numbers. Moreover, when the artist wanted to slack off or the production team did not have enough funds, he did not even bother to draw his facial features. He directly placed a whiteboard there to fool the audience and even glorified it as the stream of consciousness. Here, I'll name a few of the original Bangyang supervisors. Other than that, the most important thing was that Chen Fan felt that he had never been brave since he was young, especially after what happened a few days ago. After he entered high school, his days were almost the same as before. Although he had changed to a new school and a new batch of classmates and teachers, he still conscientiously played the role of a passerby. In order to make himself look more sociable, he tried his best to echo every word of the people around him, even if his heart did not think so. He talked about the same sports games as everyone else, pretended to be a fan of a popular team even if he did not like that team, and talked excitedly about which female character in the movie anime had bigger breasts, listening to the strange laughter of the boys around him, even though he felt that it wasn't very polite. Every time they talked about something similar, he would nervously glance at the short-haired girl across the table, afraid that she would hear his words and be disappointed with him. But in fact, Chen Fan himself also knew that the short-haired girl didn't care about what he said, just like how the female lead in an anime wouldn't care if the passerby who happened to be in the same frame as him had facial features. However, perhaps every little transparent who was bitterly in love with him had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He felt that as long as he did not open his mouth to say those 4 words and was not explicitly rejected by the other party, then there was still a possibility. Therefore, even if the 3 paths were broken and the hero was on time, and the entire base was left with only a single crystal, he would still stubbornly refuse to type GG in the chat bar. Sometimes, Chen Fan would also feel that he was really stupid for being so neither up nor down. He thought that he might as well make up his mind and take a big gamble and confess tomorrow. Regardless of success or failure, he would at least be able to get a result. Even if he died, he would still die clearly. Moreover, wasn't there still a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival? However, he had prepared a love letter, rehearsed the words he wanted to say in front of the mirror countless times, and even thought of how to make the other party stay after school. However, he still did not have the courage to take that final step. Every time things came to a head, he would tell himself that he would go tomorrow, because for passers-by, tomorrow would always be the best time. However, from junior high school to high school, and then when he went to college, the tomorrow that he had been waiting for would never come. Chen Fan felt that he and courage really seemed to be cut off from each other. His parents had given him this name in vain. Recently, a novel called My Day Has 48 Hours had become popular in his class. In order to blend in with the group, Chen Fan had also read it. Initially, he had only opened it with the thought that he could speak the same language as everyone else. However, Chen Fan was surprised to find that he did not hate this novel. He really liked the strange stories in the novel. He liked the protagonist of the novel, the boy named Zhong Hang. The other party was completely different from him. He was always calm and filled with courage, no matter how much danger was ahead. Even if he was forced into a desperate situation, that courage would not disappear. He was as handsome as a hero. Zhong Hang was the kind of person that Chen Fan had always hoped to become. He was mature and reliable. He did not even need light or heat, because he could shine by himself. There were still 10 minutes before the teacher on stage could finish the last class and announce the end of school. Chen Fan was bored to death and used an automatic pencil to draw some messy lines on his notebook, pretending to be taking notes, but in fact, his thoughts had already drifted to 3 days ago. That day, it was their group's turn to be on duty. Chen Fan, the good guy and a passerby, was the last one to leave that day. He even wrote some homework in the empty classroom for a while. He originally planned to take the bus directly, but when he reached downstairs, he suddenly thought of something and decided to go to the toilet before leaving. And that was also the most regretful thing in Chen Fan's life. If possible, he was willing to pay any price to change that stupid decision. That day, Chen Fan had already gone downstairs, so he went to the public toilet next to the playground. It had just been repaired, and it had a grand design. There were 2 floors in total. The women's toilet was on, and the men's toilet was on the ground floor. It was once nicknamed the Little Potala Palace. Of course, the girls in the school actually didn't like this toilet very much. Although it reduced the risk of being peeked at, they still had to climb the stairs every time they went to the toilet. In the eyes of the school's leaders, they probably thought that young people like them were full of vitality. They probably didn't care about this little bit of road, but in reality, for young people, staying up late was fine. Climbing the stairs even a few more steps might kill them. Chen Fan was thinking about the short-haired girl all the way. Thinking about how she had talked to the male class monitor a few more times today, Chen Fan had suspected that there was something going on between the two of them, because the short-haired girl and the male class monitor talked more than she talked to the other boys combined, but Chen Fan comforted himself that one of them was the school committee, and the other was the class monitor. It was normal for them to talk about work matters. It was precisely because of his absent-mindedness that he did not notice anything unusual when he passed by the basketball court. There were obviously fewer people playing basketball than usual, and he seemed a little absent-minded. Moreover, one of the basketball racks was empty. One had to know that this was not an easy scene to see in a high school where there was a possibility of fighting over the basketball rack. Unfortunately, Chen Fan was not very athletic. He did not usually play basketball. At most, he would run errands to buy water and gas for everyone during the class match. Therefore, he did not notice the abnormality on the basketball court. It was not until he walked to the toilet that he noticed 2 senior boys standing by the sink. One of them looked fierce and said to him, "Hey, go somewhere else." Chapter 1434. Courage 2, thanks to President Grinding Needle Wellman. Chen Fan felt a little suffocated when he saw the 2 people in front of the sink, because the other party did not look like a good person at first glance. It was probably those delinquents in school who did not study hard, smoked and drank, and even had dealings with people in society. Chen Fan had seen similar guys go to the entrance of a certain class to block people after class before, or they would bring their little girlfriend and swagger past in the corridor, looking or inspiring. Although the vast majority of them would be quickly eliminated by society after the college entrance examination and beaten up, at least during the period of high school, they were indeed on the upper level of the pyramid. In contrast, Chen Fan, who was a passerby, was undoubtedly the floor tile at the bottom of the pyramid. Therefore, when he heard the other side telling him not to use the toilet here, Chen Fan didn't question why it was obviously a public toilet. Why didn't they let him in? Instead, he was very smart and prepared to leave obediently. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard an excited voice coming from the toilet. That ball was a mistake. I didn't hit your hand at all. The people around can testify. Chen Fan's body trembled because this voice was very familiar to him. It was Wang Ruizhe, his best friend who grew up in the same neighborhood as him. Unlike Chen Fan, Wang Ruizhe had been a little hyperactive since he was young. In addition, he had grown to 1m77 at the age of 16. Although his studies were average, his sports results had always been very good. Especially in basketball, he had sharp breakthroughs, three-point accuracy, and a tough defense. Every time he appeared on the basketball court, he would immediately attract the attention of many members of the opposite sex. There would also be girls who would bring him water from time to time. In addition, his looks were not bad either. He was like the flowing maple in the manga Dunk Master. Moreover, this flowing maple wasn't as cold as in the original. He was very warm-hearted and was very popular among the boys in his class. As for Chen Fan, he had been taken care of by Wang Ruizhe since he was young. Chen Fan still remembered that when he was in junior high school, he was blackmailed by the hooligans nearby. It was Wang Ruizhe who stood up for him. Although the two weren't in the same class after they entered high school, Wang Ruizhe would ask Chen Fan about his recent situation from time to time to see if he had encountered any trouble. However, Chen Fan did not expect that he had not encountered any trouble, but Wang Ruizhe had encountered it first. Just as Wang Ruizhe's voice fell from the toilet, another gloomy voice sounded, "Kid, it's fine if your actions are not clean, but your mouth is not clean. Didn't we already ask the people around us just now? Everyone said that they saw your thugs. That's because they're afraid of you and you're..." Wang Ruizhe said angrily. But this time, before he could finish his words, he seemed to be hit by a punch and let out a painful groan. F***ck, you're still F***king stubborn. I didn't like you when I was playing the game. You look like you can't handle Dior. You look like you need to be taught a lesson. Chen Fan heard the sound of punches coming from inside, mixed with Wang Ruizhe's sporadic resistance. However, it seemed that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. He felt his mind go blank and subconsciously clenched his fists. However, he did not stay there for long. Very soon, his body was pushed by someone. The bad boy who told him to go to the toilet elsewhere said again, "What are you looking at? Do you want to go in and get beaten up too?" When Chen Fan heard this, his clenched fists loosened again. After countless times, Chen Fan had hoped that he could be braver at that time. It would be fine as long as he was just a little bit braver, even if he did not do anything and just stood there. It was better to be dragged into the toilet with that vicious-looking bad guy and beaten up by Wang Ruizhe. It was also better than being scared back then. Unfortunately, time could not be repeated, and there were no IFS in this world. At that time, Chen Fan was completely surrounded by fear. This was the natural fear of the small herbivores at the bottom of the food chain when facing the top predators. On the other side, the expression on Chen Fan's face was also very pleased when he saw Chen Fan retreat. "Don't even think about reporting this to the teachers or the school guards. I have already remembered your appearance. If you dare to tell others about this, then from now on, we will beat you up every time we meet you, understand?" When Chen Fan heard this, the last bit of courage in his heart also disappeared. He only felt that all the muscles in his body had become incomparably stiff. Under the effect of his instincts, he only nodded mechanically. However, the bad guy opposite him did not seem to be satisfied. F***ck, are you mute? I'm F***king asking you a question. I know. Chen Fan was submissive, and his voice was even smaller than a mosquito. Speak up, the bad guy said in dissatisfaction. However, right now, Chen Fan's entire body seemed to be stuck in his neck. He did not dare to make any sound at all, afraid that he would be recognized by Wang Ruizhe in the toilet. Just as the bad feeling accumulated more and more, just as he was about to flare up, his other companion, who seemed to be a little easier to talk to, said, "Forget it. He should already know how powerful he is. Let him go." After saying that, he looked at Chen Fan. "What are you still standing there for? Get lost quickly." When Chen Fan heard that, he felt as if he had been pardoned. He lowered his head and quickly walked past the basketball court. He was muddle-headed the entire way. He had no idea how he got home. He opened his school bag and took out his homework book. He wanted to do his homework, but he couldn't write a single word. The tip of the neutral pen hung on the blank paper. A strong sense of shame welled up in Chen Fan's heart. He had abandoned his best friend just like that. The friend who was willing to stand up for him. He allowed the latter to be beaten up in that toilet, but he didn't do anything. Chen Fan didn't know if Wang Riye in the toilet recognized his voice, or if there was someone on the basketball court who knew him and would tell Wang Riye about what had happened earlier. It was not until then that Chen Fan realized that he might very well lose his best friend, and that was not what scared him the most. What scared him the most was that he had to face the cowardice in his heart. He had to admit that he was a person without courage. And this was what made Chen Fan really sad. Chen Fan gripped the automatic pencil in his hand tightly. The bell had already rung, and the teacher on the podium had started to arrange the homework. However, Chen Fan was no longer in the mood to listen to what he was saying. He packed his school bag and waited for the teacher to announce that school was over before he was the first to rush out of the classroom. He did not even pretend to casually follow behind the short-haired girl and watch her leave as usual. According to Chen Fan's habit, he usually went straight home after leaving the school. However, he did not do so this time. He just wandered aimlessly on the commercial street near the school until the sky turned dark. It was like a lonely ghost that did not accept a small temple but could not find its own grave. In this world, it was not scary to be hated by others. However, if even he despised himself, then he was truly hopeless. Chen Fan did not know how he came to a blind box machine. This kind of thing was very popular now. The merchants first made some attractive gimmicks and then stuffed a bunch of worthless gadgets into their own blind box machine. The probability of consumers actually drawing something valuable was even lower than the probability of those cash-in-hand games in the pig farm drawing SSR. Normally, Chen Fan would not pay an IQ tax on this kind of thing, but today, he mysteriously stopped in front of a blind box machine, took out his phone, and scanned the payment code on it. Then, a blind box fell from the shelf. Chapter 1435. Courage 3, thanks to the fallen leader. Chen Fan was already regretting it when he scanned the code to pay. Although his family conditions were not bad, his parents were very strict with his pocket money. Basically, the money given each week was only enough for him to buy stationery and breakfast. Even his favorite novels and games had to be saved for a long time. It was silly to spend the little pocket money he had left on something that he knew was a scam. However, he had already done enough foolish things in his 16 years of life, and he did not need this one. Chen Fan smiled self-deprecatingly and reached out to take out the blind box that had tricked him once again. He was not in a hurry to open it. He first felt the weight of the box in his hand. It was very light. Had he really been taught a good lesson? Then, Chen Fan shook it by his ear again. In the end, there was not even the sound of objects colliding. Could it be that it was empty? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Although he had a bad feeling when he paid, he was still at a loss for what to do. No matter what, it was an item that cost 30 yuan. Generally speaking, no matter how bad his luck was, he should still be able to draw a consolation prize like a pirated figurine or doll produced in Yiwu. The worst-case scenario would be a 9.9-pack headphones. What happened to the empty one? Did the merchant forget to put something in it? Just as Chen Fan was wondering if there was something wrong with this batch of blind boxes, a couple next to him also scanned the code and received the box that belonged to them. When he opened it, it was a 128GB USB drive. "Your luck is not bad," the boy said in surprise. He didn't have much hope for the things in the blind box. The only reason he paid was to make his girlfriend happy, but he didn't expect that the thing he drew could still be used. Even if it was just a random USB flash drive, it wasn't too much of a loss. The two threw the box into the trash can at the side, then left with the USB flash drive in satisfaction. Chen Fan was left standing by the roadside with the empty box in his hand. At this time, the street lights on both sides of the road and the neon signs of the shops had been lit up. The business street was still lively at night, but Chen Fan felt that he did not fit in with this colorful world. His phone screen showed 3 missed calls. They were all from his mother. Usually, he would have already arrived home at this time with his school bag. His mother often praised him to his colleagues and friends. Xiao Fan has been very obedient since he was young. He does whatever he is told to do. Every day after school, he would come home on time. He would definitely not interact with any random people, nor would he fall in love early. He would go to the internet cafe to play games. This child has never worried us much since he was young. After that, the aunts and uncles in the vicinity would also chime in with envious voices. Then, they would sigh and say how mischievous their child was. They did not know where he had gone off to. Previously, Chen Fan always felt that no matter what, it was always a good thing to be praised. But now, he only felt that the word obedient was unprecedentedly harsh. He thought of that evening again. The 2 delinquents in front of the toilet told him to get lost, and he also obediently got lost after that. Another example was now, he had obtained an empty blind box. It was obviously a business mistake. He wanted to call the phone on the machine and question the other party, but when he picked up the phone, he had not even dialed half of the number. He could not help but shrink back. He was worried that the merchant on the other end of the phone would confidently say to him, "That's right, the blind box we have is empty. Didn't you see the slogan on it before you bought it? If you sell it, you won't be able to return it. If you can't afford it, then don't play with it. If only there was someone in this world who could lend me some courage." Chen Fan clenched his fists in despair again. His phone vibrated for the 4th time. He could feel the anxiety of the person on the other end of the screen. Chen Fan was already prepared to be willful for once, but when he thought of his mother working the whole day and still looking for him after work, his heart softened. In the end, he picked up the call. So the obedient child version of Chen Fan went online again. "Hello. Oh, it's a little late for school duty today. I'm already at the bus station. I'm about to catch the bus. Ham. I'll be back soon." Chen Fan hung up the phone and took 2 deep breaths, trying hard to hide the despair in his heart. He originally wanted to throw away the empty blind box in his hand, but he hesitated when he walked to the dustbin. Even though there was nothing inside the box, the outer packaging was still quite beautiful. It could be used to make a small storage box, and at the same time, it could remind him how stupid he was. So Chen Fan stuffed the blind box into his backpack, and then went to the station to take the bus home. He pushed the door open. His mother had already prepared dinner, and his father had already gone home from work. He asked him to wash his hands and eat. The family sat at the dining table happily. Chen Fan behaved as usual. He did not reveal any unusual emotions. His father gave him a piece of ribs, and then asked him about the things in school. He only picked a few things that did not matter, and he did not mention anything about what happened in front of the toilet that evening. It was as if that thing had never happened. Unfortunately, even if he could hide it from everyone, he could not hide it from himself. When he returned to his room and closed the door, the feeling of powerlessness and regret wrapped around him again. It was as if someone had tied a stone to his ankle and he had sunk into the water. The strong suffocation that came from all directions almost swallowed him up completely. I shouldn't have left that day. I should have told my teacher right away. No, I should have rushed in at that time. Even if I would have been beaten up. I am really the worst friend in the world. No one is worse than me. Who can save me? Give me some courage. Chen Fan was not in the mood to do his homework. He threw his backpack onto the bed. He did not turn on the lights after that. He just sat in the darkness with his head in his hands. The next moment, Chen Fan heard the sound of something falling to the ground. He turned around and saw the backpack that he had just thrown onto the bed fall to the side. The blind box that he had stuffed inside earlier rolled to his feet. The bow tied on it seemed to be inviting him to open it. Chen Fan then remembered that he had not opened this box since he had gotten it. Although it should be empty, since he had already spent money, he should at least take a look at it, or was he really so weak that he did not even have the courage to do so? Chen Fan hesitated for a moment and opened the lid of the blind box. As expected, the box was indeed empty. The empty wall seemed to be laughing at his stupidity. However, when Chen Fan flipped over the lid of the blind box, he found that there was actually an envelope inside. It was glued to the inside of the lid. On the envelope were written in beautiful small block letters. Chapter 1436. Courage 4, thanks to Alliance leader Lun Yu and Feng. Chen Fan was stunned when he saw the envelope. Then, a sense of absurdity arose in his heart. How was this possible? How could the merchant who bought the box know his name? Was it just a coincidence? But the probability of such a thing was too small. Or was his WeChat personal information leaked when he was scanning the code? However, Chen Fan carefully looked at the words on the envelope. He was sure that the words were not printed by the computer, but handwritten. He could even smell the scent of ink when he got close. Chen Fan reached out and removed the envelope with his name written on it from the cover of the blind box. This envelope with a strange origin was actually sealed with red lacquer. It looked quite formal. On the lacquer was a picture that looked like a game controller. At the bottom of the picture was the signature of the game committee. The moment Chen Fan saw the signature, his pupils constricted. Then, his hands that were holding the letter could not help but tremble. He recalled the novel that he had just read not long ago, and his heart immediately began to beat wildly. Could it be that the stories in that novel were all true? That great game created by the gods was hidden in the city, only open at night in mysterious game points, all kinds of magical props with supernatural powers, and a series of magnificent adventures. Chen Fan told himself to calm down, because for the first 16 years of his life, he had been a passerby without facial features. Even if there were really heroic stories in this world, it should have nothing to do with him. Although he thought so, Chen Fan couldn't wait to open the envelope. Dear Mr. Chen Fan. Hello. When you opened the envelope, you probably guessed the contents of this letter. Yes, we sincerely invite you to join in an unprecedented great game. You can harvest all the things you can think of and cannot imagine, power, growth, friendship, and some interesting gadgets, but you have to be clear in advance, this is not an amusement park ride on a merry-go-round. In addition to the tempting rewards, there are also dangers everywhere. To live or to die is the eternal theme of this game. And in this world, death is not the scariest thing. Something scarier than death has quietly revived and spread its tentacles all over the world. Please follow your heart and make your choice carefully, because they will affect the fate of the world, not just the world in the game, but also the world you live in reality. Finally, with the new expansion of Horror Online, we have also made some improvements to the invitation mechanism, and now new players who join the game have the right to refuse our invitation, as long as you read this letter within 10 seconds, put down the letter in your hand, it will be considered as giving up the player qualification, you will lose all the memory after the envelope, and return to your normal life. Once again, you are holding a one-way ticket. Once you set foot on this path, there is no turning back until the final boss is conquered or the world is destroyed. Wish, happy game. The Game Organizing Committee. Chen Fan's mouth was wide open, and his whole body was shaking as if he had touched a switch. The Game Organizing Committee was really the Game Organizing Committee. So, the main character in the novel, the boy named Zhongheng, was also real? Although he had felt a sense of reality when he read the book, he had always thought that such a powerful guy would only exist in novels. No, wait, that was not the point now. Chen Fan thought of something and almost threw the envelope in his hand out. 10 seconds. He only had 10 seconds to decide if he wanted to step into that mysterious and dangerous world. Even though the story in the novel fascinated him, Chen Fan still had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Even someone as strong as Zhongheng needed 48 hours of hacking to clear one dungeon after another without any danger, and someone like him who didn't have any skills, a high school student who was so weak that he couldn't even stand up to a newbie dungeon. Therefore, what he had in his hands wasn't a ticket to the new world, but an invitation from death. Impossible! No matter how I look at it, I can't live for too long. Even in a team game, with the help of teammates, even the kindest and most patient teammates wouldn't be willing to carry a useless burden around with them, especially when it came to competitive dungeons. For other players in the dungeon, he was simply a walking experience bag. Chen Fan felt that he simply couldn't do it. After all, he was a passerby who didn't even dare to provoke the bad guys in school. His position in life was that after those heroes fought hard to save the world, he would offer up his knees, kneel on the ground and call God NB 6666. He was an ordinary villager who had nothing on his body and was willing to offer up his kidney to drink for the hero. Therefore, although he was very excited about the adventure, the most rational thing for him to do now was to drop the letter in his hand within 10 seconds, forget all of this, and return to his ordinary life. But Chen Fan did not know why, he just did not let go. Was he moved by those skills, or was he dazzled by the variety of game props inside? No, at this moment, Chen Fan thought of that evening 3 days ago. He stood in front of the toilet and found his friend beaten up in the toilet, but he could only pretend not to know him. He lowered his head and left in humiliation and unwillingness. He was willing to give everything, only hoping to exchange for a different choice at that time. But if he was really given another chance to return to that day, could he really make the opposite decision? Or would he be intimidated by the predators at the top of the food chain and lower his head again? Chen Fan suddenly understood what he wanted the most. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and held onto the letter tightly until 10 seconds later. However, nothing happened. Just when Chen Fan was wondering if this was just a prank, his phone vibrated again, indicating that he had received a new text message. Chen Fan opened the message from an unknown number. The content was very simple, but it made all the blood in his body rush to the top of his head. Shu Dao Love Foot Massage Club, game point 609, 11 o'clock tonight. Then, Chen Fan put down his phone and saw a row of numbers on his arm. As someone who had read novels, he knew that this row of numbers was his player number. After seeing this row of numbers, Chen Fan finally confirmed that he had indeed become a player. Chapter 1437. Courage 5, thanks to President Hajerwawa. Chen Fan looked at the alarm clock on his bed. There were still 3 hours until 11 o'clock. Then, he took out his phone and used Geoda to navigate to the foot massage club called Shu Dao Qing. He was surprised to find that the place was actually very close to his neighborhood, only 2 kilometers away. It was less than 20 minutes walk. This was good news for Chen Fan. After all, this was the place he would go every month in the future. As a high school student, he did not have any private means of transportation, although he could take the bus, but if it was too late at night, there was a high chance that he would not be able to take the bus. As for taking a taxi, his monthly allowance was only so small, so he had to save it. So it was better to walk. Walking was the most environmentally friendly. In any case, if he did not have enough money, most of the games would start with the protagonist running around the village on 2 legs with only a pair of underpants. Chen Fan comforted himself this way. However, traffic was not the most difficult problem he was facing at the moment. His real problem now was actually how to get out of the house. As everyone knew, high school students did not fully enjoy their personal freedom, let alone a child like Chen Fan who had always been obedient and never caused trouble. If he wanted to leave his residence in the middle of the night, there were only 2 ways: either he sneaked out when his parents were not paying attention, or he had to make up some lie to get his parents' consent. Because Chen Fan's parents both had to go to work, they usually slept very early. However, no matter how early it was, they would not go to bed until 11 o'clock. During this period of time before going to bed, they would basically spend their time in the living room, watching variety shows, and playing with their phones. If they waited for them to wash up and return to the house before going out, it would obviously be too late. Moreover, there was no guarantee that the 2 of them would be able to fall asleep as soon as they touched the pillow. At that time, as long as Chen Fan opened the door slightly louder, they would most likely go out to check. It seemed that if they wanted to sneak out, they could only choose the second path. However, Chen Fan himself was the one who knew his own matters the best. He was the kind of person who could not help but blush when he lied. Moreover, he would not be able to control himself from touching his ears and biting his lips. In short, he could show all of his guilty actions. Moreover, he had been holding it in for so long and still could not come up with a reliable reason. Chen Fan hugged his head and felt a wave of despair.
Was he going to become the first player in history to be killed by the organizing committee because he could not reach the game point on time?
No, he couldn't give up just like that. There had to be another way. Chen Fan took a deep breath. If Zhongheng was here, what would he do? Fine, Zhongheng had wings, so he could fly out. He couldn't use this method, but what about other methods? Chen Fan seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He rushed to his desk, pushed open the window, and looked down. Then, he silently closed the window. Chen Fan lived in a residential area with 16 floors. Chen Fan's house was on the 10th floor. Initially, he wanted to see if he could use his climbing skills to climb down from the window like Zhongheng, but he didn't have any climbing skills. Even if Zhongheng's climbing skills were given to him, he wouldn't dare to climb down just like that, because just one look was enough to make his legs go weak. Not to mention, the distance between the windowsill and the windowsill was almost 2 times his height, and the landing spot was pitifully narrow. Chen Fan reckoned that if he really climbed down, he would die on the spot if he was lucky. If he wasn't lucky, he would probably end up paralyzed in a high position and spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Just as Chen Fan was overwhelmed and at a loss for what to do, he didn't expect the goddess of fate to favor him for the first time. There was a knock on the door. Chen Fan hurriedly hid the envelope and the blind box under the bed before opening the door. He saw his father and mother standing outside his door, dressed neatly. I just received a notice that something has happened at the office. I have to go and take care of it, his father said. Chen Fan's mouth opened wide when he heard that. However, before he could speak, his mother continued to say, "Your grandmother's water pipe burst. Although I've already asked someone to fix it, she's alone at home now. I plan to go over and take a look. It'll probably be very late by the time I get back, so you'll have to stay at home alone from now on. Do your homework well and go to bed after you're done. Don't play with the computer." "Ah. Oh, okay." Chen Fan was stunned for half a second before he reacted. He tried hard to control the joy on his face and hurriedly agreed. He did not expect that the biggest problem that troubled him would be solved so easily. This was too much of a coincidence. It just so happened that his father had an emergency at work and his mother was going to his grandmother's house. This way, when they left, Chen Fan could walk out of the door calmly. However, before that, Chen Fan still had to do some preparatory work. He made the quilt look like someone was lying in it. This way, when his parents came back, if they wanted to take a look, they would not be exposed. Of course, if he turned on the lights, there would be nowhere to hide. However, he still had school tomorrow, so normally, his parents wouldn't wake him up for no reason. Other than that, Chen Fan also made some preparations for the first dungeon he was going to face. According to the novel's description, most dungeons couldn't be entered with anything other than game props. However, Chen Fan still brought a small knife and a lighter with him. He imitated Zhongheng and changed into his sportswear and sneakers. He covered half of his face with a hood. Chen Fan looked at himself in the mirror and felt that he looked quite like him. At 10 o'clock, Chen Fan turned off the lights in his room and closed the door. He hesitated for a moment but did not lock it. He felt that this action was a little guilty, and it might arouse their suspicion when his parents came back. He felt that he was playing games inside, or doing some small games that boys his age might do. Then, he took the keys that belonged to him and left the neighborhood. After 10 p.m., the streets were obviously much quieter. Chen Fan's place was in the old city district. The atmosphere of life was strong, but the level of business was average. When it got dark, except for the supermarket, most of the shops along the street were closed, so there was no nightlife. There were not many pedestrians and cars on the street. After taking 2 steps, Chen Fan could not help but regret it. Although the hooded sportswear was very handsome and allowed him to play Zhongheng's role as the main character, the cold autumn wind still made him feel a chill. If I had known earlier, I would have put on a jacket. With this thought in mind, Chen Fan passed by a barbecue stall and saw a middle-aged man dressed like an office worker drinking beer and eating skewers. The plate of grilled squid that had just been served in front of him was still steaming, the golden squid whiskers sizzled with cumin and chili. It was a crime in the middle of the night. "Do you want a bunch?" Just as Chen Fan swallowed his saliva and was about to look away and continue walking forward, the middle-aged office worker suddenly raised his head and grinned at him. Chapter 1438. Courage 6, thanks to Alliance leader Yin Haoyuan. Chen Fan turned his head and looked around, but he did not see anyone around. Then, he pointed at himself with uncertainty and said, "Are you talking to me?" "Why not?" The middle-aged office worker said, "I also want to treat my student sister to a big squid, but unfortunately, I didn't see many along the way." Chen Fan was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that he would be targeted and accosted by a strange uncle one day. Just as the other party said, he wasn't a beautiful girl. Logically speaking, there was no reason for him to encounter such a thing. From the looks of it, the other party invited him to eat a squid was probably just to make fun of him. At this moment, Chen Fan felt that he was really a failure as a person. It was as if even the office worker uncle, who was a social animal, could see through his weakness and bully him when he had nothing to do. "No, there's no need. I still have things to do." Chen Fan waved his hand. Then, he did not care about what the other party said and lowered his head, preparing to escape from this place. However, the next moment, the middle-aged office worker's words made his body freeze there. "What's the rush? Isn't the game only starting in 30 minutes? It shouldn't take you more than 10 minutes to get to the designated game point from here, right?" The middle-aged office worker said slowly. After saying that, he picked up a skewer of roasted squid from the tray in front of him. Chen Fan raised his head and looked at the office worker uncle in front of him with a stunned expression. He looked very ordinary, dressed very ordinary, and his behavior was also very ordinary. The only difference was that he had an ordinary look on his face. "Ah, I'm coming." This classic "why would a salted fish passerby like me have a fortuitous encounter" like the main character expression. "I really can't get enough of it." The middle-aged office worker praised and then bit on the squid skewer. You, how do you know?" Chen Fan looked as if he had seen a ghost. "This is just SOSO. Not only do I know where you're going, I also know that your name is Chen Fan. Your address is 1002, Unit 1, Building 4, Mingyuan Residential Area. I know that 3 days ago, your best friend was beaten up in the toilet, and you were standing outside the toilet at that time, but you could only pretend that you didn't know a person and ran away." The middle-aged office worker clicked his tongue. "I have to say, this behavior is really not loyal enough." Chen Fan's face flushed red. He did not expect that he would actually be naked in front of the other party. Not only was his name and address exposed, but he was also exposed. Moreover, the other party even knew the secret of the person closest to him, who was the most secretive person in his heart. Chen Fan did not know how the other party did it. Could it be that this ordinary-looking office worker had a mind-reading tool on him? Stop guessing. I just did some homework in advance. Otherwise, why do you think you can get that blind box? The middle-aged office worker finished the first string of squid in no time and then picked up the second string. It's you? You arranged for me to get the player qualification. Chen Fan was a little lacking in courage, but he was not stupid. He quickly reacted, wait, so my parents suddenly left home because of you? How is it? Are you satisfied with my one-stop service? Who are you exactly? Chen Fan's heart rate began to soar again. He felt that he had returned to the evening 3 days ago, when he faced the predator at the top of the food chain. However, the level of the predator this time was probably more than 100 times higher than the previous few delinquent students. The middle-aged office worker did not immediately answer this question. He only pointed at the empty seat on the other side of the table and grinned. Can you sit down now? Chen Fan knew that he could not avoid this time, so he could only bite the bullet and sit down. Then, the middle-aged office worker pushed the tray filled with squid in front of him again. You don't have to be polite with me. Eat more. Please fill your stomach, because you still have a round of dungeons to clear. Chen Fan picked up a bunch of squid tentacles from the tray in a daze. However, the grilled squid, which had initially made him drool, could no longer taste anything in his mouth. Chen Fan only managed to chew a few mouthfuls. After swallowing it, he asked, "Who exactly are you?" "Are you the god of the organizing committee?" "But aren't those gods in the game world now?" "Indeed. Those idiots from the organizing committee were tricked into the game by Game and Zhongheng, so it seems that none of the newly invited players are agents." But the middle-aged office worker blinked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't know if it was just his imagination, but with this blink of an eye, that pair of eyes that were originally very ordinary suddenly became filled with cunning. "But I have to say, you've really hit the jackpot, my friend," the middle-aged office worker said as he poured a glass of beer for Chen Fan enthusiastically. "Not all gods are that stupid, and Zhongheng isn't the only one who knows how to play the game of resurrection." At that moment, Chen Fan's mind was spinning rapidly. There were many gods who had died in my day has 18 hours. Especially after the appearance of Chulhu, the bento was distributed everywhere like it was free. But to say who died was the most suspicious. There was only one person, especially with that guy's criminal record. Chen Fan sucked in a breath of cold air and stared blankly at the ordinary office worker uncle opposite him. "Rocky, you're the god of pranks and lies, Rocky. You're not dead after all." When he read the chapter on Rocky's death, Chen Fan had been a little confused. Rocky was a first-class god who was as famous as Thor, so the items he dropped after he died were too shabby. Leaves full of vitality, fake, and a name, pet wire, were 2 items, one F class and one D class. They were completely unworthy of his status. In addition, during the battle in the valley at the end, Xian 1111 and Fan Mainan had joined forces to stop the goddess of justice, Justia. There was also a hint that Fan Mainan's ability that he had gotten from Loki seemed to be usable again. Chen Fan was wondering if the author was so high that he had forgotten all the previous stories. "Although you don't have much courage, you're not stupid." Loki, who had transformed into a middle-aged office worker, snapped his fingers. "Very good. I accept everything here, but I don't accept idiots." However, Chen Fan felt that his brain was a little lacking again. It was precisely because he knew the identity of the person opposite him that Chen Fan felt even more magical. The great Rocky actually came all the way here to look for a small fry like him who didn't have any advantages. Moreover, he even used some unknown method to help him obtain a player invitation card, allowing him to step into that magical world. Apart from that, the god of lies and pranks seemed to be planning to take him in as an agent. But why? Chen Fan only felt that he and Rocky, who was opposite him, must have one of their heads broken. Chapter 1439. Courage 7, thanks to President pouring a cappuccino for Auntie. 10:53 p.m. A figure in sportswear and a hood appeared breathlessly in front of the entrance of the Shu Road Love Pedicure Club. Chen Fan rubbed his sore knees. First, he looked up at the signboard of the pedicure club to make sure that he had not come to the wrong place. Then, he looked at the time on his phone. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and walked in. Although Chen Fan tried his best to put on a straight face and try to look more mature and knowledgeable, the truth was that he had only done a few pedicures with his parents, and they had all been to the kind of regular chain stores. Basically, every time he stayed, he would feel pain. And the Shu Road Pedicure Club was obviously different from the ones he had gone to before. As soon as he entered the door, Chen Fan was a little uncomfortable with the dim lighting. Then, the 2 beautiful women in Cheongsam standing behind the front desk made Chen Fan's face blush again. Then, he didn't even know where to put his hands. Although he knew that this was a game point, in order to ensure the anonymity of the players, all the game points in the novel were basically hidden in various places that were normally open for business. Thinking of this, Chen Fan's actions couldn't help but become even more unnatural. He didn't know if the 2 beautiful waitresses across from him had noticed anything, so he heard one of them ask with a smile, "Sir, are you here for a pedicure?" No. Chen Fan subconsciously agreed. However, halfway through, he felt that something wasn't right, so he hurriedly waved his hand and said, I'm here too." Chen Fan suddenly got stuck at this point. He remembered that in novels, in order to be safe, players had to hide their identities, especially in front of ordinary people. It was impossible for him to tell the hostess in front of him that he was here to play the game. However, it didn't seem appropriate to make up other excuses. After all, what other purpose could there be in coming to the pedicure club besides having a pedicure? However, the pretty waitress opposite him was hesitant to speak. Instead, she revealed a meaningful smile. After that, she didn't ask any more questions and just made a gesture of invitation. "Guest, please follow me." Chen Fan followed her in a daze. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly woke up. Wait, did the opposite party misunderstand something? But then again, if they did not come to the pedicure club for a pedicure, what else could they be here for? Thinking of this, Chen Fan's heart started to beat faster. His mouth was dry. He wanted to explain, but he did not know what to say. As he struggled, he arrived at the second floor. The hostess pointed to a room at the end. "That's it." Chen Fan could only nod in agreement. He decided to wait for the hostess to leave before he fumbled around. When he came up, he noticed that there were no cameras, so it was more convenient for him to move. However, there was not much time left until 11 o'clock. It would be funny if he could not find the game point within the agreed time after arriving at his destination. However, the waitress did not leave after she finished speaking. Instead, she looked at Chen Fan again and asked, "Did you forget something?" Chen Fan was stunned for a moment before he said weakly, "Do you have to pay in advance here?" The waitress seemed to be amused by his words as well. "Are you really here for kidney maintenance, little brother?" In fact, Chen Fan immediately reacted after he said that. He awkwardly rolled up the sleeves of his sportswear, revealing the player number on his arm. The hostess took a look, then leaned over to his ear and breathed out, "No problem. Welcome to the new world. I wish you all the best in the next game. If you successfully clear the novice dungeon, I can consider giving you some extra rewards." Chen Fan had only lived for 16 years. As a passerby, he had never seen such a thing before. His ears were red all the way to his neck, and he almost turned into a white-hot prawn on the spot. It didn't make sense. Those succubi should have followed the other gods to the game world, but if it wasn't for the succubi, could human women really be this seductive? Chen Fan had no choice but to recall the short-haired girl's every frown and smile in his mind over and over again. Only then did he calm down. He felt that he was like a husband who cheated on his wife who had painstakingly raised a child, even though this wife might not even remember his name. Chen Fan took a deep breath and walked to the room at the end. "Welcome." When he pushed the door open, a wave of heat hit him. Then, an uncle wearing beach pants greeted him warmly. "Are you the new player this time? You don't seem to be doing well at all. You haven't been training well, have you?" In the end, Chen Fan just looked at him foolishly and couldn't say a word. Chen Fan felt that this day was already magical enough. First, he found out that the story in the novel was actually true. He also obtained the qualification to be a player and was lucky enough to be able to enter this mysterious and colorful world. Then, he was inexplicably taken in by the famous god of lies and pranks, Loki, and invited him to be his agent. However, he still did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse. And when he reached the game point, he actually met another celebrity. Although it was the first time they met, this outfit and appearance were really too classic. The beach pants uncle seemed to have long been accustomed to the expression on his face. He patted Chen Fan's shoulder and said, "That's right, I'm the person you think I am. Honestly, ever since that novel became popular, I've become famous for no reason." "Ah, that Zhongheng, he didn't give me much of a positive description. Actually, those succubi still respect me as a partner. Don't look at how they always contradict me, but we just love and kill each other every day." "Yes, yes, yes." Chen Fan nodded his head like a chick pecking on rice, appearing to agree with him. However, as the saying goes, only the same kind of people understand their own kind the best. As a coward, Chen Fan could obviously see the same coward beach pants uncle at a glance. There's no need to think about autographs and group photos. If everyone had such requests, how would I be able to handle it? The beach pants uncle waved his hand and rejected Chen Fan's request with a serious expression. If you really worship me and earn points, you can just spend a little more here. Definitely, definitely. Chen Fan continued to peck at the grains. The man in beach pants raised his head and looked at the clock on the wall. Since you've read the novel, then you should understand the rules. There's no need for me to say any more nonsense. It's getting late. Hurry up and enter the game. After the first round of the novice dungeon, you can freely choose the time after that. If you have any more questions, you can ask me when you come back. Come on, let's work hard for game 609. Even though I don't care about that kind of thing. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1440. Courage 8, thanks to leader Lebronkings. Chen Fan lay in the booth and placed the alarm clock on his chest as described in the novel, waiting for the game to start. While he was waiting, he couldn't help but start to let his imagination run wild again. Although he appeared to be more decisive than ever when he made the decision, when the time came and he was about to enter the game, he started to act cowardly as usual. Even though he really wanted to be brave and get rid of the background of his life, he even fantasized that he could learn a lot of skills like Zhongheng. With a bunch of magical items in his hands, he could finally be reborn. He successfully rode his white horse to his goddess and used his most affectionate confession to successfully move her and bring her home. The group of passers-by who were the same as him could only cry out in envy and blessing. However, when his hot head gradually calmed down, Chen Fan could not help but feel nervous again. Although he had great courage and marrying a short-haired girl was his lifelong dream, it would not be worth it if he lost his life, especially since he did not look like he would be able to live to the end, even though he had already gotten the golden finger that Rocky had given him. But the river crab was a river crab. Even if it was equipped with a 6-grid godly equipment, it could not become a hero. At most, it would become a river crab with a 6-grid godly equipment. Some things were written in DNA and could not be easily changed. Chen Fan thought of the words that the beach pants uncle had just said to him. On the surface, it sounded very warm, but he gradually came back to his senses. He suspected that the other party had skipped the rookie's routine explanation and only allowed him to ask any questions when he returned. It was simply to slack off. The beach pants uncle had clearly seen through his nature as a passerby and did not think that he would be able to survive the rookie dungeon, so he did not even introduce him and successfully saved his own saliva. Should he say that he was indeed worthy of being a member of the same species? Sure enough, the person who knew the most about cowards in this world was still a coward. However, even river crabs had survival instincts. Chen Fan silently clenched his fists. Even if he was going to lose, he had to at least survive the beginner dungeon. Otherwise, wouldn't it make a guy like the beach pants uncle snicker? He was proud of his success in fishing. Perhaps in the future, when he was courting girls, he would use this kind of thing to brag and make his female companion happy like a joke. With the bad character of the guy in the novel, this kind of thing would definitely happen. Other than that, Chen Fan also thought of his parents. He thought of how sad they were when they returned home and found out that their only son had died. Chen Fan wanted to continue thinking, but the next moment, the alarm on his chest rang. A sense of dizziness assaulted him. Player identification verified. Verified. Randomly selecting a new player dungeon for player number 30,029. Extraction complete. The current dungeon is surrounded by enemies. The king has left his throne for some time. His enemies are beginning to stir. They are coming from all directions again, trying to completely destroy everything he has built and left behind. Can this vast sea still accommodate a group of people who are chasing freedom? No one knows the answer, but danger is indeed approaching. Mission objective: survive for 60 days. Mode: single. Time flow rate: 480. 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 20 days in this game. After 60 days, players will be forced to return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please get ready. Chen Fan hurriedly listened to the background introduction of the beginner's dungeon. Then, before he had time to think and analyze the information points used, he was immediately stunned by the next mission mode. Although Zhongheng in My Day has 48 hours had a single row as soon as he entered the beginner's dungeon, the book later explained that it was only because he was special. Normally, players would play the game as a team. At first, the teammates were randomly assigned, but after the first dungeon, the players could continue to play with the teammates they met for the first time. They could also look for new teammates to form other teams. Because everyone didn't have 48 hours in a day, they could use the long quest time to make up for the shortcomings of the single-player game. Players with different skills could also make up for their shortcomings by forming teams. Moreover, Chen Fan had a clear understanding of his own position. His only chance to clear the dungeon was to find a Dalo and cling tightly to his thick legs, turning into a leg accessory. The current single-player mode was undoubtedly bad news for him. This meant that he could only rely on his own strength to play the game. In other words, it was a dead end. Why did this happen? I'm not the main character, I'm just a passerby. Why did you suddenly give me the treatment of a main character at such a time? You have to know that I've never enjoyed the benefits of a main character since I was young. Now, I have to face the game difficulty unique to the main character. Isn't this too unfair? Unfortunately, the system could not hear Chen Fan's wail and protest. After 5 seconds, Chen Fan arrived in the game world. He appeared in a cramped wooden house. Judging from the stench and the shaking floor, more accurately, he should be in the cabin of a ship. Everything in front of him seemed particularly real. Chen Fan couldn't understand that he was in a game. Although he was mentally prepared and had read the novel, he had personally experienced all of this. He could not help but be amazed. The god of games, Game, was indeed the leader of the gods, and these dungeons were indeed built with the power of all the gods. Other than disbelief, Chen Fan could not find any other suitable words to describe his current feelings. However, before he could take a closer look around, he saw a burly and fierce-looking black man walking towards him. At the same time, he shouted in strange English, "There's another one here." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Chen Fan's arm. He dragged Chen Fan out of the cabin and all the way to the deck, then, he threw him into a crowd of people who looked like passengers and sailors. Chen Fan felt that this plot seemed a little familiar. Could it be that, like Zhongheng in the original novel, he was robbed by the black-bearded Edward Teach at the beginning? Then, what he needed to do next was to find a way to prove his usefulness and try to blend in with the pirates. However, he wasn't sure if Nassau had been conquered by Great Britain. As if to prove his point, the noisy pirates suddenly quieted down. The crowd parted to make way for one person. That person put the bloody saber back to his waist as if nothing had happened. He first took the celebratory rum from a pirate and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Then he asked, "Did anyone take the initiative to join us, Dufresne?" "There are only 2. I've already sent someone to bring them to Billy. After all, the Navy has been attacking US relentlessly. Even if they don't want to be exploited again, it's not the right time to choose to become a pirate," the quartermaster said seriously. "Heh, 2 then. We want warriors who can truly fight. It's useless to recruit cowards and cowards," the person said. However, halfway through her words, she saw a young man among the captives looking at her with a dull expression. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a woman as a captain?" The woman wiped the blood off her face and grinned. Her long red hair was like a burning flame under the setting sun. Chapter 1441. Courage 9, thanks to President TIMUSW. Annie. It's Annie. When he was reading the novel, although Simon was the most popular character in the comments section, Chen Fan's favorite female character was Annie. The reason was very simple, because the red-haired girl had what he yearned for the most, courage. It was believed that any reader who had read the novel would find it hard to forget this handsome and carefree girl who courageously pursued freedom. Of course, the current Annie could no longer be called a girl. Chen Fan finally realized that the king mentioned in the background introduction should be Zhongheng. After all, when Zhongheng left the dungeon, he had already become the master of the 7 seas and had defeated the British Navy several times. His name had long been known by everyone. Therefore, the time Chen Fan had experienced the dungeon was probably after Zhongheng had left the Black Sail chapter. Even though Annie was only in her teens when Zhongheng first met her, the time span of the Black Sail dungeon was very long. It had been more than 10 years, and Annie was at least 27 or 28 years old now. However, Chen Fan was still very excited to see his favorite female character. He immediately blurted out, "I want to join, I want to join." It wasn't that he hadn't heard what Dufresne had said before. Now wasn't the right time to become a pirate, but the problem was that the pirate gang that Zhongheng had established all those years ago was standing right in front of him. Other than the red-haired pirate Annie, there was also the quartermaster Dufresne, Billy, Harry, and other famous characters. Chen Fan didn't think that he would be able to be so close to them one day. If he missed this opportunity, he did not know when the next time would come. Annie heard his words and raised her eyebrows. "You want to join?" "Yes, yes." Chen Fan hurriedly nodded. In the end, he saw that the red-haired captain did not immediately agree. Instead, she used her gaze to sweep him from head to toe. Chen Fan's face suddenly turned red again. He knew his own affairs well. Due to his lack of training, his body could not be considered strong among ordinary people, let alone among a group of veteran pirates. He was simply like a chicken standing out from a crane. Sure enough, he heard the quartermaster, Dufresne, say, "What can you do?" "I can." Chen Fan was speechless. Strictly speaking, a 21st century high school student was quite versatile in the 18th century. However, if his position was limited to a pirate ship, there were very few things he could do. He definitely could not do battle, not to mention nautical mapping, and he did not have any culinary skills. However, Chen Fan thought about it and really found a job that he could do. I can do accounting." "Accounting?" Dufresne's expression eased a little. Indeed, an accountant was essential to all pirate ships. The spoils of war that were obtained after each raid needed to be counted, the use of public funds on the ship also needed to be recorded by someone. "But we don't need bookkeepers anymore." Old Barry did quite well. He even took in an apprentice named Benny. If anything happens to old Barry, Benny can take over. Besides bookkeeping, when there's real trouble, they can also take up weapons and join the battle. The quartermaster's next words were like a basin of cold water. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine. "I'm sorry, kid. I'm afraid there's no place for you on our ship." Chen Fan stood rooted to the ground as he watched the pirates move the valuable goods, bacon, biscuits, and alcohol onto their pirate ship, leaving only about 20 days of water and food for the people on the ship. This is the rule set by the Pirate King. You're on a trade route, so there are still many ships coming and going. As long as your luck isn't too bad, these goods are enough for you to wait for rescue. So, thank him for his mercy, the red-haired female pirate said. She was about to bring her men back to her ship. But at this moment, an anxious voice came from behind her. "Wait!" The person who spoke was none other than Chen Fan, who had volunteered to join the pirate gang. Chen Fan ignored the strange gazes of the people around him. Those people seemed to be relieved after hearing that the red-haired pirate had left food and water for them. They were not as nervous as when they had just been captured. There was even a hint of joy in the eyes of many people, as if they were happy that they could escape from the jaws of the tiger. However, Chen Fan was not as optimistic as they were. As a senior coward, he did not want to gamble his life on the vast sea, even though according to Annie, this was the main trade route. The chances of other ships passing by were quite high. But what if they were unlucky and did not encounter them in 20 days? When Chen Fan heard the name of this dungeon, he could not help but feel a chill. He did not believe that the system would allow him to complete the mission so easily. Moreover, if he really followed this merchant ship back to London safely, then he would be in big trouble. When he applied to join Annie's pirate gang previously, he was watched by many pairs of eyes. These merchants and sailors had suffered heavy losses this time. They might not be able to do anything to Annie and the others who were far away. However, it was not a problem to vent his anger on a helpless Easterner like him. He might even be considered as a pirate partner when he returned and be exposed. Moreover, England's attitude towards pirates was especially strict now. What awaited him after that was probably hanging. In order to avoid such a tragedy, Chen Fan had to blend in with the group of pirates in front of him no matter what. Annie stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at Chen Fan. Although she did not leave, the expression in her eyes was very clear. If Chen Fan did not really have something urgent to stop her, then she did not mind teaching him a lesson. Chen Fan could not help but shiver when the red-haired female pirate glared at him. It was only then that he realized that other than the bonus from the fan filter, the person standing in front of him was a female pirate leader whose hands were covered in blood. The life of a female pirate leader who came out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood might not mean anything to her. But at this time, Chen Fan had no way out. He could only bite the bullet and say, I can actually still fight. As soon as he said this, the group of pirates opposite him burst into laughter. The main reason was that Chen Fan's small body and his words were too powerful, instantly heating up the atmosphere. You can fight? I bet even my grandmother can fight better than you. Is this guy drunk? Do you want me to help him sober up? Some pirates were already rubbing their fists. Chen Fan was so scared that he couldn't help but tremble. He used almost all of his strength to force himself not to retreat. Then, he clenched his teeth and said in a trembling voice, Give me a knife, I can prove it. Chapter 1442. Courage 10, thanks to President Star. Chen Fan had never touched a kitchen knife in his life, let alone a military knife. The only knife he had used was probably a pen and drill knife. But of course, he didn't ask for a knife to make a living on the spot. In fact, the reason Chen Fan dared to say that was because of the golden finger that Rocky had given him. At the barbecue stall, the middle-aged office worker dragged his chin as he sized up the seemingly reserved and nervous youth in front of him. Aya, what a headache. What kind of ability should I give you? Chen Fan didn't like Rocky's gaze, because that gaze was very familiar to him, as if a predator was staring at his fat prey. Isn't your agent's ability that magical plasticine? No, I haven't agreed to be your agent yet. Chen Fan instinctively sensed that Loki didn't have any good intentions in asking him to be his agent. Well, this kind of thing could be guessed even with his toes. After all, the person sitting in front of him wasn't anyone else, but the famous god of lies and pranks. It would be strange if Loki didn't cause trouble. But the god of lies and pranks didn't seem to have any consciousness at all. After hearing Chen Fan's question, he only looked at the youth opposite him with a faint smile. Under his gaze, Chen Fan soon became more and more guilty. One had to know that he was a salted fish passerby who did not even dare to resist the bad campus, not to mention that the person sitting in front of him was the Norse mythological evil god. Moreover, Chen Fan was not stupid. After he blurted out that sentence, he knew that he had made a fool of himself again. He did not have any say in the matter of the agent, not only because of the disparity in strength between the two sides, but most importantly, because compared to what Loki needed of him, he was the person who needed Loki more. For a passerby like him, if he didn't have a golden finger at the beginning, he would most likely be welcome to open the door and kneel. The only advantage was that he could be reincarnated at the speed of light. Chen Fan thought in despair that Rocky might have seen through this from the beginning, so he came to him as the agent. Because Rocky knew that even if Chen Fan realized that he was holding a sugar-coated poison in his hand, he had no choice but to swallow it. TSK, not bad. It seems that you have a clear understanding of your situation, Loki said with a smile. Don't worry. Even if it's to make the game more interesting, I'll think of a way to let you live longer. And the ability I can give my agent is not only the disguise plasticine. In fact, it's only the most basic ability, and it needs to be exercised before it can be used. Since you're someone I personally came to find, of course I can't fool you with that beginner-level stuff. Rocky took another sip of beer as he spoke. There's less than 20 minutes left before your first dungeon opens. I have to give you an ability that you can use immediately. Let me think about it. What do I have in stock? I have it. There's nothing more suitable for you than this ability. Stretch out your hand. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he obediently stretched out his hand. Loki grabbed a skewer of roasted squid next to him and roughly stuffed it into Chen Fan's hand. At the same time, he shouted, "Grab it well!" Chen Fan seriously suspected that the god of lies and pranks was just making fun of him on a daily basis. After all, he had never heard of any god who used the roasted squid on a street stall to bestow supernatural powers on their surrogates. The squid was especially sticky and greasy, and it felt very uncomfortable to the touch. However, the long-time obedient education was once again effective. Even though Chen Fan felt like a fool holding the squid, he still did not let go. Then, to his horror, he found that the string of squid actually melted into his palm bit by bit. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan almost screamed out of fear. He subconsciously wanted to throw away the roasted squid in his hand, but to his horror, he discovered that the thing seemed to have stuck firmly to his hand. Then, he actually increased the speed of the fusion until all of it went into Chen Fan's palm. The ability I gave you is called Fox Pretends to be a Tiger. After you activate Fox Pretends to be a Tiger, you can randomly copy a skill from any target character. The effective time of the skill lasts for an hour. After an hour, whether you still need it or not, it will automatically disappear. And Fox Pretends to be a Tiger can be activated once every 3 natural days. How about it? Isn't this a heaven-defying move? Rocky said triumphantly, completely ignoring the fact that Chen Fan was immersed in the sorrow of fusing with the roasted squid. Chen Fan could no longer remember how he had just recovered from that nightmarish scene, but now he had to admit that the golden finger given to him by the god of lies and pranks was indeed very useful. It did not require any preparation, nor did it require any practice. It could be used directly. It was as if it was tailor-made for a rookie like him who had no strength. Chen Fan originally wanted to use the power of the tiger against a gunner pirate because he had read the original book. He knew that outstanding gunners were a hot commodity no matter which pirate ship they were on. No one would complain about having too many of them. Moreover, gunners didn't need to engage in close combat with others during a battle. They only needed to control the turrets to fire. However, Chen Fan hesitated before making his move. The randomness of using the power of the tiger was very strong. He could copy a skill from the target, but he couldn't specify which skill. In other words, if he didn't copy the cannoneer skill from the cannoneer, then it would be a melee skill. After all, the cannoneers on the pirate ship could basically join hand-to-hand combat at critical moments, but their combat power was definitely not as strong as those in the assault team. Then, it was possible that he still couldn't be accepted, so in the end, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and simply targeted the red-haired pirate. He didn't know if any god had heard his messy prayers. Anyway, after the fox's bluff came into effect, Chen Fan saw an LV3 blade skill on his character interface. This was also why he suddenly had the courage to ask Annie for a blade. Chen Fan knew that this was his last chance to join the pirate gang. Annie ignored the jeers and curses from the surrounding pirates. She said to the quartermaster at the side, "Give him a knife." However, before she could finish her sentence, another pirate said, "You won't be able to tell by just letting him swing his knife. Why don't I be his opponent?" After saying that, he looked at Chen Fan with a provocative gaze. Chen Fan was extremely afraid now. In his first high school, the most ferocious person he could come into contact with was the dean of the academic affairs office. How could he have the chance to meet a ruthless person who had really killed people? However, when he subconsciously held the British military knife that Dufresne threw over, an indescribable feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. That feeling, it was as if that knife had been waiting for him for a long time. Chapter 1443. Courage 11, thanks to Alliance leader Riye. Chen Fan held his saber and tried to wave it twice, but just then, a big wave hit him. As people who lived on the sea all year round, the pirates were used to this kind of wind and waves. They stood straight and did not move. On the other hand, Chen Fan stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The pirates burst into laughter again. Life on the sea was boring, and there was no gambling on the ship, so there was not much fun to be had. This time, even some pirates who were not here were attracted by the laughter. The number of people increased. In the end, besides the pirates who had jobs and could not leave their posts, almost everyone who could come came. The people waved their fists to cheer for the pirate who had volunteered to participate in the battle. "Toby, kill him. Let him know what a real man is. You better end the battle within 3 moves. Look at this poor kid.
He can't even stand properly. It can't be his first time taking a boat out to sea, right?
Chen Fan listened to the abuse and laughter that filled the air around him and subconsciously shrunk his head. The thought of retreating arose in his mind again. He only saw that the guy opposite him was almost twice his size. Furthermore, it was obvious that he had been in battle for a long time. There was no way he could win this battle no matter what. Chen Fan knew that his old habit was back. He couldn't help but cower at the critical moment, even though his knife skill had already reached level 3, if Chen Fan remembered correctly, the knife skill that Zhong Heng used when he left Black Sail Dungeon was also level 3. Although there was a gap between level 3 and level 3, especially when he had learned it himself and obtained it directly by cheating, the real power was definitely different. However, the opponent in front of him was not Zhong Heng, he was just a random pirate. Chen Fan did not have any impression of the name Toby in the original novel. He did not know whether it was because he joined later or because he had always been in the pirate gang, but he did not have much of a role. In short, his position in the original novel was about the same as Chen Fan's. It was fair for a random person to fight a random person. However, Chen Fan had a golden finger in his hand. If he did not dare to fight in this battle, then he might as well jump into the sea. Therefore, although he was afraid, Chen Fan still put on a stance. With the LVL3 blade skills bonus, he looked decent. Annie narrowed her eyes when she saw his stance. However, Toby didn't care at all. He even put his knife back into his waist, indicating that he wanted to play with Chen Fan empty-handed. However, just as he made this move, Annie said, "Be careful, he's not as weak as you think." Although Toby was a little unconvinced, he had no choice but to stop his playful behavior after the captain spoke. He pulled out the saber on his waist once again and gestured twice at the air. After that, he no longer dragged his feet, he charged at Chen Fan. Chen Fan immediately became nervous when he saw this. His entire mind went blank. The strategy he had thought of to face the enemy was now completely thrown to the back of his mind. All that was left in his eyes was Toby, who was charging at him like a bull. Previously, when he was reading a novel, powerful experts had a very powerful aura. They could suppress their opponents before they made a move. Chen Fan did not expect that an unremarkable little character like Toby could give him a similar feeling. Could it be that he was really too weak? For a moment, Chen Fan felt that he was going to be finished. The surrounding pirates also had the same thought because Chen Fan looked like he was scared silly and had been standing there motionlessly. However, the cheers suddenly stopped in the next moment. It was as if someone had suddenly grabbed the necks of the pirates. All of them widened their eyes and could not believe what they had seen. Chen Fan was still standing there, shivering non-stop. No matter how one looked at it, he looked like he was going to die. However, the one who was really going to die was Toby. The latter was hugging his stomach and lying at Chen Fan's feet with a pained expression. The battle ended as quickly as everyone expected, but the result was out of everyone's expectations. A few pirates who were on good terms with Toby were shocked when they saw this. Then, they drew their weapons and were about to rush over and chop Chen Fan to the ground to avenge their friends. However, before they could move, Annie stopped them. Toby is fine. He was just hit in the stomach by the back of the knife. Moreover, we have to follow the rules of the duel. The pirates finally quieted down. Then, Annie looked at Chen Fan. Good knife skills. I actually made a mistake before. Chen Fan didn't say anything. It wasn't that he was pretending to be cool, but he didn't know what to say at all. Because he was really scared silly just now. That knife skill was purely an instinctive reaction of his body after equipping the level 3 knife skill. And it looks like your blade skill is actually on the same path as mine. Perhaps we can exchange pointers in the future when we have the chance. The red-haired female pirate's eyes lit up, and she felt that her hand was a little itchy. Chen Fan was shocked. His blade skill was originally stolen from Annie by using the power of the fox and the tiger. He had only used one move and the main character had already discovered the clues. If he really fought with Annie, he would definitely be exposed. Moreover, the power of the fox to fake the tiger could only be activated once every 3 days. Each time, it only had an hour's effective time. Chen Fan also could not guarantee that he would be able to draw a knife skill the next time. But no matter what happened in the future, at least he had passed this hurdle. Taking advantage of the fact that the pirates were all present, Annie directly voted to admit Chen Fan and the other two newcomers into the team. In the end, what Chen Fan did not expect was that Toby was the first person to vote in favor. Although this guy looked like a barbarian and had just lost to Chen Fan, he was unexpectedly reasonable. Moreover, he was clear about his grudges. He felt that Chen Fan had shown mercy by only hitting him in the stomach with the back of his knife, therefore, he returned the favor now. With him as the starting point, the other pirates no longer had any objections to accepting Chen Fan. In the end, Chen Fan successfully got on the pirate ship and got to see those familiar names as he wished. The only thing that made him feel regretful was that he wasn't able to see the legendary Cold Crow. It was said that half a month ago, that ship had fought with 4 Navy warships. In the end, not only did it successfully escape, but it also sank a Navy warship and sent one back to the dock to be repaired. However, as the price, the Cold Crow was also damaged to a certain extent. At this moment, it was being repaired in the pirate's secret base. I once met a man who had the same skin color as you at the pirate port. After the vote, Annie did not immediately leave to return to her captain's cabin. Instead, she said to Chen Fan, who had just boarded the ship, "He told me that he was just a passerby, but he did appear here with a certain purpose. What about you? Why do you want to come to my ship so desperately?" Chen Fan opened his mouth. He wanted to say that it was because he wanted to live for 60 days, but he swallowed his words. He realized that this was a good opportunity, so he changed his words. "I have heard of your reputation and know that you are a fearless person, but I am the opposite. I am a very timid person. I want to learn how to be brave from you." After saying this, he looked at the red-haired pirate with some apprehension and some anticipation. However, Annie shook her head when she heard this. "If you want to learn how to be brave, then you have come to the wrong place. You may be able to teach your knife skills and gunner skills, but you cannot teach something like bravery. I know what you are thinking. Some people think that pirates are very brave because they are fearless of death. They chase their prey on the vast sea, fight against the wind and waves, and even dare to fight against the navy. Isn't it brave to be fearless of death?" Chen Fan was puzzled. "Of course not," Annie said calmly. "Most people are just idiots. They look down on their own lives and the lives of others. This has nothing to do with courage. At most, it can only be considered reckless." Then what is courage?" Chen Fan was at a loss. "True courage comes from fear." The red-haired female pirate looked into the young man's eyes. "Have you ever thought about what you're afraid of?" I am afraid of too many things," Chen Fan said sheepishly. "No, I'm talking about what you're truly afraid of." All those guys that I can't beat." Chen Fan thought about it and clenched his fists. "If I were as powerful as Zhongheng and you, I wouldn't be afraid of anything anymore. Of course, strength is important, but it's not the source of courage. No matter how much you train, there will always be someone stronger than you in this world. What are you going to do when you meet them? Kneel down and beg for mercy with tears in your eyes. It's better than me kneeling down and begging for mercy with tears in my eyes whenever I meet some random passerby," Chen Fan said dejectedly as he recalled his embarrassing performance in front of the toilet 3 days ago. "I'm really afraid of being beaten and hurt." "No one isn't afraid of pain, but there are things worse than pain in this world," Annie said. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. He thought of his own regrets and frustrations these days. They were almost everywhere, filling up all the gaps in his life like a tide, almost swallowing him up. If it weren't for this matter, he might not have accepted the invitation and risked his life to participate in this dangerous game. Moreover, he knew that Loki had dug a hole for him, yet he still jumped in. Even if he had the golden finger, who knew how many rounds he could survive? Chen Fan didn't think that he, a passerby, would be so lucky all the time. Every time, he would get the skill he wanted to draw. The red-haired pirate's eye seemed to be able to see through his thoughts. She spoke slowly. "See, this is the price of retreating. Remember your mood at that time. The next time you want to retreat, remember it. See which is more painful, the enemy's fist, or the precious things that you will lose if you retreat. Chapter 1444. A hunting party, thanks President CZ. During the time he spent in the literary salon, Zhongheng would accompany Hemingway to hunt every week, but as he said, it was hard for him to have any fun. Apart from the fact that he could no longer feel too much emotion, it was also because of the fact that it was almost no challenge for him. It was like taking on a mission to collect freshly ripened wild fruit, or worn-out armor. The process of completing the mission itself was just a mechanical repetition. If it wasn't for the final mission reward, no player would have done it. However, the hunt this time was different. Zhongheng felt the pressure and challenge. He got up early in the morning, put on his clothes, grabbed his shotgun and bullets, and walked out of the house. Zhongheng went to the dining room for breakfast. The sun had just risen, but Hemingway and the others had already been waiting for him on the lawn outside the house for quite some time. Even the fantasy best-selling female writers, who were usually not interested in hunting, had come. There were almost 30 of them. No matter what era this group of people was in, they would probably cause a bloodbath in the literary world. Standing on the street, the readers who came to ask for autographs would probably line up from downtown to the suburbs. However, this time, they were not the main characters, they were just the audience, and they were currently discussing the upcoming hunt. "Who do you think will win, Gardener?" Agatha asked a slightly chubby man next to her who was wearing a cowboy hat and glasses. "We've all seen Zhongheng's marksmanship, and it can be said that he has hit every target. There is no prey that can escape from his gun, so I choose that girl." Gardener, who was also a member of the Infant Society, said after some thought, "Since she's Zhongheng's shooting teacher, her marksmanship must be even better." He had thought that Agatha would agree with him, but the Queen of Infants shook her head. "I think the opposite is true. I think Zhongheng can win." "Why?" Gardener's interest was piqued. "Is it because we've never seen that girl shoot before, so you don't believe that her marksmanship is better than Zhongheng's?" "It's not because of that. In fact, I believe that her marksmanship is also very good. However, this competition is not just a competition of marksmanship. Physical strength and strategy are also very important. We all know Zhongheng's mind. Other than that, the girl's biggest weakness lies in her physical strength. I can tell that she has received some military training. Her speed, strength and endurance are far superior to ordinary people. However, her opponent is also not an ordinary person, and there is a natural gap in physical fitness between men and women." Agatha said her reasoning and observation, but Conan Doyle smiled. "I also think that girl can win." "What did you see that we didn't see?" Gardner was almost convinced by Agatha, but after hearing Conan Doyle's words, he asked again. "It's very simple. Because she is a hunter, isn't it normal for her to win in this kind of hunting game?" Conan Doyle said slowly. The rules of this hunting competition were very simple. The manor prepared 3 colorful ribbons, 10 red ribbons, and 20 black ribbons. 2 days in advance, they used the tranquilizer gun to capture 33 wild animals in the forest. They tied the ribbons to their bodies and then released these wild animals into the forest. When the hunt began, they could get 20 points for obtaining 1 colorful ribbons, 5 points for obtaining 1 red ribbons, and only 2 points for obtaining 1 black ribbons. The winner would be the person who earned the most points at the end of the hunt. However, only 2 people took part in the final round of the hunt. The others knew that it would be a waste if they took part, so they gave the stage to the main character. Even Hemingway, who was the most addicted to hunting, did not sign up this time. The Hobbit housekeeper walked up to Zhongheng. "She has already drawn lots to enter the forest from point A, so you can only take point B." Zhongheng nodded. "Okay. The carriage will send you there. The fireworks are the signal for the beginning. You can enter the forest when you see the fireworks. When the sun sets, the hunt will be over. When you come out of the forest, there will be a carriage to pull you back to the manor. We will calculate the color and number of ribbons you've received, calculate the points, and decide the final winner. It won't take that long." Zhongheng checked the shotgun in his hand one last time without raising his head.
What?
I'm saying that we won't wait until the sun sets. It's a total of 150 points, which means that as long as someone gets 75 points, the game will automatically end. That's the theory, the Hobbit housekeeper couldn't refute. Then let's get started. I still want to come back for lunch, Zhongheng said. 15 minutes later, the carriage stopped at a spot in front of the forest where the capital B was marked with red paint. Zhongheng got off the carriage and waited for another 5 minutes before he saw the fireworks that rose into the sky behind him. And this also meant that the hunt had officially begun. Then, the coachman saw Zhongheng's figure disappear from where he stood. Like a cheetah, he dashed into the forest in front of him. Zhongheng's luck today was not bad. He had only run less than 200 meters before he met a wild boar. This was still the edge of the forest. Normally, wild animals rarely came to this place. Furthermore, there was a red ribbon wrapped around the back leg of the wild boar. Zhongheng stopped in his tracks and skillfully aimed his gun, then, he pulled the trigger. The level 3 shooting skill made the battle without suspense. As the bullet shot out of the gun, the unlucky boar fell to the ground. On Zhongheng's side, he received 5 points. He removed the ribbon from the boar's hind legs. Because he was worried that it would waste time, he did not do too much to deal with the carcass of his prey and continued walking forward. Previously, when he was hunting with Hemingway, Zhongheng only needed to paddle around to get some good results. However, this time, he had to put in 120% of his energy because he knew very well that, if he relaxed, he would definitely be the one to lose. Although Zhongheng did not really care about the so-called winning or losing of the hunting game, he just remembered that he had not had much fun with the girl, so he wanted to give it his all. He wanted the girl to have some fun, even though it might seem strange to others. However, both Zhongheng and Simon didn't really care about what others thought. Chapter 1445. A Hunting Party 2, thanks to President Qian Huan. The wind blew through the leaves, making a rustling sound. An elk pricked up its ears vigilantly, but it didn't hear anything other than the sound of the leaves. Then it tried hard to move its nose twice, but again, it didn't smell anything. Only then did it calm down again. The elk lowered its head again, ready to continue eating the grass. But just as it lowered its head, the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out. Then, the poor elk died before it could figure out what had happened. Zhongheng walked up, half squatted on the ground, and untied the black ribbon on the elk's antlers. Fortunately, he had encountered a rabbit with a red ribbon and an elk with a black ribbon. Zhongheng did not choose to shoot immediately because no matter who he shot at, the other party would run away when they heard the gunshot. Therefore, Zhongheng decided to take a risk. He took out the dagger on his waist and used his assassin stealth ability. He moved to the side of the rabbit. The reason why he chose the rabbit first was very simple. It had higher points than the elk. If Zhongheng's plan failed, he could change the gun midway. Even if he failed to kill the rabbit with the dagger, at least he could get these 5 points. However, the result was much smoother than Zhongheng had expected. He chose to approach from the downwind. The wild rabbit did not realize that danger had arrived and was still digging the hole in peace. However, the next moment, a flash of light appeared. The wild rabbit did not even feel the pain before it moved its head. It was probably at that moment that the elk on the other side seemed to have noticed something and raised its head. However, it looked around, but it could not see Zhongheng. In the end, it fell under the hunting rifle and followed in the footsteps of the hare. After removing the ribbons on the elk's antlers, Zhongheng counted his harvest. It had only been half an hour since the start of the hunting game, and he already had 2 red ribbons and 3 black ribbons in his hands. He had accumulated a total of 16 points, and his efficiency was astonishing. However, Zhongheng was not complacent. He knew that as long as Simon's luck was not too bad, his harvest should be about the same as his, or perhaps even more than his. Therefore, Zhongheng did not stop to rest. He continued to head deeper into the forest. He decided to follow the stream in the forest, because the area close to the water source was usually the area where animals love to move. The probability of running into prey was also higher in this area. Although the area of the forest was not too big, the number of the 33 prey was much smaller. Moreover, the wild animals were not stationary targets. They would run around and dig holes, they would hide in unknown places. Some unlucky ones would even be eaten by other wild animals. After all, it had been 10 hours since they had been released into the forest. No one knew what had happened to them during those 10 hours. Therefore, in the next 20 minutes, even though Zhongheng had encountered a lot of animals, there was not a single one wearing a scarf. However, Zhongheng was not in a hurry. He was still very calm. He continued to move forward according to the plan until he met his opponent by the stream. It seemed that Simon had chosen the same strategy as him. Furthermore, the distance between point A and point B was not too far, so the two of them met each other an hour after the start of the competition. Zhongheng and Simon did not cross the river. Even though the stream had just reached their ankles, the two of them did not forget that they were still in the middle of a hunt. Furthermore, they were each other's opponents. If they were to gather together, what would happen if they managed to catch their prey? Therefore, Simon only nodded at Zhongheng as a form of greeting. Zhongheng waved the shotgun in his hand and asked in his newly learned Finnish, "How's the harvest?" 1 red ribbon, 2 black ribbons, and 1 colorful ribbon, Simon said. She did not ask about Zhongheng's harvest because the latter had tied all the scarves on his left arm. Colored ribbon, looks like you're really lucky. If I find another colored ribbon, you'll most likely lose, Simon reminded. Zhongheng had already thought of this. After all, there were only 3 colored ribbons, but each one was worth 20 points. As long as he got 2 of them, he wouldn't be far from victory. This was because with their hunting and shooting abilities, the difference in the final number of prey wouldn't be too big. The 20 points from the colorful ribbons would be difficult to make up for. However, Zhongheng still said, "Don't be too happy yet. The competition has just begun." Okay. Perhaps it was a habit he had formed previously, but even though he no longer had a language barrier, Simon still kept his words to himself. The two of them exchanged a few words by the water's edge before splitting up to search for their prey. After a while, Zhongheng's keen observation skills came into play again. He found an owl wearing a silk scarf from the tree hole. To be fair, when the servants were selecting their prey, neither Zhongheng nor Simon were present, so Zhongheng did not expect them to choose a bird. Fortunately, owls usually slept in the tree holes during the day. Otherwise, if they were like other birds, Zhongheng wouldn't know if he could find the ribbon. This time, Zhongheng didn't even kill the owl. Instead, he grabbed it and removed the colorful ribbon from its claws. This way, he earned 20 points. He stood in front of the same starting line as Simon. However, Zhongheng didn't continue moving forward. Instead, he raised his gun and killed a pheasant that didn't have a ribbon on its body. He had just finished his breakfast, therefore, this shot wasn't to give him more food. However, after Zhongheng killed the pheasant, he did use a knife to cut open its stomach. Then, he found a straw rope and tied the pheasant's feet to the tree branch. After that, Zhongheng continued forward. Zhongheng had already realized that relying solely on his legs to move around to find prey was too much of a stroke of luck. If he had been in the same situation as before, it was possible that he wouldn't even encounter a single prey for half an hour. Therefore, he decided to make 2 preparations. He spent some time here to create a simple bait to see if he could lure the nearby carnivores into taking the bait. He continued to explore the surrounding area. However, just as Zhongheng finished setting up the trap, he heard the sound of gunfire coming from afar. It was likely that Simon had made another harvest, so Zhongheng also quickened his pace. The silver stream passed through the forest, shimmering under the sunlight. 2 of the best hunters were also engaged in a battle between the 2 sides of the stream. Chapter 1446. A Secret One. Qian noticed that Bai Qing seemed to have returned to normal recently. She no longer sat in her seat in a daze from time to time. Of course, probably because of her mother's disappearance, the innocent smile on her face had disappeared. She seemed to have become more mature and more intelligent. This led to more boys confessing to her. It wasn't just the students from the same class, there were also those from the other classes. However, they were all rejected by Bai Qing on the grounds that she was focused on her studies. Kaijio heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, Bai Qing seemed to have walked out of the shadow of that brat. It was strange to say that although Zhongheng wasn't invisible in the class, he wasn't considered an influential figure either. His studies were good and his results in sports were above average. It was said that both his parents and grandfather were intellectuals, therefore, he had an aura about him, but other than that, he didn't seem to have any other special skills. He was polite to everyone, but he kept his distance from them. Some girls in the class would fall in love with a guy like him, but logically speaking, they shouldn't be able to move Bai Qing. Furthermore, the two of them didn't have much interaction before. It wasn't until they became deskmates that they gradually became friends, however, that was the end of it. Kaijio couldn't understand how the relationship between the two of them quickly heated up. By the time she realized what was going on, she realized that her best friend had already fallen in love with Zhongheng. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Soon after, Bai Qing's family underwent a terrifying change. The news said that her father had killed her mother, and Bai Qing had taken a leave of absence from school for a period of time. Kaijio also didn't know how Bai Qing managed to survive that period of time. Fortunately, Bai Qing's father was acquitted and her mother went missing instead of dying. However, Zhongheng was later arrested by the police on charges of illegal possession of firearms and ammunition, driving without a license, running into people in the street, and suspected homicide. Kaijio felt that life had never been so absurd. Zhongheng was a high school student, and he usually looked gentle and refined. How could he be related to these seemingly horrifying charges? What surprised everyone even more was that the police hadn't been able to catch Zhongheng until now. No, that's not right. Perhaps there was one person who wasn't surprised by this, and that was Bai Qing. She had told Kaijio that Zhongheng's real identity was actually a superhero, and that he had left quietly after saving the world. Kaijio agreed with him, but she only felt a pang of heartache in her heart. She felt that the recent events that had happened to Bai Qing had been too much, and the girl's spirit couldn't take it anymore. She had no choice but to use this lie to numb herself. Kaijio's mouth was usually vicious, but underneath her careless appearance, she actually had a sensitive and thin heart. So she didn't refute, and instead, she followed Bai Qing's words to help her cover up this beautiful lie. However, after Zhongheng was arrested, Bai Qing was indeed depressed for a period of time. It wasn't until 3 months later that she recovered. Kaijio was also a little confused about this. She didn't know how Bai Qing was able to resolve the knot in her heart, but no matter what, it was still a good thing. In order to celebrate her best friend's recovery from the haze, Kaijio even invited Bai Qing to karaoke together. However, Bai Qing kept saying that she couldn't find the time until winter vacation arrived. Bai Qing couldn't find any other excuses. She had no choice but to give up her life in the library and her house under Kaijio's pressure. The two of them arranged to meet at the mall. They planned to go shopping for a while. After lunch, they would gather enough energy to sing. Bai Qing arrived 2 minutes earlier than Kaijio. She was wearing a thick down jacket and a red knit hat. She wrapped both of her ears in it. However, after entering the heated mall, the howling cold wind outside could no longer make threatening gestures. Bai Qing took off the hat on her head and shook off the snowflakes on it. Then, she was slightly startled. That was because she saw the KFC on the right. Then, she recalled her first date with someone here. It was not accurate to say that it was a date. Originally, it was just that person who wanted to borrow her homework. The two of them arranged to meet here. Later, in order to thank her, that person invited her here for a meal, but then Bai Qing realized that the guy who had said he was going to treat her might not have enough money on him. She thought it was funny, but she took the opportunity to pay for the meal while the guy was out on the phone. In order to avoid embarrassing someone, she pretended not to know what the guy was doing out. Then the two ate fast food and chatted to pass the time. It was at this time that Bai Qing realized that she was unexpectedly happy chatting with this guy who usually seemed to be quiet and unsociable. What's wrong? Didn't you eat breakfast? It's only 10 o'clock. Are you hungry so early? Kaijio's voice pulled Bai Qing back from her memories. Oh, no,
I just want to eat somewhere in the afternoon. Don't worry about such things. I'll make sure you're well organized today.
Haoyuan patted her chest and promised.
Really?
Okay. Bai Qing looked away from the KFC and replied with a smile. Then, the two of them went shopping as planned. At noon, they ate Korean hot pot together and then sang. Haoyuan was a celebrity chaser. She had chased countless idol singers and knew their works like the back of her hand. However, she herself was tone deaf. Perhaps this was in line with the saying that the more she lacked, the more she liked it. While Haoyuan was typing crazily into the microphone, Bai Qing pushed open the door of the private room and was about to go to the toilet. However, just as he turned the corner, he accidentally bumped into an acquaintance. Bai Qing recognized the person leaning against the wall and playing with his phone. He was Qian, a friend who had grown up with Zhonghang. Bai Qing had seen Qian when they went to a concert together. Qian heard footsteps and raised his head. When he saw it was Bai Qing, an awkward expression appeared on his face. The two of them could only be said to know each other, but not to the extent of being friends. The only connection between them was Zhonghang. And this was a name that made both of them feel complicated. When they saw each other, they could not help but think of that person. The air around them froze slightly. In the end, it was Qian who broke the silence first. How have you been recently?
Pretty good, Bai Qing said.
How about you?
Before Qian could answer, a tall girl with fair skin walked out from the bathroom at the side. As she wiped her hands, she complained to Qian, the hand sanitizer is used up, and no one added it.
Let's go back and continue singing.
Her voice suddenly stopped because she saw Bai Qing in front of her. A hint of vigilance appeared on her face.
Your friend?
Yes, sort of.
Qian nodded.
Bai Qing noticed that the tall girl's hand was reaching for Qian's waist, as if she was secretly exerting force. The latter's expression changed slightly.
I still have something to do.
I know.
We'll talk later.
Bai Qing smiled at the tall girl and walked into the washroom at the side.
Chapter 1447.
A Secret 2, thanks to Alliance leader Wang Xiaonan.
Bai Qing and Haoyuan howled in the private room for almost 3 hours until their throats were hoarse. Then, they let go of the microphone and collapsed on the sofa. Haoyuan drank a mouthful of fruit juice and looked at the ceiling above her head. She sighed in satisfaction.
It feels like...
It's been a long time since I've been this crazy.
Haven't you always been this crazy?
It's not the same. At that time, I had you accompanying me to go crazy, Haoyuan said. I wonder if those guys who like you will still write love letters to you when they see you stealing meat from me in private.
It doesn't matter.
I wasn't interested in those things at first.
Bai Qing shook his head.
Is it because you're still thinking about him?
Haoyuan hesitated for a moment, but she still asked this question.
Bai Qing smiled and didn't answer. He just picked up the mineral water bottle in front of him, twisted it open, and took a sip. The prelude of the next song, Suddenly Thinking of You, was played. Bai Qing put down the glass of water. About 2 weeks ago, I had a dream.
What dream?
Haoyuan was intrigued. At that time, I was studying in the library, and a little boy appeared in front of me. He asked me if I could help him get a book, because he was not tall enough to reach the 6th shelf.
You promised him.
It was a piece of cake. I couldn't find a reason to refuse. Then, I accompanied him to the bookshelf of the book. When I looked up, I saw the book he asked me to help him get, Alice in Wonderland.
Ah, that fairy tale.
That's right. It's the fairy tale about the little girl, Alice, chasing after a talking rabbit with a pocket watch. She went into the rabbit hole and started a wonderful adventure. I stood on tiptoe and was about to help him get the book when he suddenly asked me, "Do you want to see him again?" I was stunned for a moment. I asked him who he was. In the end, he asked me who the person you wanted to see the most was. I told him it was my mother. He was silent for a moment and then asked me who the second person I wanted to see was. Haoyuan frowned when she heard this. This brat, where did he hear about what happened at your house? Did he come here to play a prank? At first, I thought so too. But later, he asked me about how that person helped me solve my family's problems and saved my life more than once. Now that he's also in trouble, am I willing to lend him a hand? Of course, I agreed without any hesitation. So, the little boy told me that it was good and asked me to go to the borrowing desk to check out this book, Alice in Wonderland. Did you believe his words so easily? Kaijio's eyes widened. I didn't, but it wasn't difficult for me to check out this book, just like how I helped the child with the book. It was just a convenient thing. So, I went to the borrowing desk to check out the book and took it home. I put it by my pillow and read half of it before I went to bed. Then, you dreamed of him when you slept at night. Kaijio looked at Bai Qing with a strong motherly love in her eyes. She wanted nothing more than to immediately hold this poor child in her arms. I've never had such a realistic dream before. Everything was no different from reality. I sat in a horse carriage and came to a strange manor. I saw him again there. He asked me to help him finish writing a novel. No, to be exact, it was only a part of the novel, a part related to me. I was very happy because I could finally help him. After that, I stayed there and spent more than a month with him. Bai Qing tried to recall, by the way, there are some other guests at the manor. Most of them are famous writers. They used to live in different eras, but now they're all living there together. I even met J.K. Rowling and asked her for an autograph. She's a nice person, not as serious as she looks on the surface. Of course, it could also be for Zhongheng's sake. Kaijio felt that her tears were about to fall. She held Bai Qing's hand and said, Qing, you still have so many things hidden in your heart. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Because it wasn't something very important, Bai Qing said with a smile. In my dream, I asked him if we would meet again. He said yes. He would come back to look for me after he dealt with the matters outside. I feel that he wasn't just brushing me off. How can the promise in the dream be taken seriously? Kaijio shook her head repeatedly when she heard this. It seems that singing karaoke is unable to soothe the trauma in your heart. Then, I can only use my ultimate move. What ultimate move? Bai Qing looked at Kaijio, who had a serious expression. Follow me to chase after a star. In this world, only chasing after a star can bring true happiness. Acknowledge a star, let him become your light and heat, become your one and only, help him grow into an emperor superstar step by step. Then, you can also obtain an incomparable sense of satisfaction. No, Bai Qing simply refused. It sounds silly to forcefully entrust your feelings to another person. But aren't you like this? Kaijio asked back. I'm not. I've always put my studies first. Can't you see that I'm studying hard now? How dare you, witch! Kaijio shouted loudly and rode on Bai Qing's body. Bai Qing didn't want to be outdone. He immediately grabbed Kaijio's chest with both hands. Then, the two women started to fight, and Kaijio threw all the words she wanted to say to the back of her mind. This was the best thing about being young. No matter what troubles and grievances you had, they would be washed away by time. Even if you were the person you loved deeply, it would be difficult for you to remember his original appearance after so many years. Because Bai Qing and Kaijio lived quite far away from each other, they said goodbye to each other after leaving the KTV and went to take their respective buses home. Bai Qing had already put on her knitted hat again and followed the crowd to swipe her card to get on the bus. It was almost time to get off work, and there were quite a number of passengers on the bus. Bai Qing tried her best to get back while the driver shouted, "Stand back and let the people behind get on the bus." Finally, she found a place to stand near the middle of the bus. Bai Qing grabbed the handrail, and as the bus started again, her body swayed backward. She gently rubbed her shoulder with a young man wearing a mask and a delivery suit. Then, a voice came into Bai Qing's ears. After 3 stops, get off the bus at Jiefeng Road and go to Jare Gaming City. Chapter 1448. A Secret 3, thanks to Alliance leader Wang Xiaonan.
When Bai Qing heard this familiar voice, a surprised and happy expression appeared on her face. But soon, she heard the voice continue, "Just listen to me. There's no need to reply, and don't look at where I am. If you understand, blink your eyes." Bai Qing quickly blinked her eyes. "Very good." The office worker who was playing with his phone 3 meters away from you at 4 o'clock, and the university girl who was listening to music with her earphones next to him, they are all plainclothes police officers. Bai Qing first blinked, then quickly blinked twice. "You don't have to worry. They are coming for me. After all, I'm still carrying a murder case on me. If they can't find any trace of me, they will definitely monitor the people closest to me. My grandfather and you are their main targets. That's why I let you go to Jare Gaming City. There are many people there, so you can get rid of them without leaving any trace. At the same time, I have a way to not arouse their vigilance." Bai Qing didn't blink this time. After thinking for a while, he whispered, "A bug." "Oh, I've already checked. You don't have that kind of thing on you. Maybe they secretly installed it before. After all, I'm carrying a big case, but it's been more than half a year, and they can't maintain that level of surveillance. In fact, usually when you go to school and go home, there aren't many people following you. It's only when you go out like this that the police send people to try your luck." Bai Qing blinked her eyes again but did not ask any more questions. On the other side, the courier wearing a mask also stopped talking. It was as if the two of them did not know each other at all and met strangers on the bus by chance. Bai Qing tried her best not to show too many expressions on her face. She was worried that the plainclothes at the side would notice something, but her hand that was holding the handrail tightly betrayed her current mood swings. Bai Qing's mind was also a little dizzy now. She did not expect the promise given to her by the person in her dream to be fulfilled so quickly. The thought of someone standing next to her now, she wished that the bus would never stop, but on the other side, she had a lot of things to say to that person, so she hoped that the next 3 stops would be over quickly so that she could rush to Jare Gaming City as soon as possible. Just like that, Bai Qing heard the bus stop announcement in her conflicted mood. "Dear passengers, we have arrived at Jiefeng Road. Please alight from the back door. Please swipe your card when alighting." Bai Qing collected her thoughts and no longer let her imagination run wild. Then, under the surprised gazes of the 2 plainclothes, she moved to the back door. Because there was a large shopping mall nearby, there were quite a number of passengers at this stop. Seeing Bai Qing's figure disappear at the back door, the 2 plainclothes exchanged a look and quickly stood up to chase after her. They maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too close to Bai Qing, just hanging behind her. They followed her into the shopping mall. Then, the 2 saw that Bai Qing did not stop, turning a blind eye to the surrounding clothing stores and milk tea shops. She walked straight to Jare Gaming City on the 4th floor, walked through the door, and exchanged about 10 yuan of game coins at the front desk. Then, he grabbed the 10 game coins and squeezed into the crowd. The 2 plainclothes hurriedly followed him and exchanged some game coins at the front desk. However, when they squeezed into the crowd, they found that Bai Qing had disappeared. There were quite a number of young people in the gaming city, but the lights were dim, so it was difficult to recognize them. In addition, there were hundreds of gaming consoles making a loud noise. It made it difficult to talk. The woman in plain clothes pointed in a direction and motioned for the 2 of them to separate to look for him. The man in plain clothes did not object to this. At this moment, the 2 of them were not in a hurry. After all, although the game city was very big, there were only 2 entrances and exits. As long as they kept an eye on the 2 entrances and exits, they could still find him after a little bit of searching. Furthermore, they hadn't forgotten that they were still pretending to be passers-by. They had already confirmed from the surveillance that Bai Qing didn't have any anti-detection awareness, but they couldn't overdo it. They still had to cover their tracks, therefore, they pretended to watch the others play the game while slowly moving forward. On the other side, not long after Bai Qing entered the arcade, he was pulled over to the racing game. At this time, Zhongheng had already taken off the courier's clothes, removed his mask, and disguised himself as a young socialite, with a head full of yellow hair and a tattoo on his arm. He passed a silver wig to Bai Qing and had her wear it. Then, he took off his jacket and draped it over Bai Qing's body. He wrapped his arm around Bai Qing's shoulder and brushed past her in plain clothes. However, Zhong Heng was not in a hurry to take Bai Qing out of the arcade. Instead, he led her to a camera and kissed her passionately for a minute before leaving with the blushing Bai Qing. After leaving the room, Zhong Heng immediately apologized to the girl. "I'm sorry, I did that just now so that they wouldn't suspect you. I disguised myself as a hooligan who often hangs around here. His personal life is usually very messy, and he likes to find female high school students as his girlfriend. This way, you'll have a reason to come to the game city. Also, after they find out that you have a new boyfriend, the police will probably stop spying on you." Bai Qing lowered her head and hummed softly. However, she did not seem to mind Zhong Heng's explanation. Zhong Heng looked at his watch. "I can probably stay here for another 2 hours. Do you have anything you want to play with?" 2 hours. Bai Qing thought for a moment. "Then let's go watch a movie. Didn't you say that you wanted to pretend to be a couple with me? Then let's do something that couples do." "Sure." Zhong Heng nodded. The two of them didn't leave the mall, so they took the elevator to the 5th floor. Then, the two of them picked a movie that was about to start in 5 minutes. They quickly checked in and sat in the corner of the last row. Zhong Heng apologized to Bai Qing again. "I'm sorry. I still have some work to do over there, so I don't have much time to stay here this time. Next time I come again, try to stay for 2 more days." "Next time? Does that mean you'll come again?" "Yes, if you don't mind. After all, even I need to rest." Although Zhong Heng spent most of his 24 hours and 10 minutes every day thinking about how to keep Chulhu in his cage, he still had a lot of time left. Occasionally, he would contact the players and issue missions. However, other than that, there was still some time left. Most of it was his own 24 hours. As a reward for continuing to seal Chulhu, Zhong Heng had obtained the privilege of entering and leaving the dungeon freely from the game game. Now, he only needed to think and he could go to the designated dungeon world through the train station. Bai Qing did not say anything else. As the lights in the theater dimmed, the dragon logo appeared. His lips met again, but this time, it was Bai Qing who took the initiative. Chapter 1449. Traveler's Cheese, thanks to Alliance leader Wang Xiaonan. A male student who looked like a college student walked to the entrance of the milk tea shop under the urging of his companions. He looked up and glanced at the menu on the wall, then summoned up his courage and said to the female manager inside. The female manager, who was smoking, glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and slowly blew out a smoke ring. "You can't have both loneliness and death." Then. What should I do?" Although he already knew that the owner of this place was very strange, the male college student was still surprised that he refused the customer's order without hesitation. He stood there in a daze. "As for you, drink the mineral water," the female store manager said as she opened the freezer at the side. She took out a bottle of Farmer's Spring from it and handed it over. The male college student took the bottle of mineral water in a daze. "For Yuan. Alipay will scan the code on WeChat," the female store manager said as she sat back down. The male college student seemed to have woken up from a dream. "So expensive. Isn't the Farmer's Spring supermarket only 1 yuan? "That's right, but this is a milk tea shop." The female store manager pointed at the sign above her head. Probably intimidated by the female store manager's imposing manner, the male college student finally paid the money in a daze. He carried a bottle of mineral water and walked back to his companions, causing a burst of laughter from the group of people. This was originally a truth or dare. They all knew that the owner of this milk tea shop was very strange. In fact, other than the opening day, there were also some fierce warriors who went for discounts. When everyone fully felt the willfulness of the lady boss, the place immediately became deserted. Until now, the only use was probably to be regarded by the nearby students and young people as the perfect place for a dare or a prank. However, after the group of college students finished laughing, they were surprised to find that there was another fearless guy who walked into the milk tea shop. Moreover, it was a girl who was outstanding in both looks and temperament. When she walked down the street, the neon signs of the shops around her seemed to have dimmed. "Give me anything." The girl directly sat on a high stool after entering the shop. The female store manager narrowed her eyes. "If I knew you were so persistent, I wouldn't have saved you on account of him when we were at sea." "If you hadn't saved me, I would have done it by now," the girl said in a respectful tone that was not as respectful. The female store manager narrowed her eyes more and more. At the same time, the atmosphere in the milk tea shop became more and more tense. Even the passers-by seemed to have sensed something and quickened their pace when they passed by the shop. However, the next moment, the female store manager suddenly opened her mouth again. "Unrequited love oolong." "What? Didn't you say that you would have a cup of whatever you want?" "I've thought about it. I'll give you a cup of unrequited love oolong because the person you like is no longer in this world," the female store manager said sarcastically. The girl shook her head and didn't argue with the woman opposite her on this issue. She just asked, "Why don't you continue to be your bartender?" "Because I told a person that I would never be a bartender again, and I always keep my promises," the female store manager said proudly. She threw away a cup of oolong tea with hot water and then cut 2 lemons. She squeezed the lemon juice into the tea desperately. "Since you didn't come to me for a fight, did you really come all the way here to take care of my business? As far as I know, most of the gods have already left this world and entered the game. You are one of the few people who didn't leave, so I'm here to pass on a message to you." "What message?" "The Guardians suffered heavy losses before, but they have recently completed their reorganization. However, their goal is no longer to prevent the destruction of the world, but to find and hunt down the supernatural creatures that are still alive in the human world." The girl paused, and after the first round of voting, I was elected as the vice president. "Then, are you planning to use my head to increase your prestige in the new organization?" The female store manager raised her eyebrows. "No, it's the exact opposite. I'm here to inform you to be careful. It's best if you can close the milk tea shop and stay out of the limelight. You saved me. Even though you and those monsters killed my friends, I don't want to attack you unless it's absolutely necessary. I hope that you can abide by the laws and rules of the human world in the future." However, before the girl could finish, the female store manager cut her off and revealed a sinister smile. "You want to lay your hands on me? Go ahead and do it. However, it's best if you bring more people. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be enough for me to warm up. I know you have an immortal body, but sometimes death isn't the scariest thing. In fact, your current abilities and powers have already been thoroughly investigated by the Guardian. In fact, it can even create accurate numerical tables. We might not be able to kill you, but we won't be unable to do anything to you anymore." The girl said sincerely, "So, please don't do anything evil in the future, especially since your identity is very sensitive and you're a follower of that thing. Zhongheng spent so much effort to re-imprison that thing. I won't let you let it out again no matter what." The mocking expression on the female store manager's face became even more intense. However, before she could say anything, she heard another voice say, "Give me a cup of traveler's cheese." For some unknown reason, the previously deserted milk tea shop was suddenly visited by customers one after another tonight. The female manager turned her head around. When she saw the person, her expression became a little strange. "Why is it you? Why can't it be me?" the person asked with a chuckle. It was also a girl. Her figure was slightly skinnier than the girl sitting on the high stool. She wore a pair of jeans with holes and a baseball cap. She put a small snake with 9 heads made of plasticine on the dining table. Then, she greeted the girl sitting on the stool and sat beside her. "There's no more traveler's cheese. I'll give you a cup of unrequited love," the female store manager sneered. "But I don't like lemons." The girl took off the baseball cap on her head, revealing her exceptionally bright eyes. "I'm leaving soon. Traveler's cheese suits me better." "Leaving? Where are we going?" "To find a guy." "Do you know where he is?" "I don't know, but I'm going dungeon by dungeon. I'll find him one day." The girl in the baseball cap had a bright smile on her face. Surprisingly, The female store manager didn't mock him this time. After a moment of silence, she said, "Wait a moment." On the other side, the expression of the girl on the high stool changed. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she did not say it. After a moment, the female store manager placed 2 cups of different colors in front of the 2 girls, which looked very suspicious. "Here's your drinks. I hope you don't regret your choice." The girl in the baseball cap was the first to pick up the cup in front of her, which was filled with the fragrance of cheese. "I never regret my choice." The girl sitting on the high stool sighed. "Sometimes I really envy you. You can completely ignore everything else." "No, you and I are actually the same kind of people. We only care about the things that are most important to us," the girl in the baseball cap said. "Although I'm a little unwilling, I have to admit that what you said is right." The girl on the high stool also picked up the cup in front of her that smelled like citric acid. "Then I wish you a smooth journey." "I also wish you a smooth journey." The girl in the baseball hat tasted the drink in her hand. Although the bottom of the tea in the first sip was slightly bitter, she soon drank the sweet smell of cheese. Other than that, there seemed to be some kind of fruit mixed in it, but in the end, the refreshing feeling prevailed. The girl in the baseball hat finally understood why this cup of drink was called traveler's cheese. She looked at the female store manager, only to find that the latter had already sat back down at the buffet table. With a cigarette in her mouth, she looked at the moon above her head and seemed to have thought of something.